Chapter 141, No Pain No Gain. The battle had only just begun, but Lu Yi managed to get within just 33 meters. Dong Shu Yi had fired 2 spells at him, but Lu Yi was able to evade them both cleanly. Dong Shu Yi channeled more spiritual powers. This time, a crimson-red disc blazed into life just in front of his chest. From the center of the disc spewed a long barrage of fireballs into the air, raining fire and destruction down on the whole area where Lu Yi was. The fire dispelled away the darkness in the cave, driving them up to the eaves of the rock chamber like wraiths retreating into the abyss from whence they belonged. This was a spell he used before the first time he pursued Lu Yi. A single fireball might not deal as much damage as one of those golden sides he normally used, but he could conjure a whole barrage of these fireballs to cover a wide area, to say nothing of the fact that he found it easier to use fire elemental magic compared to metal ones. Lu Yi's face squirmed with irritation. He backtracked at once, only to realize that he had made a mistake. Then he thought of skirting the side of the area now being shelled by the fireball barrage. But Dong Shu Yi instantly adjusted his magic in time while keeping his infusion of spiritual qi into the disc ongoing non-stop. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs slammed into the walls of the cave one after another, eliciting a huge cascade of explosions that would never end so long as the fireball barrage ensued. Cowering behind a thick stalagmite in a far corner of this rock chamber was a completely exhausted Amber. So fatigued that he could barely get up and walk, he was no use to man or beast at the moment, therefore Lu Yi had carefully hidden him here where it would be safe for him. But even if Amber wasn't tired enough, this was one fight where the tiger could barely contribute anything to Lu Yi's favor. He might have grown bigger, stronger, and faster, but there was still a long way ahead before he could hold himself against an enemy like Dong Shu Yi. With his blitz attack now an unequivocal failure, Lu Yi had to keep on hiding behind the stalagmites protruding from the jagged ground of the cave, using them as shields against Dong Shu Yi's fireball shelling while he prodded for weaknesses in the latter's defense. There was no need to rush. The situation, despite the stalemate, was still very much in his favor. Dong Shu Yi's fireball shelling needed constant depletion of his spiritual power. The spell was obviously taxing and Dong Shu Yi's energy was finite. If anyone were to feel anxious, that should be Dong Shu Yi, not him. And he was right. Just a few seconds later, Dong Shu Yi switched to attacking with another spell. From his fingers, a slithering serpent of fire shot forth and coiled around the stalagmites like it was searching for Lu Yi. Unlike flaming serpents conjured using talismans, Dong Shu Yi's version looked more lifelike. One could almost make out the fine detail of the snake's scales on the whole length of its flaming trunk. The flaming serpent constricted itself around a stalagmite, but Lu Yi was gone. Dong Shu Yi panned his gaze around frantically, then he caught sight of Lu Yi dashing towards him from his flank. Dong Shu Yi quickly channeled his powers once again and repeated the same trick. The same fiery red circle materialized in front of him once again, and he went back to firing fireballs the size of a man's fist at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's figure was shimmering. He dodged one fireball, then another, then a third, all while keeping a steady pace in approaching his foe. Dong Shu Yi's forehead wrinkled with a mix of stress and vexation. Lu Yi appeared to be faster than before. But he was right. Lu Yi's speed and agility did indeed increase. The ascension into a higher rank also meant the overall increase of a cultivator's ability, but that was only after a brief moment of acclimatization. To lure Dong Shu Yi into his trap, Lu Yi had intentionally held back from unlocking his 63rd spiritual point, and by the time he sprung his trap and unlocked his newest spiritual point, there was no time to get used to his new physical condition. That called for whatever acclimatization to be done on the fly as he fought his enemy. No pain, no gain. Without the stress and difficulty that came with this battle, the process would have not been so expeditious. The renewed bombardment of fireballs again forced Lu Yi to retreat. But this time, Lu Yi felt more confident with his newfound abilities. He took cover behind the same sprawl of stalagmites and waited for an opening. Then he found one and he charged, his reaction and his speed now a notch faster than before. This is it. Lu Yi mused, very sure that success was at hand. He sidestepped and dove past the fireballs that came his way one by one. Those that he could not evade, he would just allow them to hit while he defended himself using spiritual pattern protection. 33 meters. 27 meters. 17 meters. Lu Yi reached for the hilt of his saber. The weapon swished out of its scabbard with flaming red spiritual powers dancing all along the length of its blade in flame-like tendrils, casting shadows that gesticulated wildly on the walls of the cavern. The saber glinted dangerously in the dimly lit ambience, and with spiritual pattern, sharp edge, activated, Lu Yi brought the weapon down on Dong Shuyi with his full weight and strength behind it. Dong Shuyi's expression contorted into that of horror, confusion, and disbelief. He could not understand just how Lu Yi managed to get so close so quickly. Instinctively, his arms came up, a gesture that seemed oddly futile to Lu Yi at the time, as if flesh and blood could protect him against steel. The first thing that resounded was a metallic crack, followed by a shatter as a tiny spurt of golden sparks crackled angrily. That must be the golden body talisman Dong Shuyi used before he entered the cave. Lu Yi's present strength and power could easily defeat the effects of normal golden body talismans, and all he needed was just one blow with his saber. But before Lu Yi could celebrate, an aureate sparkle caught his notice, and next he knew, a pair of golden energy scythes fired crosswise was heading straight at him. The crescent-shaped blows were just so close that there was no way of dodging them. It's a trick. That was why Dong Shuyi flung his arms up when Lu Yi came close enough to attack him. After all, Dong Shuyi was a 7th-order cultivator proven and experienced in the crafts of war. He would never do anything stupid and futile as using his own arms to stop a swinging blade. That was not a defensive move, but rather a feint to mask how he was casting his spells. Even the expression on his face was what helped to fool Lu Yi. Good heavens, he could be a performer on stage, mused Lu Yi in his panic. Little did Lu Yi realize that he was mistaken on that part. Dong Shuyi was genuinely shocked and distressed when he saw Lu Yi closing at him so suddenly and easily, but the action of raising his arms to fire his spells really was a feint. To top it off, Dong Shuyi had been implanting the impression that he could only fire one spell at a time when, in fact, he could do even more. Therefore, when Lu Yi brought his saber down at him, he quickly fired 2 crescent-shaped energy bolts simultaneously, thinking that the effects of the golden body talisman, coupled with his own protective aura, Lu Yi's blow would cause no more than a scratch on him. Whereas Lu Yi could very well die or at least suffer a major blow if the pair of crescent-shaped blows could hit. And his plans worked. The pair of golden scythes slammed into Lu Yi's chest, just as he wanted. The impact flung Lu Yi into the air, and feeling the angst of pain barreling through his ribs, Lu Yi spit up a mouthful of blood just before he crashed to the ground. But Lu Yi was not the only one who had miscalculated. Dong Shuyi was mistaken as well. While Lu Yi was careening backward, puking blood from the heavy blows that pummeled straight into his chest, he missed how Dong Shuyi was howling in pain himself. The 6th-order cultivator tottered several steps backward and stared at his arms to find a horrifying gash where he could almost see the white of his bones peeking back at him amid the bloody mess. His eyes widened involuntarily with disbelief. What in heaven's name is this really caused by a 5th order? A stroke that not only just defeated the effects of my golden body talisman, it also plowed through my protective aura and left a gaping slash in my arms. Dong Shuyi was only too relieved that he had the habit of keeping his protective aura on at all times, or else, he would have to spend the rest of his life eating with his face in his food like a dog. But he had never heard of a 5th-order cultivator that could deliver such a deadly attack. Unless the saber he wields is some incredibly potent spirit artifact. Dong Shuyi's incredulity was not misplaced. In the last few encounters with Lu Yi, he had only witnessed Lu Yi fighting using spiritual pattern protection. He knew that whatever spell Lu Yi was using, it had incredible defensive capabilities. It was not until today did he finally sampled how dangerous and powerful were Lu Yi's attacks, and being so nearly permanently maimed, even he couldn't help feeling so terrified that cold sweat drenched his back. In one of the few moments of retrospective terrors in his life, Dong Shuyi realized how his gambit nearly resulted in his abysmal ruin and death. Cough, cough. Lu Yi clambered to his feet, using his saber to keep himself steady. Inside his mouth, he could taste the salty and metallic flavor of blood. Dong Shuyi cast a long look at Lu Ye's chest and was dismayed to find nothing there. The pair of energy sides did not hit him. Lu Yi had managed to activate spiritual pattern, protection, in the nick of time to protect himself. Although he was not able to fully avert the resulting impact, which caused quite a concussion in Lu Yi, resulting in some internal injuries. Lu Yi quickly looked for more wounds. Despite the pain in his chest, there appeared to be no fractures, which was good news enough for him. His physical constitution had been greatly strengthened since the enrichment process in the Dragon Spring, and his endurance had become a lot stronger than before. But Dong Shuyi was not going to give Lu Yi any chance for respite. Seeing Lu Yi getting up to his feet, Dong Shuyi ignored the unbearable pangs of pain shooting up his arms and fired more spells at his enemy. Bolts and rays of a smorgasbord of dazzling hues, gold, red, and even white, streaked across the air like an artist's strokes and swishes on a jet-black canvas, and Lu Yi had to resort to all sorts of maneuvers, even unsightly ones, just to keep himself safe. It took a while for Lu Yi to recollect himself. Once he was ready, he charged headlong into Dong Shuyi again, his saber bared and alight with a swathe of spiritual powers blazing on its blade. He had finally succeeded in landing one attack on Dong Shuyi just now. All he needed to do now was to repeat the feat again and again until his enemy fell, which was slowly becoming easier with Dong Shuyi's apparent sluggishness because of his injured arms. Little by little, Dong Shuyi found how he was involuntarily stepping backward. His body was instinctively trying to put as much distance between Lu Yi and him. For once he began to realize the importance of geographical advantage in a battle. He could have easily launched himself into the sky and glided away to safety if this battle was going on outside. But being trapped inside this rock chamber was preventing him from doing exactly that. The closer Lu Yi got to him, the more resentful and hateful Dong Shuyi looked. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi reached within 10 meters of his enemy. He ducked low to avoid another spell that just wheezed harmlessly past him and delivered a reprisal of his own, swinging his saber in a swift and vicious uppercut. What Lu Yi thought was the blow that would seal his victory hit nothing. Instead, he picked up the signature of a huge burst of spiritual powers approaching from overhead. He quickly activated spiritual pattern protection, just in time for the blast to batter him down with the force of a dam burst that nearly caused his knees to buckle as his feet skidded backward, sinking deeper into the ground. He looked up and there was Dong Shuyi, hovering in midair, smirking deviously at him. That's what you get for underestimating spell cultivators, brat. Dong Shuyi did not possess the ability to fly, but with magical spells, he could levitate himself in midair for a short time. What could a fifth-order combat cultivator do? Unless Lu Yi could sprout wings on his back and continue his assault aerially, this battle was over. Dong Shuyi had always kept this trick hidden up his sleeve. He initially thought he was able to kill Lu Yi without much trouble. But now that Lu Yi had fully entered the Fifth Order and his arms were wounded, Dong Shuyi no longer had any interest in prolonging this encounter. He lifted a hand and took aim at Lu Yi, his face turning to stone as he savored the moment of his triumph. Spiritual powers began concentrating at the tip of his fingertips, and bright shimmering threads appeared and began elongating, curving, and crisscrossing quickly to take on the form of a big round circle the size of a dinner table that was filled with myriads of runic glyphs. As far as Dong Shuyi was concerned, Lu Yi was just too fast, and he had that magical energy shield with strange glyphs to protect him. Single-target spells just wouldn't be enough to kill him, so Dong Shuyi decided to opt for a spell with a wide area of effect. He needed to fill the entire rock chamber with enough flames to ensure his success. The infusion of spiritual powers into the large magical circle was slowly reaching its completion when Dong Shuyi sensed the signature of spiritual powers racing his way. He looked, and before he saw what it was, he heard the clucking sound that reminded him of a hen. Then he saw a fiery bird with a tummy so fat that the fowl looked like it just came out of a buffet meal, scurrying headlong into his chest before he could react. The bird erupted into a terrible explosion, and Dong Shuyi, with incredulity and shock still frozen on his face, came crashing down from the air. The runic magical circle that he just finished conjuring evaporated into the air like dust whisked away by wind. But that was not all. Being hit by the blow had thrown his spiritual power off balance. A spell? Since when could this brat use spells? Still dazed by the explosion, Dong Shuyi could barely think clearly. Most of all, he could barely comprehend how a cultivator who had only just ascended to the 5th order could already employ spells in battle. With only slivers of his consciousness remaining, he could remember how swift and practiced Lu Ye's casting of the spell was, as if he had been using it for years. He did not see it coming at all. Impossible? Is he also a spell cultivator? Through the corners of his eyes, he could see Lu Yi blitzing straight for him at breakneck speed. He hopelessly tried to readjust himself, but he couldn't. Taking a direct hit in the course of casting a spell, in spite of his protective aura, was causing his spiritual power to surge so wildly beyond control in all his spiritual points that he could barely control his own limbs, let alone stabilize his churning spiritual energies. Chapter 142, I've barely used my full strength. Lu Yi pounced the moment he saw his chance, bounding towards Dong Shuyi with quick and long strides that easily covered the whole distance, swinging his spiritual power-swathed saber down at the latter. A huge pulse of energy surged forth to meet Lu Ye's falling saber. What magic this wave of energy came from, Lu Yi did not know. But whatever spell that Dong Shuyi had cast was working in his favor by driving into Lu Yi like an invisible wall, pushing him further and further away from Dong Shuyi. He had to draw back several tens of meters before he could regain steadiness. Lu Yi renewed his gaze upon his opponent. Dong Shuyi was already up on his feet, clutching at the gaping wound on his chest. On the right side of his torso, he could see blood still pouring out, drenching Dong Shuyi's tunic red. The blow had nearly killed him, and Dong Shuyi was clearly still reeling in the sudden onset of panic and disbelief. Lu Ye's spell had thrown his spiritual power off balance, making him lose all ability to defend himself for one fleeting moment, and he would have already been dead if his control over his spiritual power did not return in the nick of time. He might have escaped death, but the wound on his chest was bad enough to cost him this skirmish. Who? Dong Shuyi panted, heaving for air as he struggled to keep himself upright. At this point he finally realized that Lu Yi led him here and had sealed off the exit because this was where he chose to end their feud. Lu Yi had chosen this place as Dong Shuyi's final resting place. Funny how it was he who initially thought he was the one being the hunter, without realizing how the roles had switched and how it was hubris that had prevented him from seeing it sooner. Dong Shuyi watched as his foe charged for him again. There was no time to rest, no time for respite. In comparison, his opponent was brutal and straightforward, and his way of battle clearly showed how much he favored being on the offense. Up until now, his foe had barely said anything, an opponent whose very focus was centered solely on trying to get close and attack. How fitting for a skirmish to the death. Dong Shuyi beheld Lu Ye's approach, his hand slipping into his storage bag and finding another golden body talisman. He slapped it on himself. His end might be coming fast, but he refused to go down without a fight. Dong Shuyi raised his arms, his entire body enfolded in a golden drape of protective layers. This time, knowing that his end was nigh, he had nothing more to lose. Without any regard for the rapid exhaustion of his spiritual power, he unleashed volleys after volleys of spells at Lu Yi. But his arms were hurt, and on the right side of his chest was a wound so chasmal that the loss of blood was already making him feel dizzy. Even breathing itself felt difficult and strenuous. All that was making him so sluggish and weak that he could not fire spells as quickly as he could before. Lu Yi effortlessly evaded the bolts that screamed past him. He rushed up to Dong Shuyi and swung his saber without guile and without mercy. The golden layer crumbled. Even as Dong Shuyi made a last-ditch effort to conjure up another protective shield, it was no use. Lu Ye's saber sliced through the shield and shattered it. The blow almost split his right shoulder, ripping its way all the way down to his left abdomen, his entrails and viscera barely clinging to his inside. Lu Ye's saber came up again before Dong Shu Yi could fire any spells. But before he could attack, the same invisible force as vast as a wall like before slammed into him, knocking him back several tens of meters again. He regained his balance once more, and this time, Dong Shu Yi was already hovering in midair. Only this time, he wasn't hanging in the air stationary, he was floating around in non-uniform speed as if he was trotting around near the eaves of the rock chamber. Lu Yi flung an arm and fired at the same plump-looking bird-like projectile he had used before. It missed badly. Accuracy had always been a problem that never stopped plaguing him, and it was the reason why he rarely used spells in his skirmishes. The first spell he fired worked only because Dong Shu Yi did not expect him to be able to use spells, and he was fast enough that the magical bolt caught Dong Shu Yi unaware. That was Dong Shu Yi's biggest miscalculation. While the damage the spell caused wasn't great, it was the resulting disorientation of his spiritual power that lost him this fight. Their eyes met suddenly. Dong Shu Yi cracked into a malicious grin and lifted his arm to tap on his battlefield imprint. Damn it, he's calling for reinforcements? Lu Yi realized, and he intensified his firing of spells. All of a sudden, the glow from Dong Shu Yi's battlefield imprint was gone. At the same time, the glow from the emanation of spiritual power from his person subsided and he crashed face-first into the ground. Lu Yi did not know what was going on at first, but it did not take long for him to catch on. Dong Shu Yi had used up all his power. But that was impossible. There was no conceivable way that Dong Shu Yi could have fully depleted his spiritual power so quickly. He was a cultivator who had unlocked 108 spiritual points, and that meant that he had twice as much spiritual power as Lu Yi. But what Lu Yi did not realize was how he had used up a huge amount of his spiritual power trying to keep up with Lu Yi during the earlier chase, and the fire elemental spells that he had been using to prevent Lu Yi from getting close were ultimately spelled his inevitable doom. On the other hand, Lu Yi had Amber to carry him, and that was what allowed him to save up all his spiritual power for the final showdown, including his ascension to Fifth Order, which sealed the victory. The crash from so high up in the air nearly fractured every bone in Dong Shu Yi's body. He could hear footsteps drawing near. Lu Yi strode to him slowly, with his saber at the ready. There was no doubt that this was not a show for his benefit. Falling from so high was definitely not what Dong Shu Yi had in mind, especially with the injuries he carried. That would mean that his initial suspicion was true. Dong Shu Yi really had finished off the last of his spiritual power. Lu Yi stood over his fallen enemy and gazed down at him. Blood smeared all over Dong Shu Yi's face. The Sixth Order cultivator looked up at Lu Yi and his throat rattled as if he was trying to say something. Lu Yi raised his saber, holding the weapon in a backhand grip with its tip aimed at Dong Shu Yi's heart. Then he plunged it through the ribs and through the organ. Dong Shu Yi's body jerked and stiffened. We'll meet again. In purgatory. Dong Shu Yi managed his final words with great difficulty and with apparent hatred and resentment. Then his body went limp and he was gone, dead with his lifeless eyes still wide open. A reddish glow rose from the back of his forearm and flew into Lu Yi's battlefield imprint. Lu Yi stared at Dong Shu Yi's body with a surrealistic sensation. He could remember how he was chased like a dog 2 months ago, so desperate that it was only by a stroke of luck that he managed to give Dong Shu Yi the slip back then. Yet here he was 2.5 months later, having defeated the same cultivator whose very name could put the fear of the heavens into him. To think that he had come a long way since that day. And besides, I've barely used my full strength, Lu Yi muttered softly. And that was true. Lu Yi still had another trick hidden up his sleeves: move with the wind talismans. The talismans worked on Amber, naturally, they would work on him too. At his present abilities, a move with the wind talismans could give him at least an additional increase by at least 3/10 of his usual speed. That was Lu Yi's original plan. To first get used to his new physical condition after his ascension to the Fifth Order, then he would decide if he wanted to use one of the move with the wind talismans. The last thing he wanted was to flippantly use the talisman and risk the same blunder that occurred when he momentarily lost proper control of his body after his physical enrichment in the Dragon Spring. Too great a speed increase isn't necessarily a good thing, especially since he was up against an experienced spell cultivator like Dong Shuyi. Dodging spells required precise control of his body, and if he could not properly handle the speed increase that came with using Move with the Wind talismans, that could do more harm than good. A blunder like that could be a fatal mistake. But the skirmish had ended even before he had the chance to use any of the talismans. He had not committed any blunders. If anything, it was Dong Shuyi who had made the miscalculation that allowed Lu Yi the chance to wound him using that flaming phoenix spell. He was clutching a talisman when she peeked out from behind one of the huge rocks she and Amber were taking refuge at. Carefully she squeaked, "Is it done? Have you won?" Lu Yi allowed himself to fall back to the ground in a spread eagle form while he cried, "Yeah, I won." He had been hiding since she used a talisman to detonate an explosion that sealed off the exit. Lu Yi had reminded her not to appear. She was supposed to be his final option if and when he failed to defeat Dong Shuyi. They did not expect the fight to end so easily and did not have to appear again. "You're strong, Lu Yi," he expressed her admiration without guile and without sarcasm. Lu Yi grinned at her. "Well, it's not really safe to stay. Get Amber something to eat while we rest, then we're out of here." There was no telling what Dong Shuyi was doing to his battlefield imprint moments before he died. He could be calling for reinforcements, for all Lu Yi knew. That was why they needed to leave as quickly as possible. But what Lu Yi did not know was that Dong Shuyi had long deserted his former order. He could no longer summon his former sworn brothers for help. Furthermore, Dong Shuyi should know best of all that he was going to die and no help would have been able to come in time. But he did deliver a message. One that was sent to lots of people. He fed Amber some food before she went to clear up the site of the battle. She came trotting back with a storage bag. Lu Yi, we're rich." From her reaction, Lu Yi could only surmise that the contents of the storage bag must be valuable. Dong Shuyi's storage bag was still unsealed because he was still retrieving talismans from inside the bag during the fight and there was no time for him to reseal it with magic. Lu Yi was sitting on the ground, taking some spirit pills to replenish his powers while he ate some food. Then he checked his battlefield imprint. Name, Lu Yi. Status, Crimson Blood Sect Acolyte. Cultivation, 63 spiritual points unlocked. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points, 397. The last time he checked his contribution points when he departed from the 100 Peaks mountain range, the tally was 368. His points had risen as much as 29 now. He had killed 2 fourth-order enemies back at the marshlands. That would have raked him 8 points, meaning Dong Shuyi alone had accounted for 21 points. Dong Shuyi might have, for reasons unknown, fallen back to the 6th order, but the contribution points Lu Yi accrued indicated that he was still viewed as a 7th order cultivator. But Lu Yi could not yet get his head around what happened to Dong Shuyi and what caused him to fall back to the 6th order. But that would seem to be a question that he would never learn the answer to. There were lots of spirit stones and pills inside the storage bag. A count yielded 134 stones and 57 pills. That was the most enormous bounty Lu Yi had ever gotten from a looted storage bag, which was definitely enough to make up for losing the Mystic Spirit Bell. Still, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling that Dong Shuyi's belongings were still a tad too modest. He expected more of a 7th order cultivator, even if it's a former one. But that was Lu Yi's own misconception. He had never been in real destitution of resources because of the Yuan metal ores he brought from the evil Moon Valley slave mines, which was something that no other novice cultivator could boast. Therefore, Dong Shuyi's belongings were by no means modest. As commander of a 9-star clan outpost, he was the one responsible for the distribution of the outpost supplies, allowing him to embezzle what should have been for the rest of the clan's other acolytes to build up his own stores. Most 7th order cultivators would barely have anything left inside their storage bags because of the huge amount of supplies they needed to upkeep their cultivation. The amounts issued by militant sects and orders to their members were barely enough just for upkeep alone, most of the time, let alone saving up for a rainy day. Lu Yi stowed away his loot and made sure everything was ready before he removed the rocks sealing the exit of the rock chamber and went back outside. Chapter 143, Would You Believe It? Somewhere in the battlefield proper, where most of the war and strife, plots and intrigues took place, a huge battle had just ended and a young man, whose tunic and robes were soaked with sweat and the blood of his enemies, sat on the ground, meditating and recuperating. A young lass stood guard not far behind, combing her own hair. She looked no less fatigued than the young man, but her bright, sparkling eyes vigilantly scoured all directions to ensure that no threats were around. Her master Wang Yang was resting and she would not let anyone disturb his peace. The young scion and handmaiden duo was none other than Wang Yang and Xiao Zhu of the Mystic Clan. After the Mystic Clan's invasion of 9-star clan lands, Wang Yang brought Xiao Zhu with him, and together, they ventured deeper into the battlefield's interior. A trip of pilgrimage would do them some good and gain them more benefits for their current strength and rank. They could enjoy great power and influence by staying in the peripherals of the battlefield, but that would only lead to stagnation and complacency. Cultivators who hungered for more growth usually moved deeper into the inner areas of the battlefield, hoping to reap more contribution points. All of a sudden, Wang Yang opened his eyes. He examined his battlefield imprint. Oh, the look on his face turned odd. What's wrong, Master Wang Yang? Xiao Zhu scurried over when she heard his audible reaction. Wang Yang peered at his handmaiden and his companion. Would you believe it? Dong Shu Yi just sent me a message. Dong Shu Yi? Xiao Zhu gasped with surprise. Dong Shu Yi was rushing back to the 9-star clan outpost of his command when he heard it was under attack. It was during the subsequent battle that Wang Yang destroyed 3 of his spiritual points, and since then, Dong Shu Yi had not been seen or heard of. Until they heard about how Dong Shu Yi had gone rogue and the 9-star clan began issuing bounties for his head. But as far as he was aware, no one had been able to locate Dong Shu Yi. That was understandable. Pinpointing Dong Shu Yi's whereabouts would not be easy, considering the vastness of the battlefield, unless the 9-star clan decided to handpick a team of master cultivators to hunt down the deserter. As for why Dong Shu Yi delivered a message to Wang Yang, that was easily explainable, because they had once exchanged contact details via their battlefield imprints before. There was no friendship between the men. In fact, they were on opposing sides, so they had no love lost for each other. But as commanders of their respective outposts, the men under their command regularly got into fisticuffs that required them both to parley and negotiate. For that reason, they exchanged each other's signatures, which they kept inside their battlefield imprint, allowing them the convenience to communicate from afar. It was Dong Shu Yi's suggestion at first. Although he would later regret it, for Wang Yang often loved to harass him by sending insulting remarks. Step out of your fort and try taking a punch from me, you coward. Curse you, you mongrel dog, and the like, just to mess with him. Dong Shu Yi had lost count of the number of times he was tempted to erase Wang Yang's signature from his imprint. But contact between them both came to an abrupt end on the day Dong Shu Yi lost the use of 3 of his spiritual points. With all future prospects now crumbled into dust following his weakening, Dong Shu Yi was no longer a threat to Wang Yang, who saw him as nothing but a beaten dog that wouldn't warrant any further attention. Yet Dong Shu Yi had made contact with him out of the blue. What did he say? Asked a curious Xiao Zhu. Try believing this then. It's about that intruder with a tiger. Wait, that intruder Lu Yi. Xiao Zhu would never forget the intruder whose inadvertent incursion was what sparked the war between the Mystic Sect and the 9-star clan. He was instrumental in the sect's successive conquest of the outpost despite not being one of them, and it was by Wang Yang's order that she sold an Earth-grade cultivation discipline to him. To think that 3 months had passed by since they last met and Xiao Zhu did not believe that she would be hearing this name once again, even more so from the mouth, or rather, in this instance, a missive of Dong Shu Yi. The fact that he sent a message itself was odd and bizarre enough. No wonder Master Wang Yang looked so surprised, she mused. Here, take a look at it yourself, Wang Yang said, forwarding the message to Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu read the message and her forehead creased deeply with bewilderment. Lu Yi, often seen riding a snow-white tiger. Acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou, and a rare prodigy. In 2 months' time, he rose from the 3rd Order of the Spirit Creek realm to the 5th Order. Last seen in the vicinity of Mount Fengyun, suspected to be on his way back to his order's stronghold, she read aloud. Xiao Zhu's first notion after reading the message was that nothing in it made sense at all. If only Lu Yi had seen it, he would have been doubled over with horror at rare prodigy. Even today, he could still remember how that Lishan fellow with a mousy mustache was poking fun at him after it was tested that he only had the potential of 1 leaf. The Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou? Xiao Zhu almost laughed out loud. Looks like we're mistaken, Master Wang Yang. It turns out that intruder wasn't a student of one of those great militant sections. Yeah, we were mistaken, all right, Wang Yang's lips twisted wryly. But that doesn't mean that he's not special like those students of great militant sects and orders you just described. The Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou. Xiao Zhu murmured the name again thoughtfully. She had seen the name of this militant order somewhere before, although she could not quite put her finger on it yet. But hearing Wang Yang mentioning it gave her a sense of déjà vu. Wait, she said all of a sudden, that's the one. That's the one, she exclaimed. Xiao Zhu was surprised now that she knew where did she see that name before. But why did Dong Shu Yi send you this, Master Wang Yang? She asked, feeling something was amiss. He wasn't sending it only to me. He was sending it to every signature stored in his battlefield imprint moments before his death. Moments before his death? He's dead now. Wang Yang confirmed suddenly. He had been trying to raise Dong Shu Yi since he saw the message. Then he saw the signature belonging to Dong Shu Yi fading from his battlefield imprint, the sign that its possessor had perished. Then he saw it. Wang Yang finally saw what Dong Shu Yi was trying to do. In the final moments of his life, Dong Shu Yi sent a simple message to everyone he knew. A message that could cause a storm so huge that it would rock the whole dimension of the Spirit Creek battlefield until the provinces of Jianghu in the real world. Whether it was 100 or maybe 1,000 people that Dong Shu Yi had sent the message to, Wang Yang would never know. It was clear that by sending the message to every signature in his battlefield imprint, Dong Shu Yi was just seconds away from dying, showing how he was out of time to pick who the recipients of his message were. Was it the doing of that intruder Lu Yi? Very likely. In the message, Dong Shu Yi specifically mentioned that Lu Yi has reached the 5th Order of the Spirit Creek realm. Meanwhile, Dong Shu Yi himself was now in the 6th Order since the destruction of 3 of his spiritual points. Killing an enemy 1 rank higher wasn't impossible, especially for those who are unbelievably gifted, Wang Yang contemplated quietly. But if that were true, Wang Yang realized again, and if Dong Shu Yi was telling the truth, then I really have misjudged that fellow. He might not be an acolyte of one of those great militant sects, but that didn't mean that he's in any way weaker than them. He could feel the abundant tides of his blood coursing vigorously in its warm flush. He got up at once. Master Wang Yang? Xiao Zhu asked, puzzled at why Wang Yang was looking suddenly enthusiastic. The game's afoot, Xiao Zhu. It's time we acquaint ourselves with the heroes of all around the battlefield, said Wang Yang as he trotted away. Disseminate that message as widely as possible. Understood, sir, answered Xiao Zhu obediently, tapping on her battlefield imprint as she followed him demurely behind. At the same time, people from all corners of the battlefield received the same message from Dong Shu Yi. Some thought nothing about it, merely dismissing it as just some inconsequential ramblings from a man whose fall from grace must have addled his mind, but to others, reading the message left them so greatly disturbed that they immediately reported the contents of the message to their higher-ups. Slowly, the information about Lu Yi spread far and wide with the speed and intensity of a raging bushfire on an unstoppable rampage. In barely a half-day's time, those who had been wary of the Crimson Blood sect were made aware that the militant order had found a fresh young prodigy in Lu Yi, the young wunderkind who grew from the 3rd to the 5th order in just barely 2 months. Progressing 2 ranks in just 2 months might look like an extraordinary feat, but it was doable. So long as a cultivator could ensure that he had enough supplies to maintain his upkeep, progressing 2 ranks in the same time frame as Lu Yi was not impossible, especially for acolytes belonging to militant sects and orders that enjoyed greater wealth and affluence. Or maybe those who had experienced a fortuitous encounter, rewards of providence or the like, in the course of their travels around the battlefield. Wang Yang realized. People have been trying to unravel the secrets behind the mysteries of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Where did it come from and where it was really located, many had asked. Yet no one knew anything about the enigmatic pocket dimension. Questions have been asked about if the battlefield was a dimension completely alien from the world of Jianghu, and some had speculated if the battlefield was a pocket dimension separately created by an ancient entity of immense power. Each hypothesis has its own merits. The battlefield teemed with ruins and relics alien to the cultures and heritage of the civilization of Jianghu, and some were way older than Jianghu itself. As well hidden and protected as such ancient remains and monuments often were, they yielded to anyone lucky enough to stumble into them rich rewards that could bring great progress or advancement. So, if that intruder really had such a lucky encounter, that would explain how he managed to rise 2 ranks in just 2 months plus. He mused further. It did not take long for intelligence about Lu Yi to arrive from the outside world of Jianghu. Apparently, the Grand Sky Coalition had attacked the Evil Moon Valley just less than 6 months ago. The slaves of the mines were freed and were allowed the chance to enroll into the 10 militant sects and orders who were part of the coalition, and Lu Yi was accepted into the Crimson Blood sect. His real name was Lu Yi, and he was called Lu Yi because he was shown to have only the potential of 1 leaf during the magical potential assessment. And records indicated that he only had his first spiritual point freshly unlocked at that time. In other words, Lu Yi had grown from having just 1 spiritual point unlocked to the 5th order of the Spirit Creek realm in just barely 6 months. That alone was more amazing than the completion of the 1st to the 5th order of the Spirit Creek realm in the same time frame. If Lu Yi did indeed only have the potential of 1 leaf, then his precipitous rise could only be attributed to an incidental encounter that had granted him bounteous providence. He was never in any good environment to train, nor was any proper tutelage to guide him, for his mentor and Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect Tang Yi Feng was attacked on the way back to the stronghold of their order. Further information would yield that Tang Yi Feng managed to defeat his assailant and killed him, but he too was hurt, and for the past 6 months, he had been recuperating somewhere in Yuechan, keeping himself hidden from public eye while his student Lu Yi was allegedly killed during the ambush. So the Crimson Blood sect had finally found an heir one moment only to have lost him in the next, like a sleight of hand act gone wrong. The deputy chief of the Grand Sky Coalition Baxian was rumored to have confirmed this information, and he was reported to have been extremely enraged by the attack that he ordered a full-scale inquiry, resulting in the arrest of several notable members of the coalition discovered to have been colluding with the forces of evil. The news of treacherous spies lurking within the ranks of the forces of the good shocked the whole world. But clearly, Wang Yang mused, this is just a load of bullshit by Baxian. Lu Yi was very much alive, and beyond any doubt, it was Tang Yi Feng who had sent him here. In fact, Wang Yang now had every reason to suspect that the information about Tang Yi Feng still recuperating in Yuechan was nothing but just a charade. Tang Yi Feng might look like an honorable and venerable elder, but the cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge knew better, especially after enduring his ruthlessness and wrath so many years ago. News traveled fast in the world of cultivators. In just one day, Lu Ye's provenance and history, from his days as a slave to how he and his mentor were attacked, became public knowledge to virtually everyone with power and influence inside the battlefield. With Lu Yi and his one-leaf potential being a minor legend, breadcrumbs were lying everywhere, making it easy for anyone to put 2 and 2 together. Militant sects and orders all around the battlefield roused into action. Just decades before, the Crimson Blood sect of Jianghu was a name that once sent fear creeping down the spine of anyone who dared to defy it, and one that commanded both respect and awe. Cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge from the yesteryears of the Crimson Blood sect's supremacy could reminisce with horror and apprehension about how they managed to survive the sect's abuse until today. Chapter 144, Li Baxian Feng Yuechan. A rock perched proudly over the precipitous cliffs of the mountains that belonged to a Tier 2 militant sect, the Devoted Ones, was known to all members of the sect as the Hawk's Flight Rock. The rock, a landmark of the Devoted One's outpost that was located right near the central region of the battlefield, looked exactly like a hawk spreading its wings, ready to take into the air. A lone figure sat on top of the rock. Clad in a fitting tunic of white embroidered with crimson cloud-like patterns, the lean and strong man in his hair of flowing long mane of silver-white hardly looked like a 30-year-old man in his prime. If anything, he looked rather like he has seen more winters than he ought to. With one leg propped up and the other dangling off the edge of the rock, he sat there, accompanied by a gourd filled with wine. His eyes squinted as he gazed at the dimming red sun that was slowly sinking down the western horizon. Seizing his gourd, he threw his head back for a swig, only to realize that it was empty. His urge to intoxicate himself further remained unsatiated. He gave the empty gourd a little shake as if he couldn't believe it until he finally sighed. All of a sudden, his dejected eyes shot wide with renewed vigor. He looked down and saw a flash of light streaking towards him like a comet. Grinning, he exclaimed, "Wine!" and waved at his incoming visitor. The streak of light landed beside him and faded, revealing a young lass smiling at him playfully. The petite maiden in a shamrock dress and her hair tied into a pair of twin tails beamed broadly at the man, flaunting her dimples. "Brother Baxian," her voice chirped sweetly at him. "Not brother," he feigned a glare at her, "call me senior." "Oh?" The young lass tilted her head quizzically at him, the playful look in her eyes portending something mischievous. "Are you certain about that?" The man pensively responded, "The ranks of seniority are clear. Your father is like a brother to me, it's only right that you address me as senior." The young lass held her hands behind her back and paced around, slowly inching further and further with every bit the semblance of a playful kitten. She threw him a look through the corners of her eyes. "If you say so. Only a brother to me gets to enjoy the sweet draft that I've brought him. But a senior? Guess he'll have to contend with the fresh air here instead." "Sister Yuechan, that's so wrong of you," the man berated, the stolid and wistful demeanor he was struggling to maintain crumbling at last. The girl called Yuechan giggled and turned back at last, satisfied. She rummaged inside her storage bag and pulled out a few flasks of wine. Baxian peeled off the seal of one of the flasks and inhaled the sweet aroma wafting out of the vessel. His face broke into a contented smile. "Nice wine." He appended the flask and took a few mouthfuls before he burped. Then he asked offhandedly, "Where did you find such a fine draft? It tastes as if it's been aged well." Yuechan was emptying the flasks of wine into Baxian's gourd while she answered nonchalantly, "This is the wine my mother hid in the ground somewhere inside that bamboo grove below." Baxian stopped in his tracks and slowly swiveled around to face Yuechan with a blank stare. "Wait, that means this is supposed to be part of your dowry. Heavens, you're a brazen one. If your mother knows about this." Yuechan giggled impishly, "If you don't tell and I don't tell, she'll never know." Baxian peered at her, visibly perturbed. He took one more look at his gourd and took a couple more mouthfuls. "Whatever. It's not the first time I've had a spanking by that old hag. So long as I stay here, there's nothing she can do." "So, Brother Baxian, when will you be marrying me?" Yuechan was finished with filling up Baxian's gourd and she sat in front of him, eyeing him solemnly. Cough, cough. Baxian nearly choked on his wine. He wiped his face dry of the wine that he spilled and glared at the girl. "Watch what you're saying. I'm your elder." Yuechan looked up into the sky nowhere in particular and began tapping her lower lip gently. "Well, you did kiss me that night 32 years ago. Skilled in magic that could make herself younger than her true age, no one could tell how old she really was at first glance." "Wait, that's enough," a flustered Baxian yelled at once. He looked around as if to make sure no one heard what Yuechan just said and said, "Come on. What if your mother hears you? Besides, we were just kids back then. We were just a few years old back then. How in heaven's name did she manage to remember everything with such detail? Is this my past transgressions coming back to bite me?" "All right, as you wish," Yuechan chuckled, beaming broadly at him while she mimed a gesture of closing up her lips and zipping her mouth shut. Baxian grimaced mournfully. He, of all people, knew Yuechan the most. The more she behaved like an obedient girl, the more likely that she had something hidden from him. He sighed. "All right, out with it." "Well, here's the thing," she grinned playfully at him, "you're marrying me." "I'm not hearing a word from you ever again," said Baxian, turning around to avert his eyes from her, exasperated. "Are you sure? Not even a word about the Crimson Blood sect?" Her cooing voice came from the back of his shoulders. The young man spun around. This time he looked genuinely morose. His lips quivered as if to speak, although he managed to force a few words bitterly. "Is it time, then, for the sect to be defunct?" On the contrary, Yuechan shook her head, her large glimmering eyes curving up into little crescents. It would appear that the Crimson Blood sect might not have to be removed from the coalition after all. "What do you mean?" Baxian frowned. With no new acolytes for the past 3 decades, the Crimson Blood sect was teetering on the brink of being expelled. There would be fresh assessments of the coalition's militant sects and orders in 2 months, and for the last 30 years, it was his mentor and another fellow student, and the only surviving one he still had, who had been keeping things running within the order. But that did not prevent the Crimson Blood sect from falling down the ladder of preferment from Tier 1 to Tier 9, and if the sect failed to once again meet the mark, it could face expulsion from the coalition. Well, there are rumors, just rumors, mind you, that your mentor accepted a new student somewhere about 6 months ago. But on the way back to the stronghold, they were attacked, and with no other ways to safeguard your newest fellow student, Grand Master Tang had to send him here. Right now, this young fellow who they call Luyi has reached the 5th Order and is on his way to the Crimson Blood sect outpost. Baxian was already on his feet even before Yuechan finished, his face fraught with disbelief and amazement. So that old senile has finally taken in a new one? It would appear so. From where did you hear this? Is there any way to verify it? I'm not sure how, I barely know where it came from. But it's all over the battlefield now and people are talking about this. All over the battlefield now? Baxian's forehead wrinkled into a deep frown before he hissed, "Good heavens, this is bad." A blaze of light engulfed him and he shot into the sky and was gone. "Remember to marry me," Yuechan cried cheerily. But there was no reply. Then she snorted, "What's the rush anyway? You didn't even ask me where." Even so, she delivered a message to Baxian, making sure that he had all the details he needed. Almost as soon as he left, a voice echoed through the misty cliffs. "What do you think you're doing, Li Baxian? You are hereby forbidden from leaving without explicit orders. Arga." The voice sounded as if it was plummeting down the chasm. Yuechan stood up and got off the Hawk's Flight rock. She paused and thought aloud. The Blackfire cult, the Tower of Mourning, and the Veil of Venom. Which should I go to first? Oh, what a chore. She peered around to make sure no one was looking and removed one of her shoes. Then she tossed it up into the air and let it fall down to the ground. She looked at where the tip of her shoe was pointing and murmured, "So, Veil of Venom, So be it then. Veil of Venom it is." As she spoke, she flung out a handkerchief. The tiny piece of cloth fluttered in the wind and expanded immediately into such a size that a few could sit comfortably on it together. Yuechan glided up onto the gigantic piece of cloth and soared up into the air too. The same disembodied voice from earlier resounded once more, "Sister Yuechan, where are you off to?" "Leave me alone. Go, scram." Yuechan waved her hand dismissively. The same thing happened to that voice again. "Argek." It sounded like it had just fallen off a cliff again. A figure, disheveled and dusty, crawled up from the ground moments later, gazing in the direction where the giant handkerchief had vanished with forlorn sadness. What the hell just happened? Our legate and vice-legate just ran off. Just like that? This is the first time that something so ludicrous could ever happen since the founding of the Devoted Ones? Oh no! He immediately sent word to all senior members of the Devoted Ones, ordering them to hold their posts and activate the magical force field that guarded the outpost. The last thing they needed was an invasion by one of the forces of Thousand Demon Ridge. At the same time, he ordered his men to inform their headquarters in the world of Jianghu about what just happened. 2 days later, somewhere within the inner ring region of the battlefield and just outside the outpost of the Veil of Venom, the legate in charge of the Veil's outpost here was gazing up into the sky, fuming with rage from the safety and fastness of the outpost's defensive force field. What's the meaning of this, Feng Yuechan? But that was all he could do. He dared not risk his own hide by coming out of the force field and saying this right into Feng Yuechan's face. That woman was the #1 name on the battlefield's roll of supremacy, the most supreme cultivator in the lands here, and the one who had been dominating the top spot of the roll for more than a decade. She did not have extraordinary gifts in the study of magic and fighting. Her gifts, although exemplary, were not nearly enough to place her on the top of the roll of supremacy for so long. There were other reasons. It was because she refused to ascend further. It was more than a decade ago when she unlocked her 360th spiritual point, prompting everyone back then to think that it wouldn't be long before she ascended into the Cloud River realm. Yet year after year went by and she just refused to ascend. For more than a dozen years, she stayed in the Spirit Creek realm, and that dormancy allowed her powers to grow purer than most. But that was not all. Feng Yuechan was a spell cultivator. Since she had reached the zenith of the Spirit Creek realm and she could go no further unless she ascended, Feng Yuechan devoted the rest of her time to the study of more spells. That, in a way, helped to make her stronger and stronger year by year, seeing her rising up to the throne of the most supreme cultivator in the battlefield where she has remained undefeated and undisputed. Word had it that she had fully mastered more than 100 spells, which was in its way an unbelievable feat, for most 9th Order spell cultivators could use only 10 to 20 spells, and the spells that they fully grasped even less so. Hence, being able to master more than 100 spells spoke volumes of how dangerous and deadly the reigning #1 of the roll of supremacy was. But refusing to ascend was nevertheless detrimental, especially to gifted cultivators such as Feng Yuechan. Her potential would undoubtedly wane as she grew older, and this would certainly affect her future progress. A few of her peers were already Cloud River realm cultivators by now, with another handful now in the real Lake realm. Therefore, none really wanted to knock her off the top spot. The longer she stayed there, the more she would suffer in the future. The roll of supremacy was the ranking list of the most powerful cultivators in the battlefield, compiled by the sentient will of the laws of nature that govern the battlefield. The impartiality of the roll of supremacy was what lent credence to its veracity. There was no doubt that Feng Yuechan was the most powerful cultivator in the battlefield. But few were amused at the notion of having a woman reigning over them. That led to a trend where new crops of cultivators would be happy to quickly progress to the 9th Order and ascend so that they could leave the battlefield as soon as possible. And now, the cultivators of the Veil of Venom were the latest to sample Feng Yuechan's overbearing abuse. All it took was just a few spells from her and the force field of the outpost was already shuddering as if it was going to give way. The Veil might be a Tier 4 militant sect today, but those old enough to remember the old days might recall that 40 years ago, the Veil of Venom was a Tier 1 monstrosity of immense power and influence. It was during one of the many wars in the past where the Veil suffered huge losses. That saw its plummet from grace where it became the Tier 4 militant order it currently was. Still, the Veil remained a force that no one was foolish enough to flippantly trifle with. Yet right here, right now, just outside the entrance of its outpost, all it took was one woman to keep the Veil's every single cultivator cowering inside the safety of the outpost's defensive force field. The one woman whose existence now lorded over the entire battlefield. By means of response to the questions posed to her by the legate in charge of the Vale's outpost, Feng Yuechan conjured a massive fireball the size of a cottage. In comparison, Dong Shuye's fireballs looked just like a pea. Chapter 145, Clash of Carnage. When the miniature sun slammed itself into the stronghold's defensive force field, the ground rocked and the earth shook. A huge eruption of steam, dust and winds rippled in forceful, pulsing waves from the collision. The defensive barrier might still hold, but everyone inside could feel the heat from the fireball that the insides of the entire fort felt like it was going to burn. "Recall all your men right now, or I'll begin the slaughter," Feng Yuechan called imperiously from atop her magical flying device. The legate in charge of the stronghold knew better than to test her wrath. He frantically sent word to every single acolyte and champion of his order, urging them to come home at once. All around the battlefield, every single veil of venom cultivator who was converging on the outer rings of this pocket dimension immediately wheeled around and set a new course for the currently beleaguered outpost at once, but not without muttering a string of curses under his or her breaths. The entire Spirit Creek battlefield had turned into a vast hive of activity. Outposts of militant sects and orders belonging to the Grand Sky Coalition that were located in the inner rings of the battlefield immediately launched surprise attacks on nearby Thousand Demon Ridge outposts in unison. More ludicrous was a certain order known by the name the Battalion of Strength. The battalion sent forth a force that traversed almost 1,000 miles, passing through the lands attendant to various order sects and orders, just to attack another Thousand Demon Ridge outpost that belonged to the Sanctuary of Perfidy. When informed of the attack, the Sanctuary's low-tier cultivators were stunned beyond words. The battalion was an order that was supposed to be 1,000 miles away. Yet why in heaven's name were they attacking them? The Sanctuary's cultivators did not know why. None of them knew how the beef with the battalion started at all. But the Sanctuary's higher-tier cultivators knew what was going on. Explicit orders had come from their headquarters in the world of Jianghu, bidding them haste for the outer rings of the battlefield to hunt down a certain someone. Faced with such a dilemma, the higher-tier cultivators could hardly carry on with their mission. With a whole army of enemies at their gates, none of the Sanctuary's low-tier cultivators could venture out without being mauled by flurries of deadly spells. With no other choice, the Sanctuary's 8th and 9th Order cultivators had to call off their hunt and head back home to help lift the siege. The surprise assaults launched by Grand Sky Coalition sects and orders on their Thousand Demon Ridge counterparts included only a handful of them at first, but the numbers began to pile. By the Divine Trade Association's reckoning, more than 100 small-scale skirmishes had broken out between both sides in the span of just 5 days. Never in history did the coalition ever waged a war on the Thousand Demon Ridge at such a scale before. In fact, this was the first time in several decades that a head-on conflict between the coalition and the ridge really broke out. Sects and orders with outposts deep within the core region of the battlefield followed the progress of the war with interest, all of them anxious to see if the standard that once stood proudly at the head of the Grand Sky Coalition army so many years back would still endure. It was expected to fall in just 2 more months, before the sudden appearance of a successor who showed that he might just have what it took to keep the standard standing. The Thousand Demon Ridge could never allow that. Not when its long wait was finally bearing fruit. For 30 years, the ridge had watched the standard inching closer and closer to crashing down. Yet all of a sudden, something has changed. Luyi, the one person whose unannounced advent into the fold could shatter the whole status quo. To that end, the ridge needed Lu Yi to die. The Fifth Order cultivator must be eliminated to ensure that the standard fell and that it would be buried and never be seen again. The standard that had been the prime object of shame and ignominy for each and every single sect and order that belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge. In the meantime, Lu Yi was giving his saber a forceful flick to fling away the blood that caught on its blade. Around him on the ground was a sprawl of several dead bodies. Bodies of fallen Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. Lu Yi had just survived an attack and he was not liking the number of enemies he was encountering at all. Something is badly wrong. Since slaying Dong Shuyi a few days back, Lu Yi had continued riding for the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. With his nemesis and nightmare finally conquered, that part of his journey was exhilarating and refreshing. It was not until 3 days ago that something changed. He was just on his way when he stumbled into a squad of cultivators. Encountering unfamiliar cultivators was common, especially in the wilderness. Lu Yi had lost count of the number of times he ran into strangers in the middle of nowhere. But most of the time, everyone would exchange not so much as curt nods and nervous glances, giving each other a wide berth to prevent any unwanted misunderstanding. But this time, the squad of cultivators he ran into came straight at him even when he tried to avoid them. The looks on their face nearly left Lu Yi wondering if he was a fat slice of ham and they had been famished for days. Even so, that did not prevent Lu Yi from dispatching them in short order. He rode on Amber's back and unleashed death with no quarter given. There was no need to, since his newfound enemies clearly weren't going to show him any as well. The squad had a fifth-order cultivator, but Lu Yi was not the average garden variety cultivator who could barely hold his own in a fight with an enemy of similar rank. The skirmish was just way easier than dealing with Dong Shuyi. All it took was just a couple of moments before the entire squad of enemies was annihilated. He looted his fill of the bounty and went on his way. Just when Lu Yi thought that that was the sum of all his troubles, he was proven wrong when he met another group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. And in the following 3 days, he had been killing, and killing. He had stumbled upon and slain at least 6 groups of enemies. All that yielded him a bounty of more than 20 storage bags with 100 or so contribution points. But Lu Yi was far from pleased with the rewards. As much as he had gained a lot, all the fighting was just slowing him down. More than that, he was starting to encounter problems with his spiritual power. He could feel the presence of impurities inside his spiritual power. In the past, he could fully depend on consuming spirit pills to build up his spiritual power because of his skill tree. He once observed and discovered that the flames on the tree could consume any impurities or toxic waste that resulted from his ingestion of pills and expel them out of his body. For this reason, his spiritual power had always been pure and he was able to avoid what his mentor Tang Yi Feng had described as toxic poisoning from the consumption of pills. The purity of Lu Ye's spiritual power was one of the main reasons that he was able to defeat any cultivator of similar rank aside from the spiritual patterns of sharp edge and protection that he could both utilize freely during battle. The purer a cultivator's spiritual power was, the more potent and powerful the effects of his spells and whatever employment of his spiritual power would be. Even if it was the same stroke, the same skill, or the same technique, the difference in the two cultivators' spiritual power purity would result in varying outcomes and effects. Yet right now, he could positively detect impurities inside his spiritual power. When he stopped to rest last night, he examined his skill tree and what he discovered shocked him. His skill tree had somehow lost its former ability to burn away all poisonous and toxic waste from his ingestion of spirit pills, and that was how his body was beginning to build up more impurities. The skill tree was none other than the biggest reason behind his rapid progress that saw him becoming a fifth-order cultivator when he barely just unlocked his first spiritual point. Without the ability to remove all impurities from his spiritual power, the speed of his future growth would surely be impaired. That left Lu Yi in a sullen mood, which he vented by reducing to bloody bits and viscera any 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators unlucky enough to run into him. It took him quite a great deal of thinking that not all was lost with his skill tree. All he needed to do was to absorb some sort of heat-based substance that the skill tree could use to reignite the flames on its leaves. These flames were what the skill tree would need to burn away the toxicity in his body. The sustenance for the flames must have been fully exhausted, and that could be why his tree could no longer purify his spiritual power. It was a hypothesis that still needed due verification, and he needed the aforementioned heat-based substance to find out if his guess was true. The first time when Lu Yi first activated his skill tree, it was a strange tangerine yellowish flame that he discovered sealed inside one of the ores he found. The next substance his skill tree absorbed was the heat source from below the roots of the barrier-penetrating fruit tree. Yet despite the experiences, Lu Yi did not know from whence he should find the third, heat-based substance for his skill tree. The first 2 times were pure happenstance. Fortunately for him, the bulk of his spiritual power was still pristine enough to not impact him heavily. All he needed to be careful of was to not inhale any spirit pills as recklessly as he did before. He consumed only 1 pill per day and spent the rest of his time using the spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, to do the rest of the work. With a copious amount of spirit stones at his disposal, his initial plan was to pay the nearest Divine Trade Association branch a visit and see if he could find any heat-based substances that his skill tree could use. But that plan hardly looked viable right now. For the past few days, Lu Yi had found himself walking straight into waves and waves of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator squads, and each of them had at least 1 or 2 5th-order cultivators. It did not take long for him to wonder if these were not ordinary squads, but rather hunting parties, and a hunch told Lu Yi that he himself was that prey. He was flipping through the dead bodies when Lu Yi looked up. A hawk was circling in the air, a predator in search of prey. At the same time, under a tree 3 miles away from Lu Ye's position, a tiny troop of cultivators was huddled together. As if they were oblivious to the more than 7 to 8 dead bodies strewn on the ground around them, they were sharing a view of a device that was showing Lu Ye's position just like how the shadow moon disk could. Lu Ye's position viewed from a bird's eye view. All of them watched the display pensively without a word. One of them gulped hard. "How is that a 5th-order cultivator?" he gasped. They had seen with their own eyes how Lu Yi had cleaved his way through a gauntlet of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators with the ease and finesse of an experienced butcher carving down a slab of meat. One look was enough to tell that Lu Yi was not only no stranger to killing, he was born for it. Not even normal 6th-order cultivators could boast that kind of deadliness. "Is this the right guy?" asked another. "Just make sure that we got the right guy." "It's him. 5th order, riding a snowy white tiger, and on the path between Mount Feng and the Crimson Blood Sect outpost." "There's no mistaking it," said a woman with voluptuous curves. It was her who was powering the miniature shadow moon disk with her 7th-order level spiritual powers. The rest of her squad was made up of 3 6th orders and several 5th orders. A team of such a composition would never have been roaming somewhere in the outer circles of the battlefield under normal circumstances. The squad was moving towards the intersection between the outer and inner rings of the battlefield from their outpost. That was the ideal spot for a team with that composition to train. But halfway on their journey, they received an urgent order from their order's leadership to come here at once. What was actually going on, not one of them knew. But they had heard about how their mentors in the order had once enjoyed the kindness and generosity of the Crimson Blood Sect a long, long time ago. Hence when news about Lu Ye's true identity as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood Sect began to sweep all over the battlefield like a virulently contagious disease, the mentors of this squad ordered them to come and watch over this young lad and make sure that he was safe. They were not the only ones. Furious undercurrents abounded the whole battlefield. While many wanted to protect this young lad, even more wanted to see him dead. It was a contest between both sides where the boy's survival would determine which side would be the victor. Chapter 146, Am I Not Screaming Hard Enough? "Well, we found him. So what now? Make contact?" asked another member of the squad, a 6th-order cultivator. "Not a good idea," said another. "It's better if we just shadow him and watch him. A good many of 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders have sent forth kill squads to hunt him down. We're only here because we're close. That is an advantage we could use. Breaking concealment leaves us in a much compromised position. We could be overrun very easily. It's obvious that this lad is still none the wiser over the ruckus that's now brewing on his account. Making contact with him might turn out poorly, especially if he becomes suspicious of us. But shadowing him might not be good enough to keep him safe. I have another idea. Why don't we just give him a bloody bludgeon to the head so that he faints? We can easily carry him away," added another member, a hulking giant of a man. That earned him the stares and glares of all his fellow squad members. "What bad idea?" he muttered sheepishly. Well, since you're the one to come up with this bright idea, nodded one of the Sixth Orders, why don't you do the honors? Me? He'd just reduce me into pork chops before I ever get close, bawled the beefy man. As a Sixth Order cultivator, even he could not ensure that he would defeat Lu Yi squarely in a fight. Witnessing Lu Ye's ferocity in action earlier had left him badly daunted. It was up to the female leader of the squad to make the final decision. I'll make contact with him, said the Seventh Order cultivator. I'll stay around him while you guys shadow us. That was a decision that no one objected to. Although in mere seconds, everyone was wondering if they had erred in agreeing to the plan. As soon as the female leader broke away to approach Lu Yi, she began tearing her own tunic and tried to make her chest look more bosomy by trying to lift her chest with her hands and squashing her ample mounds together. One of the Sixth Orders slapped his forehead with exasperation as he averted his gaze. Heavens, Sister Lan. The lengths you're going to complete your mission? In the meantime, Lu Yi was pressing forward on Amber's back when he heard a weak voice calling for help. Lu Yi paused and listened. It was true. Someone was calling for help, and it was a woman. He did not go nearer to her at once. Being attacked again and again with such a bizarrely persistent frequency had left him extremely wary about strangers. He was sent ahead to quickly reconnoiter the area before she came back with her findings. There really was a woman who looked like she had just survived a spirit beast attack, although there were no signs of animal traps anywhere around them. Lu Yi nodded and had Amber shift to another bearing. The female cultivator called Lan was still moaning for help in her tattered tunic when her battlefield imprint alerted her to new incoming messages. She glanced through them quickly and said, totally flabbergasted, "What the hell? Why the hell did he run away?" Anyone would have come to have a look when they ran into a lady crying for help in the wilderness. What the hell is wrong with him? Is it because I'm not crying loud enough, or am I not screaming hard enough? The female cultivator got up to her feet, so indignant that the veins on her temples were bulging. Gods, how I'd love to give that brat a punch. She rejoined her squad later after changing into a fresh set of clothing, although the look on her face wasn't fresh in any way at all. She was utterly dour and glum. "What now?" asked one of them. The female cultivator's eyes wavered with uncertainty. "The same plan. I'll try to get close to him myself this time. The rest of you just keep close." "All that's well, but this fellow's got a mount that's very fast." "We can do our best to keep up, but it's only just a matter of time before he gives us the slip," quipped one of the Sixth Orders. "That won't matter. Our job's just to watch him for one part of the journey. There'll be other squads from other Grand Sky Coalition orders waiting to take over ahead," said Lan. That was good news to the squad. With more help from other allies, that would mean that their job had just become considerably easier. It was night and Lu Yi made camp. He used a bonfire to roast some meat for himself and Amber. Halfway through his meal, he detected the signature of someone with spiritual power approaching. He got up at once and stared intently into the darkness, in the direction from whence the stranger was coming. Just moments later, a figure dashed out of the thickets, stepping into the light of the fire. Lu Ye's hand snapped to the hilt of his weapon immediately, ready to draw it at a moment's notice while he eyed the newcomer with an unfriendly glare. It was a woman, and one whose appearance was disheveled and bedraggled with her half-naked womanly charms spilling out of her loose clothing. She looked like she was running for her life. Frantically, she tore towards Lu Yi the moment she clapped eyes on him. "Help, sir! Someone is trying to kill me!" Unfazed by the theatrics, Lu Yi drew his weapon with deliberate, menacing slowness. That was enough for Lan to stop in her tracks, and quickly realize that one more step and this young lad would attack with extreme prejudice and without mercy. The cold, hard stare he was giving her was telling her as much. This ungrateful and brutish whelp. She screeched to a stop and cried with tears welling in her eyes, "Help me, please." As she spoke, she did not neglect to raise her arm to show him a glimpse of her battlefield imprint. From within the darkness behind her, a few more strangers leaped out into the open. One of them peered at Lu Yi and squealed, "A Fifth Order! Quick, run!" With just that, the pursuers immediately turned on their heels and scrambled away. Lu Ye's forehead creased deeper. He gave the woman another curt look. Confirming that she was only just a fourth order, he gradually slid his weapon back into its sheath. Lan heaved a heavy breath of relief. Still wearing that damsel in distress look, she said to Lu Yi, "To what sect or order do you belong to, kind sir?" Lu Yi did not bother to reply. He ignored her and went back to munching on his roasted meat. Amber pawed him affectionately and he leaned back, lying down on the tiger's huge belly. But he did not take his eyes off the woman at all. Funny, he thought. He was just thinking that he could have sworn that he had heard that voice somewhere before, then he realized that she was the same woman who was moaning for help earlier. He did not get to see her, but he recognized her the moment she showed herself. Amber's pawing at him just now was at Yi's behest to send him a signal to warn him. So, this woman was trying to get me to save her just now but she failed. Then now she comes to me on her own accord? What is her scheme in trying to get close to me? And she's made it clear that she's a member of the Grand Sky Coalition. Lu Yi was still contemplating in silence when Lan forced a smile. "Would you let me stay here for the night, sir? Just for the night until I'm sure I'm safe?" "As you wish." "What the hell is wrong with you, you ungrateful and snobbish brat?" Lan almost screamed aloud. Her anger was getting harder and harder to keep in check. Still, she forced another smile. "Why, thank you so much." But that was her chance to get closer to her target. Her clothes were still loose and disheveled, not to mention the speckles of blood that mottled all over her tunic. But all that did little to dissuade her from trying to reveal her womanly charms to Lu Yi. She sat down beside the fire and held up her hands to keep them warm. "Thank you so much," she tried to make conversation. "I would have been killed if not for you. I really couldn't thank you enough." Without responding to her melodramatics, Lu Yi tossed her a piece of roasted meat all of a sudden, catching her by surprise that she nearly dropped it. She stared at him in silent bewilderment. So, he's the tough on the outside but soft on the inside type? That seemed to have quelled what displeasure and resentment about him a great deal. Plus, the juicy yet tender roasted steak and its alluring aroma were making her stomach groan in protest. Unable to resist her pangs of hunger, she began wolfing down on the food ravenously. "What's your name, sir?" Lan mumbled as she ate. "I'm Lan Yudi." "Quit talking when you eat." Okay. "Is it good?" "Yeah, it is. Thank you." "Hasn't anyone told you before about not accepting food from strangers?" Lu Yi said suddenly. Without her realizing it, he was already on his feet with his weapon drawn as he strode towards her menacingly. Lan Yudi's face fell with dread and dismay. She immediately dropped the slab of meat and tried to channel her spiritual power but to no avail. What answered her call was only the twinging sensation where her microcosmic orbits felt like collapsing, let alone functioning at all. Before she could even get to her feet, the long blade of Lu Ye's weapon rested on her shoulder with its sharp edge grazing the skin of her neck. Lan Yudi looked up and their eyes met. Her eyes flared with rage. "You drugged me? How dare you?" That was the last straw. It was not so much as indignation as the humiliation that a seventh order like her would fall prey to such a simple parlor trick by a fifth order. If word of this got out, she could never tolerate the shame. She could barely confess to seeing this coming at all. No one had ever done something like this to her. Relax. It's only something that inhibits the use of your spiritual power temporarily. It's nothing harmful. The substance was first found inside the storage bag that belonged to the son of the Nine-Star Clan's master before he had Hua Ci analyze it. He had been waiting for the chance to put it to good use after he knew what it was and labeled it. "Now, let's hear the truth of your trying to get close to me." "What the hell are you talking about?" exclaimed Lan Yudi, feigning ignorance. "That was you moaning for help earlier today, wasn't it? So what are the odds that you'll be stumbling into me at night again? Don't tell me that it's a coincidence because you and I both know that it ruddy well is not." Why? Lan Yudi could not believe it. Lu Yi couldn't have seen her. But how did he manage to recognize her just by hearing her voice alone? Lan Yudi gazed up at Lu Yi, who was looking at her crossly. She cracked into a simper. Impressive. It would appear that this might be an interesting mission after all. So you're admitting that you've been deliberately trying to get close to me? Yep. Lan Yudi conceded, allowing her long hair down to conceal the expression on her face. Lu Yi began to notice something amiss. The surface of Lan Yudi's skin was beginning to glow at an unprecedented pace, portending the real level of spiritual power that she had been hiding from him. Knowing better than to wait, he whipped the edge of his saber across her artery without any hesitation. But he missed. Broken strands of hair fell to the ground, and Lan Yudi had vaulted herself up with one hand on the ground to not only evade Lu Ye's attack but also to deliver a kick straight into his face. Lu Yi leaned backward to avoid the heavy blow that swished just inches past his face before he kicked hard and withdrew to a safe distance, putting more than 15 meters between them both. Lan Yudi reached up and caressed her fair and slender neck, only to feel something slick and wet. The corners of her eyes twitched with utter shock and disbelief as she registered what it was. What the hell? Were you actually trying to kill me for real? The nick on her neck would have been a sideways sweep that would have seen her head lopped off if she had not been dodging quickly enough. Damn it, just what the hell is wrong with him? Does he need to be so brutal? Opposite, Lu Yi wasn't looking pleased at all, for he realized that this woman wasn't just some lowly fourth order but rather a seventh order. Whatever she used, it had managed to conceal her powers and hoodwinked him. But that would explain why the drug did not work as intended. The level of her spiritual power was 3 ranks above what he initially thought, which was why the effects of the drug on her were so light. Amber melted into the darkness, biding for his time to launch a surprise attack. You've left me in a terrible mood, brat. I'll just vent it on you for what you've done. Lan Yudi's figure was gone with just her afterimages trailing in her wake as she lunged at Lu Yi. Such incredible speed. Lu Yi nearly gasped aloud. Without any prior experience in dealing with a 7th order, Lu Yi did not know what to expect in a real fight against a 7th order cultivator. All he knew was that Lan Yudi's incredibly fast. But since his physical enrichment inside the Dragon Spring, he could at least pick up her movements with his sight, or he would be in real danger indeed. Lan Yudi came so close to pouncing on him, and he quickly countered with a vicious backhand sweep aimed at the side of her head. The keen edge of the blade came dangerously close to scraping her nose as she took a couple of light-footed steps to retreat backward. But she was nonetheless astounded by what just happened. Did he just read my moves? Or was that just a fluke? But there was no time to think. Her figure vanished into thin air again amid a trail of afterimages chasing after her like wraiths. Lu Yi quickly readjusted the grip of his saber and swung it forward once more. That left Lan Yudi even more flabbergasted and discombobulated. Lu Yi really was able to read her moves. Every one of his moves was aimed at countering that of hers. Chapter 147, Protect him, not attack him. Lu Ye's weapon came back around for another furious hack down at Lan Yudi. Sparks were elicited from the collision. Instead of withdrawing, Lan Yudi had just parried that last blow with the help of a dagger that she had produced out of nowhere. Lu Yi recovered and readied himself for another attack. Lan Yudi snorted, "Too open." She threw herself at him with a barrage of punches raining down on him. Lu Yi might be able to catch her movements with his eyes, but he could barely react quickly enough this time. Immediately, he activated spiritual pattern, protection, and the circular image of a runic sigil materialized in front of his abdomen. A bang resounded, followed closely by a huge sweeping wave of force and dust. The blow nearly knocked Lu Yi off his feet, blasting him some 20 or so meters away. Even with the magical shield, Lu Yi still felt his stomach aching so painfully that breathing itself was already torture. What the hell? An incredulous Lan Yudi gasped. She was positive that she had hit something, although in the eruption of dust she could barely see what it was. But before she knew it, Lu Yi was already upon her. He recollected himself just as soon as his feet hit solid ground and dashed forward at full speed, eager to not give his enemy any moment for respite. All Lan Yudi could manage to see was the frosty glint of his weapon bearing down on her. Lan Yudi quickly sidestepped the blow. Something changed in her aura. Her speed gained a sudden burst. More clangors ensued, filling the dark forest with the incessant, slipshod din of steel gnashing against steel. Roar! Amber came lunging out of the darkness all of a sudden at Lan Yudi from behind. But as if she had an eye on the back of her head, she easily evaded the massive white tiger with a deft twirl on her toes that even a skilled ballerina would have approved before she drove her foot into the tiger's flank, sending the huge beast hurtling away through the air. But Amber was not going to admit defeat just yet. Just before it careened out of reach, the big, muscular animal twisted and lashed his tail at Lan Yudi. The vicious attack caught her unaware and smacked at her face like a deadly whip, enough to leave her staggering while she clutched at her face, growling, "You horrendous thing!" She quickly withdrew to a safe distance. That gave Lu Yi the chance to rejoin Amber and get up on its back. It was time to leave. The battle wasn't long, but it was definitely enough for him to know that he wasn't going to defeat her, at least not yet. Therefore, they needed to go. Fast. But the situation was made worse when he sensed more spiritual power signatures closing in on his position rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded. "What the hell happened here? Why did you fight?" gasped one of the newcomers, a young man who looked totally flabbergasted to see the aftermath of the brief fireside fisticuff. Lan Yudi's team was supposed to maintain their distance when they picked up the clamors of battle going on. Thinking that Lan Yudi and Lu Yi must be under attack by some 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, they rushed here at once only to stumble into this mess. "Stop fighting, just stop," cried another. "Please calm down, Brother Lu. This is a misunderstanding," shouted a third quickly. Lu Yi surveyed the newcomers from the back of Amber. The entire band of newcomer strangers was a party of 6. 3 Sixth Orders and 3 Fifth Orders, and if his guess was correct, one of them was the one who had been masquerading as the one who was pursuing Lan Yudi earlier when she was pulling off that damsel in distress act. "Are they all a team?" he mused grimly. The only point of egress from being surrounded by such a team would be through their weakest point, the Fifth Orders. Even so, there really was no guarantee of success. But Lu Yi was quick to note that none of them had shown him any hostility the moment they showed themselves. In fact, one of them was even addressing him as Brother Lu. Which was something odd, for the only ones who knew his true name were those from the Rogue Wanderers Club and Since entering the battlefield, Lu Yi had been calling himself E instead of his real name Lu Yi. So how did these people know what my real name is? Then there were the numerous attacks that he encountered recently. A hunch told him that all of these bizarre incidents in the past few days must be related somehow. The Sixth Order who called him strode over to Lan Yudi and muttered dubiously, "What happened? Why did you both begin to fight all of a sudden?" The plan was to protect him, not attack him. Lan Yudi finally simmered down. Looking slightly embarrassed, she hissed, "I just couldn't help it." She was just too overwhelmed by the indignation and shame that the very target that she was trying to protect had managed to drug her, and she allowed herself to walk right into it. Even so, she was only too impressed by Lu Ye's prowess in battle. Despite being 2 ranks lower, even she had to admit that she was nearly intimidated by his aggressive style of fighting and his ruthlessness. Never had she felt such a way towards a Fifth Order before. In contrast to him, the Fifth Orders of her own team has all the formidability of meek and soft little bunnies. Now that she had sampled firsthand Lu Ye's deadliness, she fully understood how easy it was for Lu Yi to cut down an entire 1,000 Demon Ridge kill squad. Any other cultivator of lower or similar rank would immediately find his or herself frightened and daunted by his bold and assertive style, which would allow Lu Yi to secure the initiative of any battle quickly. "Who the hell are you?" Still wary of the newcomers, Lu Yi did not stop observing them. He spied one of the Fifth Orders, the weakest member of the team and the best possible chance for escape in case these strangers were enemies. The young man who spoke first grimaced. It was apparent that Lu Yi still maintained a sizable mistrust towards them all. But that was hardly a surprise. Even he would behave so if he were in Lu Ye's shoes. Believing a bunch of strangers was easily one of the quickest ways to die in the battlefield. He did not immediately answer Lu Ye's question. But to ensure that no further misunderstanding would occur and that the conversation would progress smoothly, he held out a hand and said solemnly, I, Yuechan, of Mount Aurora hereby swear in the name of heavens that all 7 of us bear brother Lu Yi no ill will. We come under the orders of our order's leadership to carry out the mission that they have delegated to us. Once again, in the name of the heavens, I so swear. The palpable sensation of something ethereal and divine descended from the air and lingered amongst them for a few seconds. Please, Brother Lu, Yuechan said at last to Lu Yi, who looked like he wasn't getting off Amber's back just yet, please allow me to explain. Lu Yi slowly and reluctantly allowed his saber to slide back into its scabbard. Swearing in the name of heavens was so sacrosanct that not even Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators would not foolishly and flippantly dare to toy and flirt with. That Yuechan was willing to make such a vow proved that at least he was speaking the truth. He and his team weren't trying to harm Lu Yi in any way at all. Pensively, Yuechan said, I know you must have a lot of questions that you want answers to. But I'm afraid this is hardly the time and place. Can you come with us somewhere safe to talk? Very well, said Lu Yi after a moment's thought. There were questions that were waiting to be answered. This way, please. Yuechan beckoned with a flourish and led the way. The others followed closely behind. Wait a minute. Lan Yudi's hand shot up suddenly. Yes, Sister Lan? Yuechan turned back around quizzically. A red-faced Lan Yudi muttered quietly, I'm still under the effects of the poison. I cannot use my spiritual power and I cannot move. She had been trying to keep the effects of the poison suppressed, but that only served to delay the inevitable. If anything, the effects turned to be worse after her attempts, causing her spiritual power to be completely useless at the moment. What happened? Cried everyone. Who did this? Lan Yudi cast an accusing glance at Lu Yi, who averted his gaze and pretended to have a sudden interest in the starry night sky overhead. The entire team broke into myriads of expression. Some wanted to laugh although they couldn't bring themselves to. Their shoulders shook as they fought against the urge to explode into guffaws. That would explain why a fight between them occurred when Lan Yudi's supposed to be the one protecting him. At any rate, no one could blame her for losing her cool. Do you need me to give you a lift? Yuechan squeaked meekly. Gimme a break. As if I need your help. Lan Yudi hissed furiously, whoever did this should take responsibility. He has a mount that I can ride on. Lu Yi hesitated, but he patted Amber's back nonetheless. Lan Yudi strode up to the tiger and vaulted herself up. Amber didn't look too happy, but he relented nevertheless. All right, off we go then, said Yuechan, leading the way. They moved quickly without any more conversation. 2 hours later, the squad found a cave where they took shelter inside. Lu Yi first waited for the Mount Aurora cultivators to step into the cave before he went inside with Amber. The squad knew what it was for, but they decided not to make any remarks about it. It was barren and arid inside and everyone sat on the ground. So, let's first begin by telling me how you came by my name, said Lu Yi, wanting to gain control of the initiative as usual. Yuechan almost giggled. Brother Lu Yi, are you really unaware of what is really going on right now? What is going on right now? So, you really are in the dark, eh? Yuechan sighed at that. It appears that your identity is public knowledge now, Brother Lu Yi. Not only does the Ridge know that you're an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, the whole battlefield knows. Especially those who have been looking. Lu Yi never looked so grim before, his forehead crumpling into one of the deepest frowns he had ever had. Public knowledge? How? And what does those who have been looking even mean? He had been cautious and prudent since coming into the battlefield, all because his mentor Tang Yifeng had urged him to keep his identity as a member of the Crimson Blood sect a secret, always. He never understood why, but there was no reason for him to doubt his mentor nor suspect him of any treachery. To that end, he had been introducing himself to others as Yi. Wuxia and a handful of others might know his true name, but none of them were aware of his provenance. If there was anyone who knew his true name, that would only be his former fellow slave from the evil Moon Valley mines whom he encountered outside the Ian City branch of the Divine Trade Association not long ago. That was a coincidence, but Lu Yi had quickly left the place without staying to talk. But that was when Dong Shu Yi managed to track him down, he suddenly recalled. Then he remembered Dong Shu Yi sending a message using his battlefield imprint just moments before his demise. He thought that was Dong Shu Yi calling in reinforcements at the time, although he quickly dismissed the matter when he saw no one coming. Dong Shu Yi knew he was dying at the time. Even if he called for help, they would never arrive in time. But what if he was not calling for help at the time? Is this Dong Shu Yi then? He must have overheard that Burning Moon Mountain Git calling my name and somehow managed to divine my provenance then? Before his death, Dong Shu Ye's final words were that he would be expecting me in purgatory. That might seem harmless at the time. But what if that was not just an empty threat? What is wrong with my identity? Lu Yi asked. That was the question that had left Lu Yi wandering into late nights without knowing the answer. His mentor Tang Yifeng had specifically warned him about not divulging his identity as if it would be a dangerous thing to do, but he did not say why. Did the Crimson Blood sect do something that angered the whole battlefield last time? Was it what caused the sect to be so hated in this pocket dimension? I'm afraid I myself don't know the true answer to that question, said Jianghu. It involves a secret known only to the older generations of our order. But I do know this. The whole battlefield now churns because of you, Brother Lu Yi. The beacons of war are lit on your account. The Thousand Demon Ridge wants you dead, and many in the Grand Sky Coalition are doing their utmost to protect you, which includes Mount Aurora. That is why we're here. We were given strict orders by the leadership of our order to come and make sure that you're safe. What do you mean that the whole battlefield now churns because of me? Asked a bewildered Lu Yi. What could a Fifth Order cultivator do to rock the whole battlefield? Lu Yi realized. It could only be due to his identity as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. If Jianghu was speaking the truth, then there must be more than meets the eye with this ancient order which he was forced to reluctantly be a part of in the first place. Younglings like us don't know much about what happened long ago, I'm afraid. But I do know that the Crimson Blood sect used to be a Tier 1 order within the coalition, said Lan Yudi suddenly. She had been busy trying to expel the poison from her body. Being the leader of her squad and the most senior member, she knew more than the rest of the others. But something happened. Something that saw the Crimson Blood sect became a Tier 9 order, and now, it teeters on the brink of being defunct. It's been 30 years since the Crimson Blood sect has ushered in new blood, and if this goes on, then come the assessment 2 months from now, the Crimson Blood sect would become nothing more than just a name in the history books. Chapter 148. The Story So Far. Many amongst the Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders have been waiting for this day with bated breath. The day when the Crimson Blood sect would become nothing but a footnote in history. That was when word came out about your existence. The Crimson Blood sect acolyte who appeared out of nowhere just months ago, and the one who would see their deepest wish become nothing more than wishful thinking. Your very survival, Lu Yi, spells the continuity of Crimson Blood sect, said Lan Yudi quietly. Everyone thought you were dead back then during the ambush on you and your mentor, until word came a few days ago that you still lived, larger than life, here inside the battlefield. That prompted many Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders to act. They needed to kill you, for once you're dead, the Crimson Blood sect shall have to cease. Lu Yi listened quietly, still trying to digest what he had just been told. He did not know that his survival was linked to the Crimson Blood sects. 30 years without a new acolyte? Lu Yi recalled himself asking Tang Yifeng about the other members of the order and how his mentor had looked reluctant to discuss further. At first, Lu Yi thought that the sect did not have many members. But right now, things seemed more dire than he expected. It was not that the sect had few members. It was on the verge of going defunct. That would explain the waves and waves of 1,000 Demon Ridge kill squads that he had been encountering. They were hunting him. That was why they looked so happy when they saw him. The 1,000 Demon Ridge forces are riding in full force as we speak. At the same time, the Grand Sky Coalition is heading out to meet them. One side wishes to see you dead while the other wants to see you live. Right now, that is the story so far. The Spirit Creek battlefield engulfed by total chaos where victory between both sides is determined by whether you'll survive reaching the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Our order once enjoyed the kindness of one of your Crimson Blood Sect forebears. Hence here we are to protect you at our mentor's bidding. We were worried that you might be suspicious of us. That was why we did not reveal ourselves the moment we met. Besides, it was also to prevent being ambushed by the 1,000 Demon Ridge forces. Staying in the dark gives us more advantages. Sister Lan is strong enough to stay with you. That is what we know for the moment. Do you have any questions you wish to ask? Chi Exin finished his lengthy explanation and looked at Lu Yi. Of course, Lu Yi had questions. In fact, he had a lot to ask. For starters, he was worried if his mentor was injured from the fight that separated them. Then he wanted to know why. Why were all 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders so intent on seeing the Crimson Blood sect buried, although the real truth of this particular matter might only be privy to a select few? Lu Yi paused. Does that mean that more powerful people would come hunting for me? He asked. Naturally. People from the inner areas or even the centermost region of the battlefield would be here. They would be flying here, but that would still take time. At the moment, the ones we're handling aren't too dangerous, low-tiered cultivators from nearby. But more will come, and you can bet your hide that they will be more powerful and more dangerous. But not all is lost. Help is coming from our allies in the coalition as well. At the very least, I know that person is coming. So long as we can delay everything until that person's arrival, you'll survive just yet. Wait, who's that person? Lu Yi interjected. Lan Yudi shook her head. You'll know. That person doesn't have a good temper and the last thing we want is to be caught gossiping behind that person's back, she said. Well, whoever this is, he or she must be somehow related to the sect, and he or she must be immensely powerful too, mused Lu Yi quietly. I guess that is all for now, he said. Let's draw up a plan then, said Lan Yudi. Her gaze fell on Amber, who had been curling up behind Lu Yi. You now have two choices. First, you come with us, alone. The whole world now knows that you're riding a white tiger. The moment the enemy sees him, they'll know it's you. This tiger of yours is like a beacon to them. I'll go for the second. Lu Yi knew full well that separating from Amber would mean the tiger's death since Amber was now what the enemies were actively searching for. Lan Yudi snorted. So be it then. The tiger comes with us. At least you can depend on him for speed if we get spotted. She rose to her feet gradually, her powers having fully restored. Solemnly, she regarded her squad. We stick to the original plan. I'll stay with Lu Yi in close detail while we do our best to keep out of sight. In the meantime, I leave the rest to you all. All 6 of her squad responded in unison, Yes, Sister Lan. Very well. Let's move out. There was no reason to dawdle. They had established contact with Lu Yi and a plan was ready. Staying here would only bring about more unnecessary variables. That improved Lu Ye's mood not one bit at all. He could never believe that a lowly 5th-order cultivator like him could set off such a powder keg that hurled the whole battlefield into total war. Was that reason to be proud of, or should he be worried? He really didn't know. He stood before the squad whose members had willingly come and done their best to protect him and bowed deeply. Thank you, everyone. He couldn't be certain if Lan Yudi and the others were lying to him, at least not yet. But the probability of that occurring was very, very low. There was no reason for him to decline their help. He was curious enough to see if things really were as dire as they described. If it were true, then he would need all the help he could get. No fifth-order cultivator could possibly escape such a deadlock. If there was anything that he could rely on, then that would be the favor that the Grand Sky Coalition owed the Crimson Blood sect. Heh, Lan Yudi chuckled. That's more like it. But if you really wish to repay us for our help, then live. We don't know what happened between our forebears and yours, but live. Live or our mission is nothing but a stupid failure. As she spoke, she tapped and swiped across her battlefield imprint. A speck of bluish light flew up from her arm. Lu Yi held up his arm and showed his imprint. The bluish light landed on the back of his hand and vanished. Lu Yi now has another mark. The mark of another contact. At the same time, a message was coming from another mark on his imprint. It was Xie Jin of Green Feather Mountain. We've heard some news, Brother Yi. We don't know if that's about you, but if it is, be careful. The Thousand Demon Ridge are hunting for you. Lu Yi thought for one beat and sent a reply, thank you for that. That even Xie Jin knew about what was going on really indicated how serious things had become. The whole battlefield must be in utter pandemonium by now. The rest of the Mount Aurora cultivators were gone. Chi Xian had led them away. Only Lan Yudi was there with him. They waited in silence before an hour passed. Finally, Lan Yudi gave the signal to leave the cave. It's time. She vaulted herself up on Amber's back, leaving Lu Yi staring at her incredulously. What are you waiting for? Get up now. Or are you thinking that I'll be on foot while you're riding comfortably on the back of your tiger? Lan Yudi scowled at him. Lu Yi flipped himself up without protest, but he rode behind her. Amber bounded out of the cave. At Lan Yudi's direction, the white tiger glided swiftly over fern and field. Having overheard Lu Ye's conversation with the Mount Aurora cultivators, the perceptive and intelligent animal knew how dangerous the situation was, and he did his best to prevent causing unnecessary noises. Damn, your spirit beast's a fine animal. He's so fast, cried Lan Yudi over the winds screaming by their ears. That was to dispel the awkwardness between them. Having Lu Yi riding just behind her, in close physical contact with him, was making her nervous. But there was little choice to be made since she needed to be close to keep him safe. Despite her straightforward and boisterous demeanor, Lan Yudi had never been so close with any man before, and the harmonic rocking motion was causing them to bump into each other in rhythmic cadence. That was enough to cause goosebumps to erupt all over the smooth surface of her back. 4 hours passed by uneventfully until they sensed violent pulses of energy signatures coming from not far away. A fight must be going on in that direction. But Lan Yudi immediately directed Amber into another bearing, avoiding coming anywhere close to the fight at all. Keeping Lu Yi concealed took precedence, and any battles were left to Chi Xian and the others. In the meantime, a hawk was circling over Amber all the time, maintaining a clear bird's-eye view of Lu Ye's movements. Forward, forward, and forward they kept pressing on. But Lan Yudi would stop to let Amber and Lu Yi rest every 4 to 6 hours. Lu Yi and she might have not needed the break, but Amber certainly needed it, and so did Chi Xian and the others, who had been covertly trying to remove whatever threats before they could come near Lu Yi. The journey went on for another day, until Lan Yudi asked suddenly, "Do you think you'll be able to hold yourself against a sixth-order enemy, Brother Lu Yi?" "Yes," grunted Lu Yi from behind. "Very well," she nodded. In her last fight against him, she noticed that Lu Yi possessed strength and prowess far beyond ordinary fifth orders. She might have not been fighting at her best yet, but no ordinary fifth order could easily take several blows from her and still deliver some of his own. "Then show me what you're capable of then," she cried from the front. "You'll encounter a woman in red. Hold her off until I come back. But don't be soft on her." "Is she pretty?" "Well, I don't know about that. But she has a great physique, that's for sure. Is that you going soft already?" Lan Yudi's lithe face sank. She almost wanted to steer Amber off in another direction. But Chi Xian and the others could find themselves pinned down. Right now, they were already engaging another squad of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. At any rate, it was too late for a change of direction. Amber was just too fast, and they could almost see enemies waiting up ahead. Lan Yudi clambered up into a crouching position on Amber's back. With both her daggers drawn and grasped in both hands, her limber and petite frame arched and ready to pounce like a lioness on the hunt. Far ahead, the enemies had caught sight of Amber. Surprised at first, they broke into elation, crying, "That's Lu Yi." A vein became visible on Lu Ye's temples. "I'll make sure Yuechan pays for this stupid epithet," he quietly cursed under his breath. They were about 70 meters away when Lan Yudi growled, "Watch yourself now, kitty." That was her warning for Amber to be safe. Amber let loose a short wordless response. "I'm not a kitty. You are." Lan Yudi's entire person turned opaque and she dove forward at her foes. Her shadowy figure charged into the midst of the enemy cultivators to wreak havoc. Spells fired her way, instantly ripping the mirage of her into shreds. Only then she reappeared behind their ranks, ready to unleash death and destruction upon her unsuspecting foes who were still searching for her in the wrong direction. How did she do it? Lu Yi did not even manage to see clearly. But one thing was certain, he realized. Lan Yudi had not been fighting him seriously back then. The flash of steel pierced the low light, followed by a shriek of pain. A sixth-order enemy crashed to the ground with a growing pool of red spreading across the ground. That's a one-hit kill that drew blood. Even though she was the superiorly ranked cultivator, being able to slay an enemy with just one blow was by no means an easy feat. The rest of the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators squealed, "A seventh-order ghost cultivator. Careful." All hell broke loose. Chapter 149, Going Soft. When Lan Yudi began her attack, Amber was just 30 meters away and closing. A spell came screaming at it, but the tiger's massive girth lurched sideways with amazing agility and easily evaded the attack. At the same time, Lu Yi bent up and pulled a leap off Amber's back that emulated what Lan Yudi did and hurled himself towards one of the enemies, a woman in red. Lan Yudi was right. The woman possessed a great physique, especially those ample bosoms. She was a spell cultivator. The spells that were fired at Lan Yudi and Amber earlier were both her doing. That gave Lu Yi sufficient incentive to cut her down. Lu Ye's weapon ripped out of its sheath as he hurtled forward. The saber curved down in a deadly arc, slashing into harmless dregs of energy another spell that was aimed at him, defeating it easily enough. Another streak of light came flying towards him. The enemy spell cultivator might not be as fast as Dong Shuyi, but she wasn't slow either. There was no way to avoid it. The spell cultivator's face flushed with florid hues as she thought, "I've done it. There's no way he'll escape unscathed from a hit like this. He's just a fifth order. I'm getting rich this time." She could almost see it. The mounds and mounds of spirit stones that she would win as a reward for killing the target. An abundance of spirit stones that could last her entire lifetime. That was the motivation all 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were given to hunting down Lu Yi. A fat bounty. Anyone who killed Lu Yi would be rewarded handsomely by every sect and order in the 1,000 Demon Ridge faction. The huge amount of spirit stone rewards in total, some could even make a real Lake Realm cultivator hang his jaws in awe. Therefore, when she saw that her energy bolt was going to hit its target, the enemy spell cultivator just couldn't resist feeling anxious and expectant. Only, what she hoped to see didn't happen. Lu Yi appeared right beside her all of a sudden with his flame-swathed saber swinging at her. The glint of steel was enough to jerk the woman in red out of her momentary delusions of grandeur. She frantically summoned an energy barrier to shield herself. The energy shield was a strong one, but not sturdy enough to stop the sharp edge of the blade from cracking through it like glass before shattering the entire energy shield and cleaving through the woman in red's swan-like throat. Huh! That was one of the final thoughts that flashed in the woman in red's mind. Why is Lu Yi suddenly here beside me already? Her vision tilted and crashed sideways until she dropped dead on the ground, her eyes still lifelessly open. The last thing that registered in her mind before everything went dark was the sight of Lu Yi driving his saber through the back of one of her juniors. The battle only just started, but it ended swiftly. Once Lu Yi was finished with that woman in red, he cut down another 5th-order combat cultivator, and that was it. The fight was over. Despite both being 6th-order spell cultivators, the woman in red could barely profess the same deadliness as Dong Shuyi. The latter was nevertheless a former 7th Order who has more experience and knowledge in battle. To say nothing of how the woman in red was already luxuriating in the fantasies and delusions of victory, allowing Lu Yi the chance to close the distance between them. Nothing good would ever come out of counting his or her chickens too early. If Dong Shuyi himself had suffered terribly when he allowed Lu Yi the chance to get near, then an inexperienced and less skilled spell cultivator like her would fare even worse. Standing at a distance from each other, amongst bloody corpses and severed limbs, Lu Yi and Lan Yudi shared a glance, both mildly surprised at each other. Heavens, what speed and shrewdness! The very same thought loomed in their minds. The enemy squad consisted of 5 cultivators, 2 6th orders and 3 5th orders. Lan Yudi's initial plan was for Lu Yi to just hold off the enemy spell cultivator while she dealt with the rest. Yet he surprised her by making short work of the enemy and adding another 5th order to his tally. "I see I've underestimated you," said Lan Yudi, looking rather satisfied. Deep inside, she admitted to herself that she was mistaken. Sorely mistaken. She and her squad had arrived, half expecting to find a weak and defenseless acolyte of an order that teetered on the brink of being extinct, only to find a 5th-order cultivator who could even give her a run for her money. If the top echelons of the Thousand Demon Ridge had seen his performance, their determination to see Lu Yi 6 feet under the ground would most undoubtedly intensify. At the moment, the Ridge's fervor to put down Lu Yi only stemmed from the impatience and zeal to put a full stop to the Crimson Blood Sect's continuity. Kill him, and the Crimson Blood Sect would become just a page in the history books. But few knew Lu Ye's true prowess. If they knew that this Crimson Blood Sect acolyte could cut down enemies beyond his rank with the skill and ease of a chef lopping off vegetables, then their anxiety would double or even triple. The growth of such a figure could very well become the greatest nightmare for all sects and orders of the Thousand Demon Ridge. As for the possibility of Lu Yi going soft on any female enemies, that never once occurred to him before. At any rate, that female cultivator whom he found attractive was still lying on the ground with her eyes devoid of both light and life. That was proof enough of his grit. "Let's go!" Lan Yudi called. Amber bounded over quickly. He had wanted to help, but the fight had ended too fast before he could do anything. The journey continued. Lan Yudi was not at all pleased. The battle earlier might have ended swiftly without any casualties, but it was heralding another bigger problem. More enemies from the inner areas were already reaching. It was only a matter of time before they found themselves being waylaid by enemies more powerful and more difficult than what they had encountered thus far. Before long, even those from the centermost parts of the battlefield would arrive. By that time, the situation would become far beyond her ability to handle. To which sect did those enemies just now belong? Lu Yi asked from over her shoulder. "How am I to know about that?" Lan Yudi barked. "What for?" "To remember them." "You're an eager one, aren't you?" Lan Yudi smirked. "Very well. If we manage to survive through this, I'll track them down for you." "Thanks." "No problem." The ride went on with Lu Yi and Lan Yudi finding themselves assailed by more enemies. But these were all low to mid-tiered cultivators that the collective might of Lu Yi and Lan Yudi could easily defeat. In the meantime, Lan Yudi never stopped tapping at her battlefield imprint whenever she could, as if she was transmitting some sort of message to parties unknown. It was 2 days later when Lan Yudi exhaled wearily with a tinge of moroseness in her look as she delivered another message. "Jianghu and the others can't keep up anymore," she said to Lu Yi. "They've taken too many losses." "Shouldn't we wait for them?" "No," Lan Yudi shook her head firmly. "There will be others ready to take over up ahead." Lu Yi nodded quietly. For the next few days, Lan Yudi became gloomier. Her mood soured as well, like she had just received some bad news. It was dusk when she glanced at Lu Yi all of a sudden. Solemnly, she pointed a direction. Ride this way. Don't stop no matter what happens. Avoid any clashes with 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, heard me? She climbed up into a crouching position on Amber's back again. Wait, where are you off to? Asked Lu Yi, the creases on his forehead deepening with dread. There are enemies up ahead. I'm heading off to hold them off, she said. She turned back to look at him. A look that she held for several long seconds before she finally said, Stay alive. Then she was gone, pouncing forward like a panther before she was gone. Amber kept pressing on in the direction Lan Yudi instructed him. Ahead of them, on the side flank, Lu Yi could detect the eruption of spiritual powers from varying sources. That must be Lan Yudi locked in a battle against more enemies. The commotion was huge and Amber knew better than to waddle about in these parts any longer. At a jungle clearing not far away from Lu Ye's position, dead bodies sprawled on the ground with several maimed limbs scattered about. The fight had cleared the whole area of any undergrowth and other low-lying vegetation. But Lan Yudi's dance of death with her twin daggers had not yet ended. She was still trying to ward off 3 enemies, a 7th Order, a 6th Order, and a 5th Order. With the 7th Order as their point man, the trio provided support in terms of firepower by maintaining a ceaseless barrage of attacks to overwhelm Lan Yudi, who already was badly injured with blood drenching her tunic. Any longer and she would lose even her last chance to escape. But she knew that that was not all. As if the odds were not badly stacked against her enough, another 6th Order spell cultivator was skulking about unseen. It was he who had been firing spells at her when she was not looking and the main reason she was in her present predicament. But she remained undaunted. A heliotrope streak smeared across one of her cheeks, adding a vampish touch to her already remarkable beauty. She might be outnumbered, but that did little to impair or lessen her ferocity. The glints of her twin daggers were enough to keep the trio hesitating, intimidated by her frenzied-like fierceness. The 7th Order enemy was the only one between the trio who was getting the worst of this whole debacle. Most of Lan Yudi's attacks were centered on him as if she was intent on dragging him down to hell with her. A tiger's roar suddenly came from somewhere off the outside fringes of the jungle, drawing everyone to a stop. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators lifted their heads just in time to see a massive white tiger springing out of nowhere, passing them by. That white tiger! Everyone was stunned. One of them screamed, That's Lu Yi. So that is why this woman's been trying so hard. She's trying to cover for Lu Yi. Just when everyone was looking in Amber's direction, the spell cultivator who had been sniping at Lan Yudi from his concealed position failed to notice a figure approaching from behind. His senses quickly picked up the presence of a stranger from behind, but it was too late. All he heard was the screaming of steel through the air. That managed to stop another spell that would have hit Lan Yudi and given her enemies the chance to further cause her more harm. The enemy 6th Order felt something coming fast. Then it came. A stinging jolt of pain from his neck. Just before everything went dark around him, he saw through the corners of his eyes a figure that streaked past him. He tried to raise his hands, but his limbs just wouldn't answer his call. In the meantime, Lan Yudi was beginning to find her groove. Her twin daggers gleamed brightly in her hands, her dance filling the air around her with torrents of silver-white flashes from her weapons. In long but quick strides, Lu Yi appeared just at the edge of the clearing all of a sudden, charging for the other 6th Order enemy as soon as he saw him. The 6th Order was the one in the trio of enemies who had been delivering attacks every now and then to slowly chip off Lan Yudi's defenses. It was Amber's abrupt appearance that had diverted his attention, allowing Lu Yi to catch him off guard with a swift attack. The blow landed on his back. Blood and entrails began pouring out of the hideously long horizontal slash like a calf being gutted. With an anguished cry that did not last long, he fell dead as Lu Ye's weapon speared through his heart and came jutting out of his chest. The remaining 2 enemies looked aghast with disbelief. They had the absolute advantage. They had taken several losses because of Lan Yudi's ambush earlier and few could possibly survive an ambush by a 7th Order ghost cultivator. But they managed to recover and hold their ground. All they needed to do at first was to slowly break down Lan Yudi's defenses and wear her down. But Lu Ye's unexpected appearance and his expeditious slaying of both Sixth Orders, the one hiding in the bushes and the one forming part of the trio, was what flipped the tables again. Lan Yudi relaxed at last, although that puzzled the two surviving enemy cultivators. In the meantime, Lu Yi was not slowing down at all. He lunged at the Fifth Order enemy, swinging his saber down with all the weight he could put behind the stroke. Ashen pale with horror, the Fifth Order was sharp enough to realize that Lu Ye's strength and speed far outstripped his defenses to hold on. All he could do was parry the first blow, then a second, and lastly, a third, before he staggered rearward and fell, leaving the sweetest opening that Lu Yi could have asked for. But he was quick enough to quickly slip a hand into his storage bag and dig out a golden body talisman. In the nick of time, he managed to slap it on himself. Seeing a golden sheen of light enveloping his body filled him with hope and comfort. Until a crack formed on the aureate light shield and the whole thing shattered. The tip of a saber came bashing through the falling glass-like shards and slashed through him, eliciting a blood spray that mimicked a painter's flourishing swish with his brush, and the cultivator began to fall on his back. However, before he even hit the ground, Amber appeared out of nowhere and sank his jaws around his throat. With a vicious jerk, the massive tiger snapped the poor man's neck, killing him instantly and filling Amber's mouth with the acrid flavor of blood. Seeing how dire the situation had become for him, the enemy Seventh Order cultivator, a combat cultivator, withdrew dozens of meters away. His sword whistled through the air at his call and hovered to a halt just before him, its hilt up and its tip down. Then he spewed a mouthful of blood at the blade of his weapon. The magical weapon erupted with a sudden brilliance of light and angled its tip at Lu Yi. Without any warning, it shot straight at him like an arrow, reaching him in just the blink of an eye. Sword magic! Lan Yudi gasped, her face chalk-white with terror. Chapter 150, I Wanna Live. Even as she was gripped with terror, Lan Yudi's training took over before her mind initiated the process of reacting. One of her daggers screamed through the air, heading on a collision course with the incoming sword. But the dagger shot wide. The sword was just too fast, like a lightning bolt. Lu Yi could see with his own eyes the sparkle of the sword's tip coming closer and closer. For the first time in his life, he truly felt danger, awash with cold fear that swept through him from head to toe as death loomed so near he could almost feel its breath. His body must have received the impulse of fear and the palpability of death that a spiritual pattern, protection, shield larger and more solid than usual materialized before him. Just as the magical sigil-festooned shield barely took shape, the sword swathed in light slammed into it almost instantly. Crack! Even the strongest spiritual pattern, protection, shield that Lu Yi had ever conjured could only take one hit from a blow so powerful and deadly. It shattered, despite his best efforts to keep it intact. But it was the shield that bought him the short sliver of time he needed to tilt his body ever so slightly. The sword whizzed just by, missing his throat by just a hair's breadth. There was neither time to think nor hesitate. Even before he could retaliate, he could sense air roiling at the back of his head. Something was coming. He quickly conjured another spiritual pattern, protection, shield just behind him. Crack! The shield burst into pieces before dispersing into dregs of energy that vanished. Lu Yi dropped himself to the ground in a roll, just in time for the strange, unseen force he sensed to plow through the air just over his head. He looked up and saw the same sword missing him just by a fraction of a second. The sword hummed in a tremble that indicated just how much power was condensed into it. The magical weapon pivoted around, a needle on a compass where its north would always be centered on Lu Yi. As the sword readied itself for a third charge, Lu Yi focused his thoughts on what he should do. Beyond any doubt, the force of the sword was one that he had never encountered before. Ere but one step and he would be dead. Just when Lu Yi was bracing himself for another attack, a cry pierced the silence in the clearing. As if on cue, the sword's brilliant radiance ebbed immediately, and it fell to the ground with a clatter like any other ordinary sword. Lan Yudi flung out an arm. The dagger that she had thrown earlier magically returned to her grasp, and she caught it in an ice-pick grip with which she viciously ran her blade through the artery on the combat cultivator's throat. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, but she withdrew quickly enough to not be caught in it. The enemy 7th Order fell on his knees, his hands clawing incessantly at his throat before he finally lurched forward face-first into the ground. A speck of red glow rose from the man's arm and fell into Lan Yudi's battlefield imprint. The purplish streak on her face only just subsided and Lan Yudi tottered unsteadily. Lu Yi had to hold her to prevent her from falling. "We need to go. Quick," she urged. They could sense masses of spiritual powers closing in on them. Someone must have realized that there was a fight here. There was no way to discern if they were allies or enemies, but from how Lan Yudi chose to intercept this group alone, Lu Yi was willing to bet that they must be hostiles. Lu Yi helped her up Amber's back and they raced out of the clearing. They quickly left behind the traces of spiritual powers that they picked up earlier, although Lu Yi did not look relieved just yet. Something was wrong with Lan Yudi. Whatever happened earlier, she must have used some sort of spell or enchantment that she needed to pay a cost for. Even after the battle had ended, she appeared to be manifestly weak and fragile, and her body was scorching. He was already ahead, reconnoitering for a spot where they could take temporary refuge at. Night was already upon them when Lu Yi finally held Lan Yudi's arm to help her into the cave. Yi's search finally bore fruit. When Lu Yi was carefully lowering Lan Yudi from Amber's back, he was horrified to find so many cuts and lacerations on her. Owing to the urgency to escape from the clearing, there was no time to dress her wounds and now, she had fainted. Her wounds certainly looked worse than how she looked on the surface. "Dress her wounds," asked Lu Yi while he produced some of the medicinal powder and gauze that Wuxia had left for Yi. Yi materialized. She had learned much from Wuxia and Ruan Lingyu in the crafts of healing during their stay in Mounting. What she was drilled in wasn't anything remarkable, but Yi was at least competent enough to deal with superficial wounds. The medicinal powder was a specialty of Wuxia, a concoction of her invention that worked remarkably well against cuts and lacerations caused by sharp weapons. As he went to work, Lu Yi found a spot and sat down. He took out his spirit pills and swallowed them to replenish himself. Later that night, Lan Yudi finally woke up. She warily got up and surveyed around before she finally breathed easily. Lu Yi tossed some meat jerkies to her which she caught and began nibbling on the dried ration. Finally, when she was feeling better, she croaked hoarsely, "I was careless. I thought I'd be able to get away." She would have been dead if Lu Yi did not come back around to her aid. "What about Yuechan and the others?" Lu Yi asked suddenly. Lan Yudi stared at Lu Yi incredulously. Of all the questions she thought he would ask, this was the last. She had not told him before about the fates of her brothers in arms. "We've lost 2 of them," Lan Yudi revealed morosely. Lu Yi fell silent. He did not even know who the 2 were, much less their names and how they look. "You should go," said Lan Yudi. "I'll only drag you down. My injuries will take time to heal, and if we were to encounter any enemies, which we're bound to, I will be no use to man or beast." "We're going together." Frustrated and annoyed, Lan Yudi hissed, "I told you. I'll only be dragging you down. Can't you understand?" "I can." "Then go." "We're going together," insisted Lu Yi with resolve burning in his eyes. "Are you deaf or are you dumb?" Lan Yudi growled, "Don't you understand? For this bloody mission, I've lost 2 fellow acolytes. 2 who are as good as a brother and a sister to me. I don't even know you, yet here we are, throwing our lives away for you just because our mentors gave us this god-awful mission. Why should we die for you anyway? If this is a debt incurred by our forebears, then why should we, the future generations, bear the brunt of it? And do you even know that in places that you don't even know where, people are fighting to keep other 1,000 demon-ridge cultivators off your back? The battles that we've waged in these few days alone for your sake? Why are we even here? What are those people out there fighting for? Don't you see it? It's all for you, you moron. So go. Go and stay alive. Don't let the deaths of my fellow acolytes be for nothing. Don't let the deaths of those who are fighting to keep you alive be for nothing. What she thought was a furious rebuke that would make Lu Yi change his mind evidently failed to work when Lu Yi just stood there with a blank look on his face, saying, "Are you done?" Wah! Lan Yudi was speechless. Finally, she lashed out, "Oh, how I wish to give you a tight slap in the face." Lu Yi sighed. "You know, just half year ago I was just a slave. A lowly slave in the evil Moon Valley mines. The Grand Sky Coalition attacked the mines and liberated us. They even inducted us into the sects and orders which are part of the coalition. I was lucky enough to have been able to enter the Crimson Blood sect. But before I even got a glimpse of what the stronghold looks like, my mentor was forced to send me here. So all this while, I have only had one aim, that is to reach the Crimson Blood sect outpost here. It's just as you said. Whatever our forebears had, why should it now burden us the future generations? You, me, and possibly all other Toms, Dicks, and Harrys out there? We don't even know what happened last time. But you know what? It matters. It matters because I've entered the Crimson Blood sect. For better or for worse, I'm a member of the sect and I represent it here. So whether I like it or not, our forebears' burden is now mine to carry. It's my duty. For these 6 months here, I might have gained much power and strength, but what am I compared to the vast world of the Spirit Creek battlefield? Who am I to be the powder keg that sets off this fragile balance between the Thousand Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition? I'm just nothing, and why should they center all their battles on me? I know that people are losing their lives on my account, but I only just found out about that now. I can't say that I don't care about the deaths, nor would I just brush all that off with a simple, "I don't know." Whether you're doing it on your mentor's orders or out of goodwill for me, I don't know. But I know this, I will remember this forever. I acknowledge what everyone is doing for me. Lan Yudi stared at him at complete loss for words. She was unhappy and displeased that she was given this mission at first. None of her squad knew Lu Yi and they owed him no obligation. But by orders of their mentors, they were required to protect him with their lives. Right now, 2 of their number were dead and more might follow, to say nothing about many more who could very well be losing their lives this very instant out here in the wilderness on Lu Ye's account. But after listening to him, their fates were not pitiful at all. His was. And how could it not be? A fifth-order cultivator caught in the middle of a war between 2 vast and powerful confederacies comprising of thousands of cultivators. So many wanted him dead, even more so, the champions who were now on their way from the centermost regions of the battlefield. Any other cultivator of his age and rank would have crumbled under the sheer stress and pressure. He did not ask for this. But rather, he was shoved into this mess. Lan Yudi could have sworn that she herself would have long caved in to such a challenge. Your point is? And so, Lu Yi smiled at her, "I want to live. I don't care what happened in the past, and I don't know what happened that caused the Crimson Blood sect to be so hated by the Thousand Demon Ridge. But people are dying to save me, so I must live. You said it, I need to survive, or those people would be dead for nothing. I might be weak and helpless today, and I know any talk about avenging them is nothing but stupid talk. But if I survive, I'll have that chance. Those Thousand Demon Ridge goons better make sure that I don't make it to the Crimson Blood sect outpost, because one day, I promise I'll be back to make them pay." Lan Yudi stared at him, gawking with disbelief as if she had just heard the most absurd nonsense in the world. It took her several seconds before she could respond, "Are you mad?" But she chalked it up to a young man's brash insolence. Staying close to Lu Yi of late had made her reassess her judgment of him. She thought that he was just a quiet introvert at first, but she was mistaken. "I will not leave you here," said Lu Yi. That earned him an exasperated rolling of eyes from Lan Yudi. "I can go, but you'll never survive. So rest well tonight, we have an early ride tomorrow." She stared crossly at him and Lu Yi returned a placid gaze. It took minutes before she finally averted her stare, resigning at last to his stubborn intransigence. "Wait a minute," she said suddenly. "Did you change my clothes?" Only now did she realize that her garb looked different. These were men's clothing that she was wearing. From the size, it was clear that they belonged to Lu Yi, and her wounds had been dressed. She could feel just mild discomfort coming from the places where she had been hurt. "No, that was not me." Lan Yudi's face blushed furiously. "Why, you saw everything." "I told you that wasn't me," Lu Yi persisted. Lan Yudi's was the color of claret by now. "Who else could it be if it's not you? That white kitty of yours." Amber's head came up to shoot her a scathing look of indignance. Chapter 151, Here I Am. Even before first light, Lu Yi and Lan Yudi continued their journey. They maintained extreme vigilance to remain unnoticed. Somehow Lan Yudi possessed the ability to detect enemies within a certain vicinity, allowing them to circumvent a lot of trouble. Lu Yi only realized that because he could feel the violent undulations of spiritual powers nearby, and they were always huge, furious battles must be going on somewhere around his position. These must be the cultivators that had arrived from the inner ring areas of the battlefield, and they had begun engaging each other. They rode for the whole day before they veered into a glen at Lan Yudi's instruction. Riding on Amber's back and sitting just in front of Lu Yi, Lan Yudi fiddled with her battlefield imprint. Before long, a group of cultivators arrived. From the looks of the wounds they carried, these dozen or so men looked like they had just survived a battle. "Relax," said Lan Yudi at once when she noticed Lu Yi looking tense at the sight of the strangers. "They're friendlies." Before they got near, Lan Yudi lifted an arm to catch their attention. "Am I addressing the men of the Northern Star?" The leader of the group, a man with a bushy beard, displayed to Lan Yudi his battlefield imprint and responded, "Indeed you are." They approached the cave, and once they got near, Lu Yi finally had a better look at them. A pair of 7th orders, 3 6th orders, and the rest of the squad were made up of 4th and 5th orders. The overall strength of the squad was enough to scare off any 1,000 Demon Ridge kill squad. Lan Yudi flipped herself off Amber's back. She looked at Lu Yi with an apologetic expression wiped across her face. "I'm afraid this is as far as I can go with you. You'll have to carry on your own. There will be others waiting ahead to join you." When Lu Yi refused to leave her and continue his journey without her, she had to seek out any allies who could be around and set up a meeting so that they could take over from her. That was why he refused to leave her behind. He could not ride off while knowing that she could be in danger at any time. Lan Yudi had been so badly weakened since the last fight that if left alone, she would never survive defending herself against a squad full of cultivators. Lu Yi immediately understood what she was doing. He nodded. "I see." "And you're Lu Yi?" asked the bushy beard leader. Lu Yi nodded, glancing at the Northern Stars whose sights were all trained on him. "We're by no means the best cultivators anyway," the leader grinned from behind his beard, "but we'll never stand and allow those 1,000 Demon Ridge scum to bully one of us. Go. We'll hold off whoever's coming for you. At any rate, the standard of the Crimson Blood sect must never be allowed to fall." Lu Yi stared at them, feeling uneasy. He had never met these people before, nor did he ever have dealings of any sort with them. Yet here they were to help, defend, and protect him. And they were not the only ones. Among the others who were fighting for his sake, the Mount Aurora cultivators too must be somewhere using their own lives and bodies to stave off waves of enemies trying to get to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not know what to say, except that he felt an inexplicable weight on him. Then it dawned on him. He might have been on this journey of power and skills all by himself since he arrived at this battlefield, but he was never alone. He had his mentor and the Crimson Blood sect to depend on, and by extension, the Grand Sky Coalition. He did not know what happened in the past and what caused this whole debacle to center on him, but people have been dying all for his sake. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was no longer just his name. It has become a symbol. A symbol that would make even strangers, such as these Northern Stars, willing to give their lives to ensure his survival. He must live on. For the first time in his life, he felt the burden and the weight to remain alive. The urge to ensure his own longevity had never felt so strong. Lu Yi saluted to the men from on top of Amber's back. Solemnly, he vowed, "I shall hope that I will have the chance to thank you all for this over wine and merriment. Here's to good fortune in our wars to come." The Northern Stars and Lan Yudi all returned the salute. The bushy-bearded leader chuckled, "If we get through this, you can well be sure that we'll hold you to that promise." Lu Yi wheeled Amber around and rode away with plumes of dust kicked up in his wake. He was just barely away when he heard the clangor of battle erupting behind him. He steered Amber up the crest of a hill and looked back. The Northern Stars were locked in a vicious battle against several thousand Demon Ridge kill squads who had come pursuing Lu Yi. It did not take long for the commotion to attract all other cultivators in the vicinity, and they all converged here, turning the battle into a chaotic battle royale with more cultivators joining the fray every now and then. Still, one look was enough for Lu Yi to tell that the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were being severely outnumbered, and their numbers were quickly dwindling under the onslaught of the enemy spell cultivators who never stopped firing spells after spells. One of the Northern Stars was shot, but he dragged his mangled body and hurled himself into the enemies and managed to kill one of them before succumbing to his injuries. Another gave off a defiant snarl before he dove into the midst of the enemies and detonated himself like a stick of dynamite, sacrificing his own life to kill off several enemies. He spotted the bushy-bearded leader amongst the chaos. He had been stabbed a few times and was practically bathing in blood that clearly looked like his own, yet he ardently fought on without any signs of giving up. Then there was Lan Yudi, flitting amongst her foes like a fluttering butterfly, her twin daggers like a pair of fangs in her graceful whirlwind of woe. Amber pawed the ground anxiously. Lu Yi would have ridden into the fray to join them, but he knew he couldn't. He inhaled deeply, shoving the urge down into the innermost corner of his mind, and thundered as loudly as he could, throwing his head back, "I am Luyi of the Crimson Blood Sect. Here I am. Here I am." His voice rumbled across the valleys and glens nearby, bouncing off the peaks and crests that ringed the area. Amber added a roar of his own. That did the trick. More thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were just about to pour towards Lan Yudi and the Northern Star's position when Lu Yi made his appearance, a young lad on the back of an enormous white tiger perching off the top of a mountain. Standing right in the setting sun only made him more conspicuous as ever. "That's Lu Yi," cried a voice. "Go! There he is." 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators besieging Northern Stars began peeling off, redirecting their attentions on Lu Yi. That was enough to spur more enemies, especially those who had yet to converge on the Northern Stars, to rush towards the peak Lu Yi was standing on. They were not alone. Many more enemy cultivators scouring for him nearby heard the voice and the tiger roars, and they immediately veered this way. Down in the glen, Lan Yudi and the Northern Stars were quick to notice how the pressure had been lifted substantially all of a sudden. She disengaged and withdrew herself back into the midst of her allies, her tunic caked with the blood from her wounds and her fallen enemies, scowling bitterly, "Damn it." The bushy-bearded leader broke into a burst of laughter. "You know what? At least we're not going to be dying for no reason or purpose." By the time the mountain was swarming with 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, Lu Yi had long fled. Hardly a fool, he knew that he needed to go as soon as he made his presence known. Announcing himself was pretty much the only thing he could do at the moment to lift the pressure off Lan Yudi and the Northern Stars, or it would only be a matter of time before they were overrun. How well did his plan work out? There was no time to check. As Amber sped away from the mountain to put as much distance between them and their pursuers, Lu Yi could spy figures rising up into the air before descending again far behind him. That must be enemy 7th Order cultivators who possessed short-distance gliding abilities like Dong Shuyi. At least that would mean that Lan Yudi and the others must be all right by now, he mused. As for his pursuers who were trying to use gliding to close the distance, Lu Yi was hardly concerned about them. Amber's speed had increased since Lu Ye's last skirmish against Dong Shuyi, and that was all thanks to the blood-red substance inside the dragon scale. There was nothing for him to be worried about unless they were enemy champions from the inner ring areas of the battlefield. Enemies of that strength and level would most likely be arriving on magical conveyances. As if fate had hurt him, Lu Yi and Amber did not escape long when Lu Yi felt a powerful presence bearing down on him with the speed of a cannonball. Lu Yi jerked his head to look back. There really was someone coming. A flash of light streaking from behind, and it was catching up fast. That must be a ninth-order enemy. Amber, run, Lu Yi urged. The white tiger bounded as far as it could and galloped with the longest strides it could manage, yet still, it just couldn't shake off the enemy pursuer from behind. As the enemy got closer, Lu Yi heard a voice that he could have sworn he had heard somewhere before. "You're dead meat, brat." Han Jiyu. Lu Yi recognized that voice. Han Jiyu of the Tai Luo clan. He should have known. Xie Jin's earlier warning to him clearly meant that those around the Green Feather Mountain locale had received word about his identity, and so would the Tai Luo clan. The clan had suffered a lot because of Lu Ye's active involvement in the Dragon Spring Conference, and back then, Han Jiyu had paraded her fervent desire to vent her displeasure by killing Lu Yi. For that reason, the senior Green Feather Mountain acolyte in charge of the Dragon Spring Conference had personally ferried Lu Yi all the way to Ian, just so that he could prevent Han Jiyu from killing Lu Yi. It was so that she would not know where to locate Lu Yi, and she would have better things to do than to track down a mere stranger. But when Lu Ye's real identity was made public knowledge, Han Jiyu immediately knew that her chance had fallen straight on her lap. Her failure to win the conference had resulted in the severe admonishment that the senior members of the clan peppered on her, and, naturally, she blamed this all on Lu Yi. Hence, when she learned that Lu Yi was none other than an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, she embarked at once from the Tai Luo clan outpost to come here, only to hear Lu Yi announcing himself as soon as she arrived. Thanking the stars for her chance to exact her vengeance, she hurried this way as quickly as she could. Hovering over Lu Yi in midair, Han Jiyu gazed down at her prey with a satisfied and smug grin. Her hand came up, and clasped between her slender fingers was something that resembled a feather. But it was shining. Lu Yi immediately knew that it was a spirit artifact. Han Jiyu was about to set her spirit artifact on her prey when a loud thunderclap cracked from one of the mountain peaks somewhere below her. Something, with the speed of a loose arrow, came slamming into her with the force of a battering ram. Han Jiyu sensed something was charging at her, but despite her best efforts to evade it, the object just managed to collide squarely into her, and she careened away, shaken and perplexed. A figure that she would have recognized anywhere floated in the air just above her. Coldly, the man growled, "Down you go." The terrible force bore down on her with the speed and force of a tidal wave, allowing Han Jiyu no time to maneuver to safety at all. She immediately summoned her magical protective shield, but that did not prevent her from being batted down to the ground. Han Jiyu crashed to the ground with a deafening boom. She got up to her feet at once, indignant and dusty. Like a deranged termagant, she shrieked, "What was that for, Tang Wu?" "Spoken as if we have a truce, Han Jiyu," Tang Wu snorted with frost. He lifted a fist and attacked again. "Enough talk, take another one." Both 9 orders, one a body-tempering cultivator while the other, a spell cultivator, had known each other for a long, long time, and the rivals engaged each other in a gritting battle. But Tang Wu had all the advantages. With the element of surprise and his already superior powers, it did not take long for him to secure the upper hand in the fight. Han Jiyu, now absolutely disheveled and heavily bruised from all the abuse, screamed, "What is this madness, Tang Wu? Since when does Green Feather Mountain interfere in the business of the Crimson Blood sect? Since when did I say that I'm here because of the Crimson Blood sect?" Only then did Han Jiyu understand why Tang Wu was here. This brute wasn't here for the Crimson Blood sect. He had come for her. Such were the motives of the participants of this war. While most were fighting due to the camaraderie they shared with the Crimson Blood sect, Some were here because of some personal vendetta, while some saw this war as a cornucopia of opportunities to really hone their skills and experience. Chapter 152, So If You're Not Going, I'll Go? While the unlikely couple of Tang Wu and Han Zhiyu were locked against each other in what seemed like a relationship, or rather, a duel, of intense fervor, more and more cultivators of Orders 8th and 9th were beginning to pop out of the woodwork. That left Lu Yi genuinely shocked and awed at the sheer number of powerful champions that he never knew existed. Whenever an enemy 8th or 9th Order appeared to assail him, a Grand Sky Coalition cultivator of similar rank and power would appear to intercept. But that was not all. As he made steady progress, he encountered parties from both sides waging battles both furious and bloody. These were all cultivators from the inner ring areas of the battlefield. Some clearly knew each other while some appeared to be strangers. But being on opposing sides, they had no love for each other, and hence needed no further reason to start hurling spells or swinging their weapons at each other. The war was turning out to be a feast of champions. Battles between various factions in the Spirit Creek battlefield were common but were usually confined to minor skirmishes without many losses. But since the fall of the behemoth that was the Crimson Blood sect of old, the battlefield has not seen war of such widespread magnitude for decades. Beyond any doubt, the name of the Crimson Blood sect must be taboo, a subject of such sensitivity that could easily strike a nerve, especially with the older generations of the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. They could not enter the battlefield, but that did not prevent them from giving strict orders to their juniors and students to hunt down Lu Yi at whatever cost. At whatever the cost, the Crimson Blood sect acolyte whose name was Lu Yi must be put to death. The Crimson Blood sect must never be allowed to escape the fate of going defunct. That, plus the rich rewards promised by all Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders, was enough to make almost every cultivator of their side rally towards Lu Ye's position. Anyone who could win the triumph and glory of slaying Lu Yi would win an entire lifetime's worth of rewards and riches. Lu Yi had just made it through another fierce battle. Droplets of blood dripped off the tip of his weapon as he shoved another healing pill into his mouth. Still panting from the exertion, he allowed Yi to help dress his wounds, surrounded by the dead bodies of the enemies he felled, before he got up Amber's back again to press on. With cultivators from both sides engaging each other as soon as they entered the fray, Lu Yi was fortunate enough to be able to make it thus far without getting into much fighting. But it was not so much his luck as the concerted effort of the entirety of the Grand Sky Coalition trying to keep him alive. But without Lan Yudi's detection ability, there was zero way for him to fully avoid running into enemy cultivators, and some fighting would ensue. If there were any 7th Orders amongst the enemies he stumbled into, he would just rely on Amber's speed and pace to escape. But if the enemy were all low-tier cultivators and their numbers were low, Lu Yi would just stay and fight. He was beginning to lose count of the number of times he had been waylaid by enemies, and the shapes and sizes they came in were beginning to outstrip his imaginations. Amber needed rest, and so did he. But the last thing they dared to try was to find somewhere to rest. With their tracks now all but completely exposed, a pause could very well see him being surrounded by all sides, something that he knew he would never be able to escape unscathed. There was no way to be sure whether he'd able to walk into the sunset triumphantly at the end of this episode, but Lu Yi was nowhere near giving up just yet. At the same time, the impurities in his spiritual powers were starting to become more significant to the point where it was slowly affecting his fighting. But he needed to heal, and for that, he had to swallow spirit pills. There really was no other way. Meanwhile, in the province of Bingzhou in the real world of Jiuzhou, where the Grand Sky Coalition ruled supreme. It was also the land where the standard of the great and majestic behemoth that was the Crimson Blood sect of old once made its name, although the unfortunate events that occurred after that were what caused the sect to suffer a devastating blow. Since that day, the respect and fear that the sect commanded as the pride of the Grand Sky Coalition had long been extinguished, and the sect, now merely a lowly Tier 9 order, teetered on the edge of being defunct. For decades, Dust and grime swathed the floors of the seemingly dilapidated structures that sat atop the crests of the hills that belonged within the grounds of the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold. The boisterous merriment long gone from its halls was every bit the semblance of the youthful exuberance lost from a man in his twilight years, if not an elderly decrepit now on the brink of succumbing to old age. Of all constructed structures that belonged to the sect, almost every single one of them looked as if it could collapse any moment, save for one, the main audience hall of the sect, where a rufous-red standard hung from a post, fluttering and snapping in the wuthering winds. The red was blood from the Crimson Blood Sect acolytes who shed their blood on the battlefield through the generations. A yellow-gold flame-like motif was embroidered on the long field of red, signifying the Order's mission and purpose to eradicate all evil. It was this same standard which the mere sight of struck fear into every single Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator whenever it was unfurled during battle. Few could recognize this standard now, least of all the younger generation cultivators. But even among those old enough to remember, few could care less. Such was how the sect had waned. Grand Master of the Crimson Blood Sect Feng was sitting on his chair in the main audience hall, looking grim and morose. If Lu Yi could see him now, he would find he looked so much older and frilier since they last separated months before. A petite young woman was bowing at his feet, her head bumping on the floors just inches away from her mentor's feet. "Please, teacher. Save him, please." "His survival is now in the hands of fate, I'm afraid," said Feng glumly. "There's nothing I can do." As a divine ocean realm champion, he was forbidden entry into the battlefield, and despite the perils that Lu Yi was now facing, there really was nothing he could do. He's done nothing wrong. What he's enduring now was only because he joined us. You brought him in, teacher. So if you're thinking of leaving him out there to fend for himself, that hardly seems fair. And you think I don't know? But what am I to do? My hands are tied. Feng responded bitterly. I've called in some favors and have ascertained Lu Ye's position. He's very near to the Turbulent Watch outpost there. Back when they were in danger of being annihilated, it was the Crimson Blood Sect who rushed to their aid. Reforge our alliance with them, teacher. That way, Lu Yi could go straight to the Turbulent Watch outpost and use their divine opportunity column to come back. That would save him. In the sect's golden days, it shared alliances with many other militant sects and orders nearby, although many of them had cut off ties since the fateful day the mishap occurred. Out of his own bitterness and resentment, Feng himself severed ties with the sect's remaining allies and chose to bring the entire order into a period of pseudo-reclusion. An alliance between two separate militant sects or orders could only be forged upon a sacred and unbreakable oath sworn by the Grand Masters of both parties. That way, both parties could provide aid and refuge to each other in times of need and peril. With that, acolytes from both sides could use each other's divine opportunity column besides other means of convenience by paying a small toll of contribution points. This allowed for orders with acolytes to move easily around the battlefield without being too exposed to danger. Weaker acolytes who wished to roam and train in the outer circles of the battlefield could rely on any allied outposts nearby for protection and conveyance, while stronger acolytes of outposts situated in the outer circles of the battlefield could likewise travel into the inner ring areas of the battlefield safely and more efficiently. Turbulent Watch was a Tier 7 order and one of the militant orders that belonged in Bingzhou. They were once an ally of the Crimson Blood Sect, and its present existence was arguably all thanks to its ties with the sect. Turbulent Watch was just a fledgling Tier 9 order with just a handful of Cloud River Realm cultivators when the Crimson Blood Sect was at the height of its power and influence. The Watchmen now boasted several real Lake Realm champions amongst its number, making Tier 6 a very real and serious aspiration for the Watchmen in this year's coalition assessment. If the Crimson Blood Sect could renew ties with the Watchmen, then Lu Yi could just ride to their outpost in the battlefield where he could use their divine opportunity column to escape to safety. This could be Lu Ye's only chance, for he still had a long way to go to reach the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. The Grand Sky Coalition could field every cultivator to protect Lu Yi, and nothing they did could completely guarantee his safety. I could do that, But that would place the Turbulent Watchmen in the crosshairs of our enemy. If anything happens to them, that would be on me. This is not fair to them either. Tang Yifeng had thought of this idea a long time ago, but if word got out that the Watchmen were trying to help too, no, word would most definitely get out. Nothing of this scale could ever be kept a secret. That would make the Turbulent Watch outpost there the prime target of all other Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators as well. Turbulent Watch would never be able to survive such an onslaught. Knowing this, Tang Yifeng could not bring himself to ask others for help. Doing so would only be subjecting the lives of the Watchmen as sacrifices on the altar of his own acolyte's safety. The young woman did not get up. Somberly, she argued, "Be that as it may, teacher, please do that, or the life of your newest student and my junior would be undoubtedly forfeit. If fairness is what you're concerned about, then what about fairness for him? He's just a fifth order now caught in the middle of a fearsome war with his very survival as the stake. How is this fair at all when he's suffering the brunt of what his forebears did? How is this his burden to bear? If we're going to become defunct, then so be it. We've seen this coming decades ago and we're ready for it, whether we like it or not. You took him in, teacher. I was happy when I heard you took in a new student. For years, I have been praying for something like this to happen. I have not seen him yet, and I don't know what he's like. But nothing changes the fact that he's your student and my junior, and I will not have him die before I even get to meet him." She slowly got up, her eyes swirling with grit and determination. "Wait a minute." Tang Yifeng gasped when he realized what she was going to do. "You took him in, old man. So if you're not going to rescue him, I'll go," she hissed. All of a sudden her aura and her presence had changed. She stormed away, grumbling loudly enough for his benefit, "I might just as well die with Lu Yi so you'll grow old alone. You'll die a lonely and a remorseful man." "Wait, Shui Yuan," Tang Yifeng called urgently. As a 9th Order Real Lake Realm champion, forcing entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield was not only dangerous, it was suicide. No one in the Real Lake Realm could enter the Spirit Creek realm. Forcing an entry would not only cost a huge amount of contribution points but also be limited to the levels of the Spirit Creek realm. But while it was possible for Real Lake Realm cultivators to enter the battlefield, the same could not be said for champions of the Divine Ocean realm. It was just unequivocally impossible. Therefore, it was very, very rare, so rare that it bordered on impossible, for Real Lake Realm cultivators to force an entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield. They could be defeated and even killed by cultivators who were only de facto Spirit Creek realm cultivators if they weren't careful. Hence, when Shui Yuan made her decision, she really was going to risk everything to save Lu Yi. Tang Yifeng threw himself before her to stop her from doing anything foolish. "You cannot go," he snarled. That earned him a glare from his student. The steadfast resolve she embodied belied her lithe frame, and her stern gaze permeated with strength. "I'm going and nothing you do will stop me. Now get out of my way or I'll shove you so hard that you'll fall and hurt yourself." "You ill-bred whelp," Tang Yifeng glowered, "I should have kicked you out the door a long time ago. Just like what you did to my other juniors." That somehow struck a chord and the mood turned palpably tense and awkward. Tang Yifeng fell silent and for one moment he looked older and more weathered than he was. "Oh, very well," he groaned after exhaling gravely, "I'll go and beg if it means I'll have to lose face. To Turbulent Watch it is." Chapter 153, Turbulent Watch. The gates of Turbulent Watch's stronghold creaked open to reveal the head watchman Meng Danqing and the various lieutenants, sergeants, and the rest of the watch who waited amid 9 tolls of the stronghold's main bell. When Tang Yifeng and his other female student Wei Yang appeared out of thin air, the watchmen all bowed. Head watchman Meng Danqing scurried Tang Yifeng, "Everything is ready, Grand Master Tang. Come with me please." That did not seem comforting at all to the Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect, who merely nodded and responded, "I apologize for the imposition." "Say no more, Grand Master Tang," Meng Danqing beamed at him, shaking his head. Turbulent Watch had been waiting just for this day to arrive. An hour later, the two swore upon heaven and made their pact. Turbulent Watch had been careful to not let any word of this escape, but they were being watched and news of the freshly minted alliance quickly broke out. In the meantime, somewhere in the battlefield, Lu Yi was resting while he swallowed some spirit pills to recuperate. Amber was beside him, wolfing down on a slab of meat despite still panting for breath. He knew he needed sustenance, or he wouldn't be able to run. Not wanting to delay, they did not stay long before continuing their journey. In mere moments, a streaking light which had been circling around in the skies nearby flew down and glided beside Lu Yi. The man on top showed Lu Yi his battlefield imprint. It was an ally, a cultivator of the Grand Sky Coalition. "Come on, get up." The man stopped his magical conveyance, although Lu Yi looked hesitant and doubtful. Since parting with Lan Yudi, Lu Yi had encountered several Grand Sky Coalition allies who gave him lifts to expedite his progress. Without them, Lu Yi would not have made it this far. But none of them could stick with him for long. Whenever they stumbled into 1,000 demon ridge kill squads, they would have to break off with Lu Yi so that he could press on while they held back the enemies. Some time before this, a 9th Order cultivator ferried Lu Yi using his magical conveyance, but they were discovered by the enemies who quickly tried to shoot them down. The ally cultivator might survive the fall if they were really shot down, but not Lu Yi and Amber. Not at such a height, at any rate. This explained Lu Ye's hesitation when this newest ally cultivator urged him to get onto the magical conveyance. This mode of travel was unequivocally fast, but it also made them more conspicuous. But right now, Lu Yi, with no other choice in mind, could only bite the bullet and step onto the magic conveyance with Amber in tow. The ally cultivator performed a hand seal and commanded, "Up!" The canoe-like magical conveyance lifted up into the sky. But unlike before, this ally cultivator had the sense to remain at lower altitudes, so even if they were shot down, they would survive the fall easily enough. But that did not give him any reason to not maintain constant vigilance. As they pressed on quickly, he told Lu Yi, "The Crimson Blood Sect has reached a pact with an order called Turbulent Watch. That means you don't have to go all the way to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Just go to the Watch's outpost here and you'll be able to get back." Turbulent Watch. Yes, Turbulent Watch. Lu Yi immediately rummaged for his map. He did not understand the significance of that pact, but it seemed as if this was a plan for him to get to safety. He quickly located where the Turbulent Watch outpost was. A Tier 7 militant order, it was situated just somewhere between the outer and inner ring areas of the battlefield. It was too far, but it would still take him quite some time to reach there. At the very least, it was way nearer to him than the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. He knew what was going on. His mentor Feng must be doing something to save him. There really was no incentive for the sect to be making a pact with the Watch, especially at this juncture. Be warned. The 1,000 Demon Ridge orders in the vicinity of the Watch's outposts have declared war on the Watch. So the nearer we get, the more careful we must be. Understood. Lu Yi nodded. His head swiveled to look back. Scores of enemy cultivators had discovered the magical conveyance and were rushing to catch up, but there were also Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who were popping out of the woodwork to intercept. "I guess this is it then," said the ally cultivator all of a sudden. "Don't stop moving towards the Watch's outpost. There will be others up ahead waiting for you." He waited for Lu Yi and Amber to hop off before he wheeled around and zipped straight towards an enemy cultivator who managed to follow them here. The two streaking lights smashed into each other like a pair of comets colliding, eliciting sweeping waves of deafening rings. Lu Yi did not look back. There was no need to. A fight of such magnitude was far beyond his ability to intervene. All he should do, was to get back on Amber's back and continue riding for Turbulent Watch. Meanwhile, chaos swept all over the battlefield like a tempestuous storm. News of the pact made between Turbulent Watch and the Crimson Blood Sect had practically become public knowledge, and anyone could easily figure out the why and the how. That culminated in the Watch's outpost now becoming the focal point where virtually all cultivators, both the 1,000 Demon Ridges and the Grand Sky Coalitions, congregated, and that was enough to make all lands within a 1,000-mile radius of the Watch's outpost the most dangerous place to be in at the moment. The Watch immediately recalled all its members at once, but the collective might of the enemy sects and orders were steadily whittling down its defenses. Without being able to fight back, the Watchmen all stayed within the fastness of their stronghold and its defensive force field. But that did not prevent the enemy cultivators from relentlessly attacking, hurling spells and whatever they could find at the magical barrier with hopes that they could defeat it and capture the outpost before Lu Yi arrived. But not all was lost. Help was on the way, and cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition were bent on seeing the Turbulent Watch standard flying at the top of the outpost. The fall of the outpost would mean the endgame of this entire contest and Lu Ye's death. In barely a day's time, the lands around the Turbulent Watch outpost became a meat grinder. Numerous cultivators met their ends there. As if there wasn't enough bad news, word arrived to further erode the morale of Grand Sky Coalition's side. Blackfire cultists had arrived, and a huge force was marshalling, one so big that they created a large perimeter around the areas that Lu Yi would need to pass to get to the Watch's outpost. Cult Blackfire was once a Tier 1 Dark Order decades ago, and it was because of the Crimson Blood sect that its strength had dwindled to its present Tier 4 rank today. But they were hardly the only ones. The might of the Crimson Blood sect in those days was what saw the decline of more than a handful of 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders. So was the Veil of Venom, whose outpost was now besieged by Feng Yuechan, just to name a few. The hatred and grudge they held exceeded what animosity all other 1,000 Demon Ridge factions had for the Crimson Blood sect. It was in the golden age of the Crimson Blood sect when, at the zenith of its power, 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and others cowered in fear at the mere mention of its name. But now with the sect in what could very well be its final days, all they needed to do was to make sure that its newest acolyte Lu Yi died. If they did that, the Crimson Blood sect would be history come the next assessment. All those who had suffered the Crimson Blood sect's wrath before were all waiting for this day to come. They would do whatever it took to prevent Lu Ye's entry into the Turbulent Watch outpost. It was for this very reason that Feng was against the idea of forging a pact with Turbulent Watch at first. He knew that doing so was tantamount to putting the Watch in the line of fire. The Watch might have now risen to be a Tier 7 order with considerable strength, but being caught between anvil and hammer at the same time, the Watch would most likely endure terrible losses. Outside, at the main audience hall of the Turbulent Watch stronghold in the real world of Jianghu, Wei Yang placed her hand on the Divine Opportunity column. Meng Danqing was wearing a solemn look as he warned, "Careful, Sister Wei Yang." "It's fine," Wei Yang smiled at him. "We can't let you do all the heavy lifting by yourselves." "Just do what you can," Feng cautioned gravely. "Understood," Wei Yang responded politely while her hand wandered to tap on her battlefield imprint. Her very person shimmered and vanished. She was gone. Hails of spells peppered at the magical force field that held up the defenses of the Spirit Creek battlefield, Turbulent Watch outpost. Scores of watchmen scurried about anxiously and hurriedly about, struggling to lug magical supplies to keep the force field standing. But the downpour of spells battering the force field intensified with ripples upon ripples fanning out on the force field's dome-like surface. The enemies were just too many, and more from the inner ring and the central regions of the battlefield were coming. The Watch's legate in charge had long activated the force field to its fullest, yet, it still wasn't going to hold for much longer. "How long do we still have?" the legate cried over the din of the incessant explosions occurring over their heads. "No more than 4 hours at this rate," cried his deputy. "The force field's not going to hold for long." "Sir," the deputy yelled again, "should we not prepare for an evacuation back to Jianghu? The longer we hold on here, the more losses we'll incur." The numbers of the dead and the wounded were slowly rising, and if they were not careful, this could become an all-out bloodbath. "We hold," insisted the legate. "This is the order that the Grand Master himself has given us. I don't know what happened between our forebears and the Crimson Blood sects, but a watchman always obeys. I'm assigning you to guard the Divine Opportunity column. Your orders are to execute any deserter." The deputy legate gulped hard and responded, "Yes, sir." But before he could spin on his heels and move inside, the magical force field shuddered, and the tremor shook the whole outpost. "Who the hell just undid the force field?" the legate yelped with horror. He was certain that the tremor just now was because of a momentary deactivation of the outpost's magical force field. They marched towards the main audience hall where they could get a better vantage point, and what they saw left them flabbergasted with shock. A streaking jet of light as dark as the blackest night shot around here and there. Where it passed through, 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators crashed to the ground in droves. As if Death himself had manifested, shrieks and cries of terror resounded from within the ranks of the enemies as the black jet of light engulfed them in a tempest of despair and destruction. Not even those who came from the core and inner ring regions of the battlefield could resist being slaughtered by the streaking light. "Who in heaven's name is that?" gasped the Watch's legate with perplexed bewilderment. He could have sworn that no one within Turbulent Watch had such power. The deputy legate too was equally stunned. A hunch told him that this could be Feng Yuechan, the current reigning #1 of the battlefield's role of supremacy. But he knew better. Feng Yuechan was known to be a spell cultivator, but the stranger clearly wasn't one. In mere moments, more than 12,000 Demon Ridge cultivators perished, most of them champions who had traveled far from the central regions of the battlefield. All of a sudden, the magical force field of the Turbulent Watch outpost showed signs of weakening. Lighting crackled in the distant skies. Its mauvish shade as the lightning bolt flashed in the overhead plumes told the legate what he needed to know. Someone senior or beyond Spirit Creek realm has come. But who? Only cultivators within the Spirit Creek realm could enter the Spirit Creek battlefield. Those with powers beyond could still come in, but at a terrible price, and his or her powers would be limited to the Spirit Creek realm, and the powers and damage he or she could use would also be bound to the Spirit Creek realm. That was not all. Heaven would inflict its judgment whenever such individuals killed somebody. Which was what that purplish lightning was all about, the judgment of heaven. More killings would invite upon oneself heavier punishment, and it was only a matter of time before this powerful stranger had to endure a fatal strike from the judgment of heaven. Chapter 154, Goldentip. As the jet of obsidian rays exacted chaos and pandemonium amongst the ranks of the 1,000 Demon Ridge invaders besieging the Turbulent Watch outpost, the legate in charge of the outpost saw their chance for a counterattack. Loudly, he rallied his men, "Deactivate the force field." Attacking was the best form of defense, it was always said, and the perfect moment for a comeback had arrived. A hole in the force field yawned open, and Turbulent Watchmen, all of them irate and hungry for some revenge, charged out of the hole. At the same time, droves of Grand Sky Coalition who were being kept at bay from aiding the outpost too realized the opportunity to reverse the odds. Caught between the anvil and the hammer themselves, this time forced the invaders to retreat. The Grand Sky Coalition reinforcements quickly rendezvoused with the Turbulent Watch defenders before the entire contingent of cultivators withdrew inside the outpost. The magical force field was re-erected with its defensive strength doubled or even quadrupled this time. With help from the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition, Turbulent Watch would be able to make any 1,000 Demon Ridge invaders regret coming here. In the meantime, the jet-black streak of light, which was an unknown stranger who came from the real world of Jianghu, was gone, enveloped by the amaranthan lightning bolts that danced all over the stranger's figure menacingly. Even now, no one from the Turbulent Watch outpost knew who the stranger was. It did not take long for the answer to be made known to them. What? Her? The legate in charge was stunned when he realized who it was. Wait, isn't she a medical cultivator? He could still remember himself being injured a few years ago, and the Grand Master of the Watch had to bring him to the Crimson Blood sect quickly just to see this lady. Her healing skills were so ungodly that he fully recovered in just 3 days. It was said that she was one of the best healers in Bingzhou with skills that could even defy death. But what he just saw her do had left him stupefied with shock. Meanwhile, Wei Yang sped as quickly as she could, swathed not only in the black lightless luminescence from her own aura, but also amaranthine electrical bolts snaking all around her like countless whips lashing furiously at her very person. She had been careful enough not to cause too many fatalities. The judgment of heaven wasn't something she was foolhardy enough to take lightly. Beautiful but yet terribly deadly, the lightning bolts now sizzling angrily around her could have caused any other cultivator in the same shoes agonizing pain, although Wei Yang seemed to be feeling zero pain at all. With her gaze transfixed at the front, she pressed on with all the speed she could muster. Faster! I need to be faster! Somewhere way ahead, Lu Yi and Amber were desperately fleeing with enemies hot on their heels. The dark silhouette of an enemy took into the skies. Still hovering in midair, the enemy aimed a finger at Lu Ye's back. Casual and confident like he was about to crush an ant to death. The colossal phantom of a finger materialized above Lu Yi. Without mercy, it crashed down rapidly, only too eager to really have Lu Yi squashed like an ant. Amber shifted left and right, but nothing the tiger did could help them evade the incoming attack. As the gigantic phantom monolith bore down on Lu Yi, he roared furiously in defiance, activating spiritual pattern, protection. The sigil-inscribed energy shield appeared right over his head. He channeled every bit of spiritual power he could find into maintaining the integrity of the shield, but it was not enough. The gigantic finger rammed into the shield with a huge bang and the shield shattered with a sickening crack. Almost immediately, Lu Yi felt an invisible force crushing down on his shoulders with the weight of a mountain, and Amber crumbled to the ground with a painful grunt. Struggling for air and with his chest about to explode, Lu Yi was wondering if his moment had finally arrived when the unmistakable ring of steel pierced through the air sonorously like the toll of a bell, followed by an angry snarled, "Who is that? Wait, is that you, one of the sword freaks of the Northern Profound Sword Clan?" The invisible force immediately dispelled, and Lu Yi looked around. Right beside him was a stranger. Clad in a shamrock tunic, he was but a few feet away with his back to Lu Yi. But Lu Yi did not fail to notice the sword he was toting. "So, is the Sword Clan inclined to intervene as well?" growled the enemy cultivator, although he sounded clearly apprehensive. "Go," said the green-robed stranger to Lu Yi softly, clearly a man of few words. "Thank you so much, sir." Lu Yi uttered a word of thanks before he escaped the area. The Northern Profound Sword Clan, one of Bingzhou's 10 strongest Tier 1 militant orders, according to what Yu Xiaodai once told him. He was just barely out of earshot when he heard the clamor of battle coming from his behind and the screams of steel incessantly ringing in his ears. Lu Yi quickly referred to his map. He was getting closer to the Turbulent Watch outpost, but the nearer he got, the more dangerous it became. He did not know if he would ever make it to the outpost safely, but he did not have another choice. Whatever perils awaited him, Lu Yi understood that he needed to face them all head-on. Fortunately for him, whenever an enemy far more powerful than him appeared to thwart his progress, a Grand Sky Coalition equivalent would appear to deliver him from harm. After a half-day's worth of riding, Lu Yi found himself stranded at the crest of a hill. The odd shape of the landscape appeared like it was formerly a mountain that had a huge portion of its top part skimmed off. The entire crest of the hill was a flat and barren plateau with little to no vegetation. Whatever flora that grew was only limited to the edge of the plateau, as if there was an unseen boundary that forbade any growth on the top of the hill. There was a name for this place on the map: Goldentip. It would have looked to Lu Yi like one of the many unnamed mountains that he had passed by before. Most of the mountains on the map were only marked as being a part of the long stretch of a mountain range that carried a name, just like the ranges of Green Cloud Mountain and 100 Peaks, both of which he had visited before. That such a hill was given a name made this place a special landmark. Old wives' tales from these parts spoke of how a legendary figure with godlike powers created the hill with his prowess with the saber, but Lu Yi doubted the veracity of the myth. The battlefield allowed only the entry of cultivators equipped with techniques or disciplines limited to the Spirit Creek realm. Even so, causing such a phenomenal change to the terrain would require more than just anyone like them, even if they could amplify their powers tenfold. That made the formation of Goldentip an enigma that could never really be solved. At the moment, more than a dozen Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were using their own bodies to enclose Lu Yi in a ring of steel while they were protecting him from a horde of 1,000 Demon Ridge enemies who had surrounded them. They could not run and there was no way to. The allied cultivators were all stout and powerful men, but the enemies were just too many. Having surrounded Lu Yi and his allies, the enemy cultivators did not attack. Instead, they began calling in for more help. News about the acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, Lu Yi, being stranded on the top of Goldentip blazed through the battlefield like an epidemic, causing every cultivator involved to stop what they were doing and rush this way at once. However, many would stop to engage each other in battles halfway through their journey. We cannot afford to waste time here any longer, everyone. The longer we wait here, the more certain that every one of us here will die, said a tall and bulky body-tempering cultivator. Then let's fight our way out of this mess then, concurred another voice. That's all and well, but we're talking about trying to keep our little Crimson Blood sect friend here alive. Then what? Wait until we grow old and shriveled? Well, if dying is what is going to come, then I'll be sure to take a few more down with me. Boy, are you afraid? One of the men asked Lu Yi gruffly. I am. That appeared to be the last thing he expected Lu Yi to say, for the man did not know what to respond with. But I don't want to die here, said Lu Yi as he drew his weapon with grave slowness. I am grateful for your help, all of you. These 1,000 Demon Ridge scums are here for me, so just do whatever you can to get yourselves to safety. I'll be sure to keep up as best as I can. If I fail to make it out of here, then leave me. Don't come back for me. A smack landed right at the back of Lu Ye's head. Tough talk for a puny fifth order like you. At any rate, you're not dying before we do, all right? That was the beefy body-tempering cultivator. He inhaled a mouthful of air and the already muscular physique of the brawny giant of a man expanded even further. The well-chiseled thickness and powerful size of his muscles looked even more stunning as jets of air escaped his nostrils with every breath. Keep up then. We're getting out of here. Make sure you stay alive. All is lost if you die. The 1,000 Demon Ridge scum will triumph, and all our deaths will be for naught, said one of the men to Lu Yi. Up until now, few among the Grand Sky Coalition cared about the debt owed by their forebears. Most just wouldn't care about what would befall the Crimson Blood sect. But they could never tolerate 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators taking the win and gloating at them. To that end, they were willing to do whatever was needed to thwart them, even if it meant their own deaths. After all, lives were lost in the battlefield on a daily basis by the hundreds or even thousands. Even without Lu Yi, 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators and their Grand Sky Coalition counterparts would still find new beef to fight over. Charge! The tiny cadre of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators blitzed towards an upward slope with the body-tempering cultivator spearheading the front. The enemies all ducked, giving way for Lu Yi and his allies to run straight into a hail of spells fired at them. The body-tempering cultivator barreled forward like a bull, enduring the barrage of spells raining down on him. Peeling closely behind were the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, doing whatever they could to fend up the merciless gauntlet of attacks meant to wear them down. Despite their valiant efforts, they could not break through the enemy lines. The onslaught they faced not only came from the front, it was coming from all directions. The group quickly found themselves surrounded and trapped, once again. Only this time, almost every one of them had collected several injuries of their own, save for Lu Yi, whom they had been shielding with their own bodies. Again! The body-tempering cultivator roared, deciding on another bearing. A separate group of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators was coming that way, making the direction the most feasible way of egress. But their hopes were dashed when more 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators arrived, and the new group of friendly cultivators too found themselves stranded and they needed to fight for their own lives as well. Things were turning dire for Lu Ye's group. Pinned and beleaguered by enemies, What was more than a dozen men at first had been reduced to just barely less than 10. Flames erupted like a storm, but it was no cause for joy. Several spell cultivators took to the air as they prepared their magic. Despite their different garbs, a tiny flame blazed on every one of their foreheads, marking them as members of the same militant order. The tongues of flames they conjured took on the shapes of serpents and bore down on the body-tempering cultivator, engulfing him in an inferno that threatened to roast him alive. The poor brawny man tried his utmost to weather the storm, but that did not prevent his flesh from being burned raw. Despair and despondency filled the eyes of the men. With the body-tempering cultivator now incapacitated, so ebbed were their hopes of getting out of the quandary alive. More flaming serpents rose into the air, waving their claws menacingly at the body-tempering cultivator. Their plan was clear enough. Once the body-tempering cultivator was slain, Lu Yi and the others would be nothing but sheep ready to be slaughtered. "And what do you think you're doing to my junior Lu Yi?" A voice of suppressed rage echoed from far away, swamping even the din of the battle so that every single person could hear it clearly. When everyone heard just the first two words, the voice sounded far and distant. But by the time the final syllable was heard, everyone could see that the stranger had arrived with unbelievable speed. The streaking light of black, shrouded with purplish lightning crackling with protest, arrived right before one of the enemy spell cultivators in just a flash. Horrified, the spell cultivator frantically wheeled around to fire a spell into the face of the newcomer. Chapter 155, Sister Wei Yang. First came a bang. Wei Yang smashed through the flaming serpent like a battering ram on a rampage, reducing it into a fiery burst of cinders. That did not reduce her speed at all. She raced past the spell cultivator who fired the flaming serpent and was gone with slivers of her black luminescent aura ebbing in her wake. The spell cultivator, still hovering in midair, stiffened before a thin red line appeared as if traced by an invisible hand across his throat, and he crashed to the ground. By now, the jet-black glob of light had made its way through the enemy lines from behind, plowing through men and steel while leaving a bloody trail of dead bodies and maimed limbs being tossed into the air before they fell with a morbid thud to the ground, and what was already a scene of gore and destruction now devolved into purgatory of pure carnage in real life. Lu Yi could see the black streaking light fleeting around from his position. He did not know who it was or how he or she could move through the enemy rank and file like a hot knife through butter, but its presence somehow filled him with an inexplicable sense of renewed hope and warmth. How did this strange and foreign feeling come to be, he did not know. Lu Yi lowered his gaze and peered at his battlefield imprint. The warmth was coming from there, and something told him that it was because of that black glowing light fighting its way towards him. Is she from Crimson Blood Sect? The sect still has members other than Teacher and me. He knew little about the Crimson Blood Sect, but he knew that for 30 years, the Crimson Blood Sect had not taken in any new acolytes, and that was why he always thought that the sect was made up by only him and his mentor and Grand Master of the sect, Feng. However, he was wrong. The Crimson Blood Sect still had more acolytes, and by the looks of things, at least one more. Ignore her. Focus on getting Lu Yi. A voice from the mob rallied the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. But before his voice even ended, the black streaking light bore down on him like a panther, and a human head sprang into the air with blood spraying everywhere. That was with spells after spells that never stopped firing at her. Volleys of fire-based bolts, each shaped like serpents, shot straight at her, and the searing heat of each and every strand was enough to warp even the air wherever they passed. The black glow landed right in front of Lu Yi and the others. Wei Yang materialized and grabbed a falling leaf. It magically grew in size, expanding larger and larger until it was wide enough to envelop everyone underneath like a big dome. Bang! 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 More spells peppered down on the massive leaf shield, but none of it could penetrate its defenses, and there was Lu Yi, in complete shock and awe at the figure towering over him. Being clothed in robes that looked like dyed elephant skin on her did not fail to do her curvy, tall and slender figure proper justice. Even with the purplish lightning bolts dancing around and gnawing at her flesh, she ignored the endless barrage of spells pelting on the leaf shield she just conjured and smiled at Lu Yi. "So, you're Lu Yi? I'm your senior in the sect. You can call me Sister Wei Yang." That felt as if the world had crashed down on him. Lu Yi hastily bowed. "So nice to meet you, Sister Wei Yang." Heavens, a senior from the sect. And one so energetic too. Gods, and she's so pretty and charming. Forgive my lateness. The old man at home was being just too stubborn. Old man? That left Lu Yi confused, although he immediately realized that it was their mentor and Grand Master that she was referring to, although he did not know if he should reply. At the same time, the other group of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had managed to fight their way here, all thanks to the opening that Wei Yang's arrival had given them. She might have only just arrived, but she had read the situation enough to know that it was impossible to save Lu Yi with her power alone. She needed help if her newest fellow student was to walk away from this quandary alive. Which was why she had opened a way for the other Grand Sky Coalition group and all other allies to meet up with Lu Yez. Only that way could she ensure that there were enough men to keep him safe. All of a sudden, Lu Yi found himself being squashed in the middle of a company of more than 100 allies. Some of them huddled around while others fought to deflect any spells that came their way. But everyone knew full well that this would hold, at least for now, but not forever. They would eventually tire out and be overrun by the enemies. "Everyone, I call upon your help to keep brother Lu Yi safe," Wei Yang implored all of a sudden. Scores of cultivators responded almost immediately in rowdy clamor. "As you wish, Sister Wei Yang." Everyone sounded fervent and ardent despite the overwhelming odds. Wei Yang did not dawdle. She hurled herself forward and her tall and slender figure was once again engulfed by the black glow that dove into the midst of the enemy for a second round of slaughter. The spell cultivators who were still hovering in midair looked horrified the moment the black streaking comet came barreling at them, and those who were unfortunate enough to find themselves being preyed upon by Wei Yang never lived for more than 3 seconds. The first enemy spell cultivator crashed to the ground, shrieking with terror while he plummeted to his death. Then another. And another. Back and forth she smashed through the rows of enemies who were floating in the air until no spell cultivators were left. Those who managed to survive immediately landed on the ground and kept a low profile. Wei Yang's intentions were clear: she would attack anyone who remained in the air. Then she returned to Lu Ye's side. The entire plateau went silent and everyone quelled the emanation of their powers, for in their bewilderment, a vicious-looking scythe that stood almost as tall as its wielder had appeared in Wei Yang's grasp. The weapon exuded an ominous aura, making all who gazed upon it avert his or her eyes with disquiet. "Begone, if you know what's good for you," Wei Yang growled quietly. Everywhere she set her sights on, 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators frantically retreated several paces. But a lone figure stepped forward. One with a flaming sign branded on his forehead. Defiantly, he stared at Wei Yang. "It is an honor that our ruckus here has caught even the notice of one of your station and might, senior. But surely after all that killing, might I hazard a guess that the effects of the judgment of heaven is beginning to feel painful?" Look at the color of the lightning arcing all around you. It's looking dark purplish at the moment. Just how many more of us do you think you can kill before you too pay the ultimate price yourself? Wei Yang peered at him. Without a warning or a word, she discorporated, leaving only an afterimage at where she was standing, and reappeared in front of that man. With just a simple tap on his chest, so quick that he could barely react, the man stiffened. As if he was petrified, he could only watch with wordless horror as Wei Yang's giant scythe swung down at him and lopped off a head with a disbelieving expression still stamped on it. Wei Yang quickly retreated back to Lu Yi. Coldly, she regarded the mob of enemies. "Does Cult Blackfire wish to defy me? I might not be able to kill many, but kill I shall, nevertheless. Any of you who are interested in testing the wrath of my scythe is welcome to try. What honor is there in besting the likes of those who are weaker than you, senior?" A resentful voice echoed from the crowd, although the person was clearly using some unknown technique to spread his voice everywhere to prevent anyone from pinpointing his position. Besting the likes of those who are weaker than you, eh? Wei Yang looked around, searching for the origin of the voice. Then what were you doing to little brother Lu Yi here just now? Whatever happens here is purely something between us participants of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Your barging in here is hardly the conduct of someone of your stature and power. What if the seniors of every militant sect and order were to come in here like you? This battlefield would be anything but peaceful. I'd love to see them try. I'll make sure any one of your seniors who dares come in will never walk out living. Impudence, the voice thundered with undisguised rage. Look at the bolts arcing all around her, everyone. There can only be so much killing that she can do before the judgment of heaven claims her. I say we charge together. She would only be inviting death if she dared to kill again. Found you at last. The corners of Wei Yang's lips twisted with glee as she hurled her scythe forward. When she retracted her scythe, it hooked back a tiny, lanky man with the scythe's blade impaled through his chest. She raised up the poor man for all to see like a standard being held aloft. Blood dribbled out of the hideous wound and the pain was making him wince and groan. Many amongst the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators shuddered. None of them saw what happened. She was just too quick. Wei Yang looked up at the scrawny man hanging from her scythe. Her eyebrows peaked with mild annoyance. You're from the Tower of Mourning, aren't you? Good heavens, seems like you lot have not yet learned your lesson even after so many decades. Always the rabble-rouser, eh? That wasn't me, the scrawny man protested, writhing in pain. Not wanting to bandy words, Wei Yang gave her scythe a forceful shake that looked all too easy for her, and the man erupted into a burst of tiny bits of flesh and blood. She turned around and instructed Lu Yi. The next time you encounter any enemies from Cult Blackfire or the Tower of Mourning, act first and talk later. They are sworn enemies of our sect. Understood, responded Lu Yi. Hold up, there's also the Veil of Venom. But strange, if the cult and the tower are here, I can imagine no reason as to why no one from the Veil is here, she murmured, scanning the mob as if she was looking for someone from the Veil to vent some of her displeasure. But the tightly knit mob made it difficult for her to single out anyone from the Veil. 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator balked under her piercing glare and stammered, "The men of the Veil are all being held at bay by Feng Yuechan." Yuechan? Wei Yang's glare melted into a forlorn gaze into the distance. So the little lass is all grown up too, huh? Wei Yang brandished her weapon and aimed it at the mob surrounding them. I'm taking my junior with me. Is there anyone who wishes to protest? Another Blackfire cultist broke ranks from the crowd and said solemnly, "We are the flame that lights the darkness. In the face of death we feel remorseless." There he stood not far away from Wei Yang, looking at her placidly. She swung her scythe at him and bisected him into two bloody halves. Another came out and uttered the same mantra, "We are the flame that lights the darkness. In the face of death we feel remorseless." Wei Yang waved her weapon furiously at her new target without any shred of hesitation. A third Blackfire cultist stepped forward and recited the same maxim. Only this time, Wei Yang did nothing to attack. She grinned broadly and pointed a finger up into the sky. "I won't have to kill you, because someone else can do it for me." The sharp ringing of steel screamed through the air, whining like the cry of a banshee. Every head spun in the direction from whence the sound was coming from. Lo and behold, a glaring ray of light shot down from the sky and a sword drove its tip through the third cultist's skull and pummeled its way down, severing him into a pair of blood-soaked slabs of meat and viscera, all before he could react or protest. By the time the bright illumination of the weapon ebbed, all they saw was a sword stuck into the ground. Out of nowhere, a man descended from the skies, gently landing on the hilt of the sword while his body bounced very softly to the movement of the sword as if he weighed only as much as a leaf. He flung back his mane of long flowing white hair that reached well over his shoulders, and appended a gourd to empty some of its contents down his throat before he gave a drunken hiccup, muttering, "Sorry. I was delayed." "That's Li Baxian," cried a voice with unmasked terror. The mob of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators stirred uneasily. Most of them had never seen him up close before, but few would not recognize the name of Li Baxian, the 10th on the battlefield's roll of supremacy. Being the 10th strongest person in the battlefield wasn't reason enough for the whole world to be afraid of him, but rather, it was the fact that he accomplished such an achievement as an 8th order cultivator made him all the more dangerous. The battlefield's roll of supremacy marked the names of the 100 men and women that represented the battlefield's cream of the crop, and most, if not all, of these elites were 9th order cultivators skilled in heaven-grade disciplines and techniques. All except one, the number 10 on the roll of supremacy, Li Baxian. The entirety of the Spirit Creek battlefield had an innumerable number of 9th orders skilled in heaven-grade cultivation disciplines. With virtually every militant sect and order from the real world of Jianghu having its own presence here, cultivators reached the 9th order every day. But the number rose and fell with every ascension and death, be it a cultivator who had just entered the 9th order, a cultivator who had surpassed the 9th order and achieved the Cloud River realm, or just as simple as a cultivator who had lost his life during battle. For reasons such as these, the number of active 9th orders in the battlefield was just impossible to keep track of, since changes could occur anytime. But it wouldn't be a stretch to say that the number must be higher than 90,000 in the least. Out of the 90,000, the best and most dangerous 100 cultivators have their names recorded in the roll of supremacy. Similar to Liu Ye's former nemesis Dong Shuyi, Li Baxian was formerly a 9th order before his plunge back to the 8th order. Hence, with his experience and skills still intact, he was able to still remain within the top 10. Before Feng Yuechan was crowned the queen of the battlefield, he was the king before her. It was a terrible mishap that saw his spiritual points damaged, causing him to plummet back down one order. The other reason, however, was rather straightforward. Li Baxian was a combat cultivator specialized in swordsmanship. Chapter 156, Make It Up to You. Most considered the breed of combat cultivators specialized in the use of swords as a peculiar sort. Hence the epithet of all combat cultivators of this kind, blade freaks. Yet despite whatever disdain or disapproval others might have of them and their eccentricities, no one would dare make the foolish mistake of underestimating them. Blade freaks were known to be capable of defeating even enemies that outranked them and that made them highly feared by everyone else. The Northern Profound Sword sect of Bingzhou was a militant order of a modest size where most other Tier 1 militant orders and sects could easily outnumber them 3 to 1, for the Sword sect was extremely strict in its enrollment of fresh members. That was due to the fact that the Sword sect, as its name suggested, accepted only combat cultivators specializing in the crafts of swordsmanship. They studied only the skills and eldritch crafts of wielding the sword and nothing else. Despite the Sword sect's relatively small number of members, it nevertheless remained an undisputed entrant of the 10 greatest Tier 1 militant orders in all of Jianghu. The sum of Tier 1 militant orders that scattered around Jianghu could reach almost 100, but the Northern Profound Sword sect was the one name that everyone feared the most. An entity that not even the rest of the other Tier 1 militant orders would dare flippantly trifle with. After all, the accounts of 800 swords marching down the slopes of Heavenstone into war remained a tale that could easily strike fear into any foes of the Sword sect. Li Baxian's history had been a strange one. Once a Crimson Blood sect acolyte in his youth, he joined the Devoted Ones before being allowed to study with the Northern Profound Sword sect at one point on exchange. The few years with the acolytes of the Sword sect had earned him their friendship. In fact, the Grand Master of the Sword sect himself had once traveled all the way to the stronghold of the Devoted Ones to implore to have Li Baxian transferred to the Sword sect, although the Devoted Ones had declined the request at the time. But the gesture was sufficient to demonstrate how greatly the Sword sect valued him. But being unable to make Li Baxian as one of his own students did not stop the Grand Master of the Northern Profound Sword Sect from giving whatever advice and tutelage to Li Baxian. Whatever knowledge, skill, and experience he could impart, he bestowed them all to Li Baxian except for the carefully guarded secrets reserved only for members of the Sword Sect. And Li Baxian did not disappoint. As soon as he reached the Ninth Order, he managed to defeat the reigning number 1 on the battlefield's role of supremacy and claimed the seat for himself in the same year. If not for the damage he suffered to his spiritual points, he would have long become a Cloud River realm or even a real Lake realm cultivator by now. For more than a decade, Li Baxian had been wallowing in the Spirit Creek realm, unable to ascend his rank further. But he had not been idle. His skill and technique had reached such heights that no other Spirit Creek realm swordsman could dare claim superiority over him. Even the cultivators of the Northern Profound Sword Sect, blade freaks known for their intransigence and austere rigidness, always treated him with respect and reverence whenever they met each other as if he was one of their own. Such was the respect and fear he commanded being an Eighth Order who now reigned as one of the 10 greatest cultivators of the battlefield. Right now, out of nowhere, he had appeared. A lone man armed with just his sword, but his mere presence was enough to make every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator in his presence shudder with fear. Wei Yang might be powerful enough to save Lu Yi alone, but coming inside the battlefield had forced her to move around with the judgment of heaven inflicted upon her. She had killed enough enemies since her entry here for the judgment to become stronger and thicker. Any more killings and the effects of the judgment would kill her, real Lake realm or not. To that end, that was exactly the reason the Blackfire cultists had been goading her into attacking them. None of them even resisted. In fact, one could argue that they had been offering themselves to her as a sacrifice like lambs to be slaughtered. That illustrated their resolve to have Wei Yang removed as a threat to their cause. But Li Baxian was an altogether different case. As an Eighth Order cultivator of the Spirit Creek realm, he could kill without suffering any consequences. While the mob of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators reeled with horror, Li Baxian ignored them and spun around casually. He beamed to them brilliantly, "Which is my junior?" But there was no need to ask. Being the only Fifth Order cultivator present, he could easily make out his relatively weaker signature of spiritual power, especially since he was the one being surrounded by Grand Sky Coalition cultivators trying to protect him. Their eyes met. Li Baxian said to him, "I am your senior, the 4th student of our mentor Feng. My respects to you, brother." Lu Yi bowed. Li Baxian had mentioned himself being the 4th student of Feng. That would mean that there was a first, a second, and a third too. "That's great," Li Baxian grinned, bobbing his head. The old man has finally let go and decided to accept a new student. Marvelous. He turned to Wei Yang and grumbled, "You should have told me about this, Sister Wei Yang. I would not have known that I have a younger fellow student if not for Yuechan." "Blame it on the old man. It was he who did not want me to tell you about it," Wei Yang explained. "That old man and his god-awful stiff-necked intransigence," snorted Li Baxian. He hopped off his perch on the top of his sword hilt and landed on the ground before he yanked it out of the ground, all with a smile that could have sent numerous lasses swooning with adoration and infatuation. Even Lu Yi himself had to admit that Li Baxian was blessed with good looks and electrifying charisma. "It's a pleasure to meet you, brother. I'm sorry I came without gifts. But let me kill a few enemies to make it up to you." He shook his weapon like he would with a whisk and let go. The sword ripped out of his grasp like a falcon taking flight and turned into a sliver of light before streaking forward with the speed and intensity of a lightning bolt, zigzagging amongst the enemy host like currents of electricity zapping unimpeded. "Careful!" cried a voice. "Ari!" another voice screamed. The flying sword tore its way through the enemy mob, unleashing bedlam and pandemonium while the air clamored with the sickening hubbub of steel shredding and rending through flesh. The air roiled with the chaotic undulations of spiritual powers coming from the panicking enemies, and cultivators tried in vain to frantically summon their powers to fight back. But Li Baxian's sword was just too fast, and the deadly weapon easily felled anyone who dared to stand in its path. Anyone witnessing the slaughter could almost comprehend how fragile life could be in the face of such vicious violence. Blood collected in dribbles, into streams, and eventually pools. In just the blink of an eye, more than 20 enemies had died because of the sword alone, and its feast had only just started. 1,000 Demon Ridge Cultivator made the mistake of attacking Li Baxian. As most swordsmen were defenseless during the use of their sword magic, this enemy cultivator clearly believed that this would be his best chance to put down the all-famous Li Baxian by catching him unaware. Also a swordsman, the enemy did not choose to use magic on his sword. Instead, he opted to attack Li Baxian personally. As he drew near, he brandished his weapon and lunged with his weapon piercing with lightning-speed dexterity. Lu Yi could feel a knot in his gut as he watched the enemy approaching Li Baxian, who merely stood there, motionless, while he lackadaisically took another swig of wine off his gourd. The blade of his foe's weapon swept towards him, bursting into numerous doubles that all swarmed at Li Baxian simultaneously. Unfazed, he opened his mouth and a tiny energy bolt shaped like a sword shot out. Small and quaint, yet powerful and deadly. The lone needle-like bolt met the deluge of death alone and single-handedly incinerated them all before barreling straight for the enemy cultivator with its speed and force undiminished, where it easily speared through him and burst out the back of his rib cage. Still standing but very much stiff, the man stared at Li Baxian in what were his final moments of life, awash with disbelief and frustration. "The likes of you are unfit for a weapon as noble as the sword," Li Baxian muttered with frost reserved only for his enemies. The tiny sword did not dissipate like most other energy bolts did. Like a little hummingbird of death, it joined Li Baxian's first sword. Big and small, the dual swords streaked around like a pair of large and small comets, crisscrossing and lancing their way through countless enemies that the 1,000 Demon Ridge enemies suffered even bigger losses. "Watch your contribution points," Wei Yang warned all of a sudden. An 8th order at the moment, Li Baxian nevertheless retained the experience and techniques he learned as a 9th order, not to mention that the disciplines and skills he embodied all belonged to the heaven grade. Therefore, by authority of the inherently magical laws of nature that govern the battlefield, Li Baxian could only kill 9th order enemies. Or more specifically, 9th order enemies trained in Earth-grade martial disciplines, to avoid the penalization of his contribution points. His points would still face deduction even if he killed an 8th order enemy trained in Earth-grade martial disciplines, for the difference between their powers would still be absurdly vast. This illustrated how actually powerful Li Baxian really was. Contribution points are hard-earned rewards cultivators earned with their blood and sweat. Rewards that could be extremely useful if used well, therefore no cultivator would dare flippantly squander them. Having killed so many weaker enemies must have cost Li Baxian a lot of points. "Don't worry about it," Li Baxian answered. He raised an arm and waved. Both his swords shot back to him. One of them returned into his gourd while the other flew back into his grasp. The carnage had ended, but the aftermath was no less terrible, with the air was rank with the stench of blood and the ground littered with mangled viscera, muscle, cartilage, and even maimed limbs. Still surrounded by allies making sure that he was safe, Lu Yi could feel his heart racing with exhilaration. Sister Wei Yang is already incredible enough, and now a brother Li Baxian who is an even deadlier figure. Just what in heaven's name is the Crimson Blood sect? Dangers were still abound, but that did not stop him from grinning. For once, Lu Yi felt relieved and relaxed. Doesn't it feel so good to have someone to depend on? Then he remembered what Lan Yudi told him. She mentioned a certain someone who was already on the way here. So long as they could meet up, Lu Yi would be safe. Lu Yi did not know who that was then, but he now knew who Lan Yudi was referring to now. Li Baxian. "That's enough dawdling. Take brother Lu Yi and go," Wei Yang urged. Li Baxian shook his head. "I can't," he said suddenly. "Someone's here and he's waiting for me." Meaning that he would have taken Lu Yi away right when they met each other. After all, Lu Ye's survival was the single most important matter, and sending him into the safety of the Turbulent Watch outpost took precedence. But he couldn't. As soon as he arrived, he picked up the spiritual power signature of his rival, and that was when Baxian knew that he needed to do something. His killing of so many thousand Demon Ridge enemies was hardly just for some frivolous reason. It was to lessen the pressure that his allies had to endure so that their job of keeping Lu Yi safe would be easier, even if that meant losing a lot of contribution points. His rival had long arrived, but he did not choose to show himself. With Wei Yang around, Baxian's adversary clearly wasn't thrilled at the prospect of being cut down by her. Even from so far away, "I could smell you, you scoundrel. Show yourself." Baxian swiveled his head all of a sudden to look in a particular direction. He swung his sword and fired an energy bolt in the same bearing. All enemy cultivators nearby quickly flinched and some even ducked. Still, some did not manage to escape in time. The energy bolt speared through them before a wicked-looking saber slammed into it, defeating it soundly. Wielding the saber was this man with a long mane of hair that was let loose down his shoulders. Under a circlet that he wore around his head, his sharp eyes emitted a glare so fierce that it burned with as much hatred as a hungry wolf's. "That's Yen Xing," cried one of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who recognized him. In the real world of Jianghu, members of the Jianghu often compared the Northern Profound Sword sect to its bitter rival from the Thousand Demon Ridge, the Raving Bladesmen of Dingzhou. Both Tier 1 militant orders, the Sword sect and the Raving Bladesmen, were all blessed with no shortage of promising talents. It had been a long-enduring tradition that practitioners of the saber loathed all who trained in the crafts of wielding the sword and vice versa. With one in the northern regions of Jianghu and the other in the south, the bitter rivals each enjoyed relative peace in the real world, and never the twain should meet. But the same could not be said inside the Spirit Creek battlefield. Their outposts sat just right next to each other, prompting frequent conflicts between the two sides. The years of enmity and the countless deaths of acolytes from both factions had turned the rivalry into a blood feud that could only be resolved by the destruction of either side. A Raving Bladesman himself, Yen Xing's position on the battlefield's role of supremacy far outranked Baxian's, in second place just behind Feng Yuechan. But what laid between Yen Xing and Baxian was more than just some simple rivalry. It was a vendetta. Long when Baxian was still learning his craft within the halls of the Northern Profound Sword sect, he had once joined an assault by the Sword sect on several Raving Bladesmen units. It was during that attack that Baxian killed a female Raving Bladesman. That woman was none other than Yen Xing's sweetheart. Since then, Yen Xing vowed to kill Baxian with his own hands to avenge her. Part of the reason behind Baxian's demotion in his rank of cultivation was because of Yen Xing, although his original plan, if worked correctly, should have culminated in Baxian's demise. But with his spiritual points damaged, Baxian had lost his chance of ascending into the Cloud River realm. More than a decade had passed since then. Like Feng Yuechan, Yen Xing refused to ascend. He adamantly refused to leave the Spirit Creek battlefield, hoping for the chance to realize his dream of killing Baxian. That was not good news at all to all other champions whose names were on the roll of supremacy as well. Both the number 1 and number 2 champions of the roll were refusing to ascend because Baxian and all the rest of the other champions could only settle by being the third. But seasons passed and the champions all decided to just leave this place of constant chaos and tumult by ascending into the Cloud River realm directly. Meanwhile, Baxian did not give Yen Xing any chance to enact his vengeance. All the time, he steadfastly guarded the Devoted One's outpost, holding his station at the iconic Hawk's Flight Rock within the outpost grounds. Chapter 157, Come Fight Me. When Yen Xing heard that Baxian had finally left the Devoted One's outpost, he knew his chance had arrived. He came early and hid himself. Lo and behold, his vigil did not turn out to be fruitless. Baxian did indeed come. He could care less about the massive contest between the Thousand Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition. Brash and straightforward, all he wanted was Baxian and to end this more than 1 decade-long vendetta. Let me deal with him. Wei Yang barked. Take brother Lu Yi and go. Li Baxian shook his head. You know as well as I do that I can kill, but I can hardly protect. Yan Xing's not the only one here. Wait, you mean, Wei Yang murmured quietly. The judgment of heaven electrical bolts, still trying to gnaw at her flesh and body, had impaired her spiritual senses enough for her to not notice the presence of other powerful foes. They're all lurking nearby, hiding amongst the crowd. Watching and waiting for their best chance to strike, snorted Li Baxian with contempt. I'll create a chance, take brother Lu Yi and leave this place. It's not a lot, but we still have to try. Careful, Wei Yang warned him. Li Baxian raised his gourd up to his lips and took a swig, but he did not swallow the gulp of wine. Instead, he spewed it all out. What came out of his mouth was not liquid, but a torrent of tiny little quarrels shaped like swords. At least a dozen of them, the tiny little swords whizzed quickly with purpose and haste and streamed straight at Yan Xing, with Li Baxian himself peeling just closely behind, engulfed in a shining glob of light. That was the cue for Wei Yang to act. She flung out a leaf that magically enlarged into the size of a blanket, and she wrapped it around Lu Yi. Then she seized the collar of his tunic and shot up into the sky. The chaos that Li Baxian was now creating would be her best chance to take Lu Yi and leave. From inside the bundle, Lu Yi could not see what was going on outside. But he could feel the discharges and flare-ups of spiritual powers coming from nearby and the occasional thuds and bumps hitting him. Then he heard a grunt that he recognized as Wei Yang's. Next, he realized that the leaf blanket was no more. He looked around. They were back where they were before. Wei Yang had failed to take him away. When Wei Yang was killing the enemies with ease earlier, the true Thousand Demon Ridge champions were all skulking around quietly without attracting her attention. They knew that the more lives she took, the stronger the judgment of heaven would become, and soon, she would die by her own hands, with their interference or without. But none of them would sit back and allow Wei Yang to leave with Lu Yi. As soon as she soared up, they attacked her in unison, forcing her to retreat lest Lu Yi might be killed before they could even get any further. That was the impetus for another wave of pandemonium. As soon as Li Baxian attacked and Wei Yang tried to bolt with Lu Yi, the enemy horde attacked and the fragile, short-lived peace was shattered. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators held their ground and staved off waves and waves of onslaught piled on them by the enemies. Fortunately, the enemy numbers had been drastically reduced, all thanks to Li Baxian and Wei Yang's earlier efforts, and this had greatly lessened the pressure, or none of them would be able to weather the storm. Wei Yang no longer actively tried to attack. She stayed close beside Lu Yi, swinging her scythe around to parry away whatever spells and talismanic attacks that came this way. Lu Yi would be safe so long as she was around. She did not let her botched attempt at escaping with Lu Yi dissuade her from trying again. But whenever she rose up into the air, volleys of spells flung at her by the enemies were enough to force her to land. She might be able to endure the blasts and get away, but Lu Yi would never survive that kind of damage. As the battle dragged on, more cultivators from both sides hurried here as quickly as they could. Word of Lu Yi being trapped here on Goldentip had long spread, and as more time passed, the cultivators that thronged around Goldentip had reached in the thousands, and the number was still rising. Countless skirmishes had broken out everywhere around the crest, with cultivators from both sides doing their utmost to make sure that no enemy would get to see the next daylight, making Goldentip a veritable purgatory in real life. From day till night and night till day, cultivators fell like flies, but more would come to take the place of the fallen to keep the fight going. More than 10 cultivators of the role of supremacy had come, engaging each other once they crossed paths. Never before had the battlefield witnessed such a furious war happening. No one had anticipated that what was initially a manhunt for the newest acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect would spiral into such a chaotic disaster. Killing a fifth-order cultivator should have been easy enough. Given time and chance, anyone with the prerequisite skills and rank of cultivation for such a deed could have finished the job and be done with it. But the one thing that the Thousand Demon Ridge Confederacy underestimated was the resolve of the Grand Sky. An iron-like resolve that would not be dented and was what had kept Lu Yi alive up until this moment. Despite the stalemate, so long as any Grand Sky Coalition cultivator endured, Lu Yi would still have a chance to stay alive. What a huge conundrum this had become. Since the beginning of the Spirit Creek battlefield, never before had a war of this scale occurred this far out in the outer regions of the battlefield. With such huge losses on both sides, both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge had long passed the point of any truce. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, the center of this whole war and the one person his allies were desperately trying to protect, stared at his weapon. The growing feeling of helplessness and frustration was gnawing at him. He liked none of this at all. The sensation and comprehension that his life and death had slipped out of his own grasp were unbearable, and he hated it. Weakness really was a sin. The weak get sidelined and ignored while the powerful get heard and noticed. Such is the way the world works. The survival of the fittest, Lu Yi realized. But he wouldn't have it. Screw this war, he told himself. If he was going to die, then he would be leaving this world on his own terms, and instead of just waddling here like a sitting duck with nothing to do but wait for an outcome while others did the fighting for him. Just then, something landed with a crashing bang right at his feet. It was Baxian, and he looked absolutely battered with bruises and lacerations all over him. Perhaps expecting the number 10 of the role of supremacy to defeat the current number 2 just be a pipe dream after all. Don't worry, I am not making it easy for him either. Baxian roared heartily. He might look beaten, but apparently his spirit was not. He flashed Lu Yi a grin and said, "Don't worry, brother. I'll lop off that head of his soon enough." He sprang to his feet at once. Swordsman combat cultivators like him never cowered from enemies greater and stronger than them. His powers might pale in comparison to Yenxing's, but that did not mean that Baxian lacked the confidence to kill Yenxing, even if it meant his own death as well. But before he could leave, Lu Yi placed a hand on his shoulder. Baxian stared at Lu Yi incredulously. "It's enough, brother Baxian," said Lu Yi softly. "You've done enough." "What?" "Please stop," Lu Yi smiled. He lifted his head and stared all around him. He took a deep breath, and with his spiritual powers to amplify his voice, he roared, "Stop! All of you stop!" He was only in 5th grade, but his spiritual powers' magnified voice swept all around the battlegrounds like a thunderclap. Those who were already hankering for a respite immediately stopped. At first, it was those who were nearest to Lu Yi. They immediately backed away from the enemies with whom they had been trading blows. Gradually, like a rippling wave, the fighting stopped everywhere around him, spreading farther and wider as the combatants all realized the sudden pause. Warily, everyone disengaged, and in 30 seconds, all the fighting and the noise ended. Peace once again returned, and the huge fluctuation of spiritual energies everywhere all returned to a relative stillness. Every pair of eyes trained on Lu Yi. Only now did everyone realize that it was he who gave the signal to stop. "Lu Yi?" uttered a surprised Wei Yang with confusion. She had been just beside him all the time. She peered at Baxian quietly as if asking for an answer, although all the latter could do was shrug. Even he did not know what Lu Yi was up to. "Let me speak," Lu Yi said to Wei Yang before he surveyed everyone around him and cried loudly, "Let me speak." The second time was for the benefit of all other cultivators nearby. "I know I lack the power and authority to give orders, but every single one of you is here because of me," said Lu Yi. "I believe that gives me the right to a few words. Does anyone disagree? Pray tell, my friend." "Indeed. You'll hear no disagreement from me." Several Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were quick enough to voice their support. Lu Yi's sudden call for a parley might have caught them all off guard, but it nevertheless provided all the combatants a chance of respite. It was a break that everybody sorely needed. The long hours and stress of the battle had been wearing them down. "Speak," a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator demanded. Being a cultivator who was among the 20 best champions of the role of supremacy, he was the second most senior champion present after Yenxing. That plus the fact that he was a member of a Tier 1 militant order made him the most eligible person to speak for the rest of the enemy horde after Yanxing, who appeared as if he could care less. All he cared about was only Li Baxian and no one else. I was accepted into the Crimson Blood sect months ago, and during our way back to the stronghold, we were waylaid, and my mentor was forced to send me here. Truth be told, I know nothing about the sect. I don't know where this stronghold is and what it looks like. I don't even know who my fellow acolytes were until today. I was not even aware of what happened in the past until I was told about it days ago. Only then did I know that my existence had sparked a war. I'm just a meager fifth-order weakling. How could this even be possible? That's the question I've been asking myself. But I'm but a powerless person unable to change what has happened. I can only concede to the current state of affairs. I could have been killed by you thousand demon ridge folks. It was through the tireless and relentless help of my allies in the Grand Sky Coalition that I managed to make it here. People have died, either before my eyes or in places I don't know. I don't even know their names. But right here, right now, more people are dying. If this goes on, none of you will be going home. Is this what we all want? No one responded. The losses will be greater than what they already are. Is this what every one of us wishes? Lu Yi pressed. What do you suggest? Asked the Thousand Demon Ridge champion who spoke earlier before he paused with a snort. That all of us here should just give up what we started and just walk away? That would work out just fine for you, I reckon. Nay, Lu Yi shook his head. So many have died. I'm sure both the Ridge and the Coalition cannot simply just back down now. Even if you do, the higher leadership of the various militant sects and orders you come from won't sit on this. Clever, smirked the enemy champion. Well, if you're really feeling sorry for your allies dying for you, then take your own life. Do it and this war will be over. That's right. Take your own life. You're never walking away from this alive. Take your own life. At least you can be guaranteed a clean death, boy. Getting hacked to death by a mob isn't going to be a pretty sight after all. Scores of heckles clamored from the midst of the Thousand Demon Ridge mob. Wei Yang's lithe face never looked so dark with rage before as she struggled to suppress the urge to pounce and cut down every single man who dared to cry out for Lu Yi to kill himself. Lu Yi shook his head wearily. Can I? So many of my allies have been killed on my account. Is this the right gesture of gratitude to repay their sacrifice? What's more, I'm still too young to die. Then why the hell are we wasting time here, having this useless conversation? The enemy champion glowered. Lu Ye's eyelids drooped to a close. He paused and said at last, being protected gives me comfort and thrill, but I am a cultivator. This is a matter that concerns me, so I must be doing something. But I admit that I'm powerless to bear the whole weight of the war on my shoulders. Regardless, I'll do this, he said, drawing his weapon from its sheath and holding it up against the enemy mob. I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect, and I hereby issue this challenge to all those of similar rank to me. Come fight me. Chapter 158, Proposal. I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect, and I hereby issue this challenge to all those of similar rank to me. Come fight me. The deep and loud voice swept further from the crest of Goldentip with every pair of eyes fraught with disbelief, puzzlement, and most especially with amazement. Challenging the entire mob sounded mighty and impressive enough, but arguably foolish too. Almost 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had amassed here in Goldentip, and Fifth Orders among them numbered somewhere around 100, enough men to easily overrun Lu Yi with. Although no one could deny that Lu Yi demonstrated courage and valor that even his enemies had to acknowledge. Are you saying this on behalf of the Crimson Blood sect and all of the Grand Sky Coalition? The enemy champion peeked a brow with interest. We're not going to take seriously the nonsense babbled by a boy. Li Baxian interjected coldly. Lu Yi swiveled around and gave him an assuring grin. He looked at the enemy champion again. That's true. I cannot speak for anyone else, but I dare say I can speak for myself. Are you all not here because of me? Then heed this. There's no possible way to solve this quandary through ordinary means, not unless you wish to see more casualties. What I'm offering is a way to solve this problem while minimizing the losses on both sides. But if the Thousand Demon Ridge folks find my offer unacceptable, then by all means, continue. Let the war go on and I'll just be here, watching with my arms folded. Go on then, the enemy champion growled. I will accept one challenger from every militant sect and order of the Thousand Demon Ridge. If I lose, you'll hear no objections from me. But if I were to be lucky enough to survive, then the sects and orders whose challenges I have endured must agree to leave this war. You'll swear this upon the heavens. Baxian couldn't help tilting his brow wryly. It appeared that his newest fellow student was more level-headed than he initially gave him credit for. He had been worried that Lu Yi might be acting rashly earlier. But what bothered him now was whether Lu Yi had what it took to survive the crucible of challenges. If Lu Yi could triumph, then this would really be the best way to end this war. Otherwise, Lu Yi could be killed and his meager existence would be nothing but someone else's stepping stone for greater advancement. The victor would reap huge rewards for being able to kill the newest member of the Crimson Blood sect and effectively ensuring its impending dissolution. He turned around to glance at Wei Yang, tacitly conveying his doubt. But all he got in return were dubious shakes of her head. She too did not know how Lu Yi would fare. Wei Yang knew about Lu Yi, but she had zero knowledge about his abilities. Having just met him, all she knew about him was that he had reached the 5th grade and nothing more. What is this? For all the Thousand Demon Ridge's might and power, is there no one who would step forward and challenge me? No one uttered a syllable. Only Lu Ye's voice pervaded the air above the barren and desolate crest of Goldentip. Easy for you to talk, Lu Yi, when you can defeat and kill enemies beyond your rank. Hardly anyone in your rank is your match, cried a shrill female voice. A woman sauntered forward, extricating herself from the mob while staring coldly at Lu Yi. He knew who it was, Han Jiyu of the Tai Luo clan. She had just not long ago tried to kill him for his exploits during the Dragon Spring Conference, although Tang Wu's timely intervention had thwarted her. But Tang Wu was nowhere to be seen now, and here she was. What do you mean he could kill enemies beyond his rank? The Thousand Demon Ridge champion could not believe his ears. He had been frowning over how Lu Yi could have the audacity to issue such a challenge, and Han Jiyu's revelation was exactly the answer he needed. The female Ninth Order cultivator bowed to the champion to show respect. She gave Lu Yi a hard look and said, "It's true. I have seen how this brat could kill 5th Orders from my clan with ease back when he was still a 4-order. Since he's a 5th Order now, that would mean that only 6th Orders and above stand a chance at defeating him." Oh, remarkable. I guess that's why he's accepted as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. That's not all, added Han Jiyu, who looked only too happy to reveal more of Lu Ye's secrets. As most of you might not still know, he is skilled in employing a form of defensive glyphs that activate during battle. So it won't be easy trying to land a hit on him. When she finished, she looked absolutely gleeful to have contributed to Lu Ye's downfall. Peals of exclamation clamored from everywhere around. But at the same time, Lu Yi finally knew what those strange spiritual patterns that he had been relying on really were: glyphs. Most cultivators knew all about glyphs. They were an integral part of a cultivator's journey of ascension to true power or even immortality. There existed in the real world of Jianghu a role specialized in the study and use of glyphs known as glyph weavers. With most of their time spent poring over tomes and scripts in their indefatigable research of the arcane and eldritch symbols and runes, they could hardly devote any excess effort to training how to fight. But within the entire species of glyph weavers, a certain breed commanded both the fear and respect of others: glyph warlocks. Known sometimes simply as warlocks, this special brand of glyph weavers were just as feared as swordsman combat cultivators, if not more. Skilled in various kinds of methods, enemies could crumble to their knees and die a painful death without even knowing how they were killed. The The study of glyphs is a most complex craft that most cultivators needed to undergo a period of learning the elementary knowledge of the Eldritch craft before they could begin proper research of glyphs. The researching part itself would take up years before cultivators could truly employ glyphs in actual combat. Even for a continent as vast as Jianghu, where more than thousands of cultivators thrived and flourished, glyph warlocks worthy of the name numbered barely 100, and each of them was highly sought-after talent coveted by great sects and orders as well as noble families. That said, no one has ever heard about a fifth-order cultivator being able to use glyphs in actual combat, let alone seen one up close. That would easily make Lu Yi a rare wunderkind with the talents to become a glyph warlock. If any of the existing glyph warlocks knew about this, they would undoubtedly be on their way here by now. Therefore, beware any challenger of the same rank who wishes to take on Lu Yi. What you're doing is suicide, jeered Han Jiyu with undisguised derision. She had guessed Lu Ye's idea the moment he enunciated it. Is Sang He a senior in your order? The owner of a cold voice breathed ominously down her neck. The smug grin on Han Jiyu's face froze. Her head swiveled at once to come face to face with a glowering Li Baxian. No, I don't know that name. Start preparing a funeral for him then, Li Baxian hissed with venom. What the hell is wrong with these Crimson Blood sect lunatics? Cursed Han Jiyu. I get that you're trying to protect one of your own, but that's over the line. All she did was just reveal some truths, and the last thing she felt that she deserved was a threat issued by the deadly Li Baxian himself. Brother Sang He, if you ever hear my voice, beware. Li Baxian is coming for you. I did not mean this to happen. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge champions smiled at Lu Yi. The premise of your idea is a good one, but I'd suggest some adjustments, that your challengers can be no greater than the Seventh Order. What do you think? Lu Yi looked absolutely glum and silent, with every bit the semblance of someone whose ploy had just been discovered. You were so loud about wanting to be in control and take charge just now? Is this the sum of your in charge and control? Is this what all Crimson Blood sect members are? A bunch of wimps and cowards? Prodded the enemy champion. All right, you have a deal. Lu Yi muttered with apparent frustration. One could almost make out the veins bulging at his temples. Lu Yi, no. Li Baxian and Wei Yang gasped in unison. The boy himself has agreed to the terms. Who are you to object? Or does the Crimson Blood sect expect all of the Grand Sky Coalition to lay down their lives for your sake? The enemy champion pressed what seemed like his advantage. You're nothing but an order on the brink of dissolution, so you might as well submit to your fate. Li Baxian could barely say anything at those remarks, especially the part about the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition sacrificing themselves for Lu Ye's sake. All he could do was return a scathing glare, although he quickly looked at Lu Yi. That was reckless, brother. You know he's clearly riling you up. You shouldn't have said yes. Fighting enemies of his same rank was risky enough. Single combat or not, he would be fighting a long battle of attrition against a group of enemies, not one. The exertion could easily tire him out. Yet, if he was going to face enemies higher than his rank, this could very well be suicide. Lu Yi peered at him and insisted, I can do this, brother. Li Baxian really wished to chastise Lu Yi for behaving so brashly. Though not uncommon for youths to succumb to their hot-blooded temperament, Li Baxian knew firsthand how this was most likely going to become a very painful if not fatal lesson. But he would not have accepted such terms even if he were a fifth order. But as much as he was angry at Lu Yi, he was more worried about his safety. That was when he saw the look on Lu Ye's face. There was no frustration and no apprehension. In fact, he looked rather excited. Lu Yi allowed his eyelids to droop and closed his eyes. Then he turned around to see Li Baxian showing him the back of his hand. When Lu Yi indicated that he understood the gist, Li Baxian tapped on his battlefield imprint and a tiny blue glow sprang from his forearm and landed on Lu Ye's. All right, brother. Time for some truth now. How confident are you about this? I've killed my fair share of Sixth Orders before. As for Seventh Orders, I have not had the chance yet, but I dare say that it'll be quite risky, but I'll give him a run for his money. Gosh! Baxian could hardly believe his own ears. That's killing enemies way beyond your rank, brother. Of all things, I didn't expect Lu Yi to be so deadly. You might be a stubborn old goat, old man, but you do have a great flair for recognizing talent. Careful to not let his amazement show, Baxian put up a worried facade. So, all that play acting was just for the benefit of our enemies just now? He really had to give it to Lu Yi. The frustrated look really was so real that he thought it was an actual manifestation of his true feelings. Just playing along with the situation, replied Lu Yi. He did not expect Han Jiyu to be here. If only he had noticed her earlier. Now that that vengeful woman had spilled all the beans, he would never have the chance to fight enemies of the same rank anymore. Even so, Lu Yi, this will be a long battle. The enemies will be coming for you one after another. I see at least 30 to 50 sects and orders from the Thousand Demon Ridge side which have arrived. Are you sure about this? I'll do what I can, brother. Prolonging the war is not good for anyone. If I could end this here and now, that would be for the best. Baxian did not answer. Lu Yi was right and he of all people knew it. Beyond any doubt, the Thousand Demon Ridge side knew this too. The status quo of the battle had spiraled out of control with more cultivators joining the fray by the minute, and the mayhem would intensify further. Yesterday, Lu Yi could have sworn that he saw at most 1,000 people here at Goldentip. But the number of cultivators now embroiled in the battle here had doubled in just a single night. Prolonging this fight would only cause more bloodshed. How else could the entirety of the Thousand Demon Ridge mob listen to a fifth order? The die had been cast and both sides had long passed the point of no return. Lu Ye's idea was the single chance they ever had for the survivors to walk away alive. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that Lu Ye's proposal came at a perfect moment with the exact thing that both sides yearned for, survival. That was the exact reason the Thousand Demon Ridge mob ever agreed to the proposal. Now that the terms had been articulated clearly, there was no way for Lu Yi to worm out of this. Numerous cultivators from the Grand Sky Coalition side had perished, and the rest would hope to be able to live and breathe and see the next sunrise. Disagree with the terms and the Crimson Blood sect would lose respect and credit. Especially with that crisp clear talk about how the Crimson Blood sect expected the Grand Sky Coalition to lay down their lives to save Lu Yi. That sentence had practically sown the seeds of discord which could very well bud if Lu Yi refused to accept the new terms. Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators all came because of the rewards promised if they could kill Lu Yi, but on the Grand Sky Coalition side, most if not all of them were here by orders of their mentors or leaders. They owed no duty or obligation to die for Lu Ye's sake. Therefore, whether Lu Yi liked the new terms or not, there really was no backing down now. Chapter 159, The Sacred Pact. Baxian suddenly realized that Lu Yi might just be a fifth order who had survived this war because of everyone trying to protect him, but he did not let all that dull his instincts at all. He exhaled heavily. With a weary look at Yuechan, he asked, "Can you change to her?" That would have sounded like an odd question to everyone else, but Yuechan, who obviously knew what he was talking about, answered pensively with her head shaking, "She's dormant at the moment." "That means we're on our own, I guess," Baxian muttered glumly. Now that a deal had been made, it was time to hammer out the details. He wiped a hand across his face and pretended to grimace and muttered, "Brother Lu Yi here has decided to not allow anyone to die senselessly in his stead. If you Thousand Demon Ridge folks agree with his terms, kindly come with me to discuss further details." There was much to discuss if Lu Ye's proposal was to go on, and it definitely wasn't as simple as just a "come fight me," especially if everyone wished to prevent any disputes. Naturally, it would involve decisions that would have to be agreed upon by both sides. Despite being the linchpin of the whole debacle, Lu Yi still lacked the seniority, knowledge and wisdom, as well as the power and authority to join in on the debate. Fortunately, there was Baxian to negotiate on his behalf. With full confidence, Lu Yi could trust Li Baxian to make sure that his best interests were maintained as best as able. He had seen firsthand how protective both his seniors Wei Yang and Li Baxian were, especially the former, who had entered the battlefield against the odds just so that she could personally stay at his side and keep him safe. Li Baxian spun around and waved to another swordsman cultivator, who vanished from where he was and reappeared right before Li Baxian with a respectful bow. "Sir," he greeted. Despite looking like they were of the same age, it would appear that Li Baxian enjoyed a more senior station over him. In fact, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that Li Baxian was more senior than most cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Not that he preferred this outcome. With his spiritual points damaged, he could not ascend and there was nowhere else he could go. Lu Yi did not have to be a genius to guess that this swordsman was a powerful champion of the Northern Profound Sword sect with a place within the role of supremacy. "Please, keep Brother Lu Yi safe," implored Li Baxian. The swordsman immediately responded without any hesitation, "Leave it to me, sir." Wei Yang might be around to watch over Lu Yi, but with the judgment of heaven still upon her, there was little she could do. All it would take was just a couple or more of those madmen from Cult Blackfire, whose minds were clearly addled by whatever it was they worshipped, to throw themselves at her and the effects of the judgment would grow strong enough to kill her. Enlisting the help of this swordsman was just for insurance. The debate did not take long to mutate into a rowdy quarrel with the champions trading barbed words amongst themselves. Curses were exchanged and Li Baxian had to forcibly adjudicate peace by summoning his spiritual powers, tacitly indicating that he would cut down anyone that threatened to foil what should be a smooth negotiation. Apprehensively, Lu Yi muttered, "They are not going to fight, are they?" Another spark right now could potentially mean the end of any discussion. Wei Yang peered at the group of champions huddled together not far away with a disinterested glance and remarked, "Nah, it's just brutes flexing their muscles." Lu Yi continued watching the debate, only to realize that the heated debate was showing signs of aggravating. To his surprise and relief, the situation did not escalate, and that was when he began to understand that Sister Wei Yang was right. He lifted his arm and patted the shoulders of the swordsman standing guard in front of him. "I have not thanked you for saving me not long ago, sir." This was the same Northern Profound Sword sect swordsman who saved him from a very deadly enemy just not so long ago. "Any concern of Brother Li is a business of the Sword sect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, sir," replied the swordsman placidly, no more a conversationalist than he was the last time. "Sir? Did he just call me sir?" Then Lu Yi remembered that if he was Brother Lu Yi to Li Baxian, that would put them both on a similar level of seniority. "But what about my age?" he grimaced. "Heavens, what a peculiar thing this seniority thing is." Wei Yang bent down to stroke Amber's head. The tiger lifted himself to allow her to continue, keeping his eyes closed with ecstasy as Wei Yang moved her hand to scratch his chin. Strangely, the lightning bolts that were still crackling around Wei Yang looked dangerous enough, yet they seemed to not affect anyone who got in close contact with her. From the conversation with others, Lu Yi learned that the lightning bolts were called the Judgment of Heaven, and Wei Yang incurred its wrath because of her entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the more enemies she slew, the greater the damage it would deal to her. But seeing her all normal as if nothing was going on, Lu Yi did not know if it was prudent to allow the lightning bolts to continue bouncing all around her. All of a sudden, Li Baxian roared, "All persons in charge of all Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders, get here at once." The enemy mob stirred uneasily before one figure after another disengaged from the crowd to head over to Li Baxian's side. Lu Yi did a head count and realized that there were at least 40 people. In other words, that was the amount of Thousand Demon sects that had come to Goldentip. Next came a litany of muffled voices that Lu Yi recognized as Li Baxian's. He could not make out anything from that gibberish. But almost immediately after Li Baxian stopped, a golden vortex swirled in the skies overhead before a column of light shafted straight down from the sky and landed on Li Baxian. Before the column of light hit the ground, Li Baxian flung out an arm and he caught something that Lu Yi first thought was a flag, an animal skin parchment. The column of light quickly ebbed into nothingness and the golden vortex disappeared as quickly as it came. "What is that?" asked Lu Yi curiously. It was the first time he saw something like that. "The sacred pact," Wei Yang explained. For so many people to make sacred oaths in the name of heaven would be messy and time-consuming. That's why one can just opt to use the sacred pact, although it would cost a few contribution points. That was a real surprise to Lu Yi. So heaven was a real and yet mysterious entity that not only watched but governed the battlefield, and with the use of contribution points, one could trade and engage with heaven too. Baxian held up the sacred pact and examined its contents carefully before he bit the tip of his finger and stamped a mark using his blood. The others followed suit and did what he just did. Minutes passed and by the end of it, the pact contained several dozens of marks all left with blood. Quietly, Baxian came back to rejoin Lu Yi with the sacred pact in his hands. As if on cue, both sides withdrew. As per the agreement, the crest of Goldentip would be where the duels began. Cultivators from both sides began clearing up the area, removing every dead body in the vicinity. At last, the cultivators all stood around a makeshift ring almost 70 meters in diameter. This would be where Lu Ye's reckoning would occur. In the meantime, Lu Yi and Wei Yang were still going through the clauses in the pact. Agreements made on the pact were as good as oaths made in heaven's name, and anyone who refused to abide by the pact would suffer heavy consequences. More than 30 clauses were set out in clear language to prevent any possibility of any loopholes. Among the terms included the explicit statement that the highest possible rank for challengers could only be 6th-order cultivators trained in Earth-grade cultivation disciplines. Cultivators skilled in heaven-grade disciplines and Earth-grade disciplines were a far cry from each other. Using heaven-grade disciplines meant that one must have more than 180 spiritual points unlocked, whereas the latter required only 81 spiritual points. That alone reflected how huge the difference in power. Lu Yi did not think of this before, but fortunately, Baxian was around to keep an eye on things for him. Next were the restrictions that prohibited the use of any external aid, except weapons or personal tools which had already been fully assimilated with one's spiritual powers. Even talismans were not to be used in the duels. All the stringent rules left the 1,000 Demon Ridge challengers no other choice but to fight Lu Yi in a fair and open manner if they wished to win the glory of defeating and slaying him. A few of the clauses weren't too favorable for Lu Yi, but in contrast, a sizable amount of them still afforded him certain advantages. For instance, one of the clauses dictated that Lu Yi had the right to a quarter of an hour break after every duel. It was all thanks to Baxian who managed to think of this, although he would have preferred a longer duration if not for the persistent objections proffered by his 1,000 Demon Ridge counterpart. The time was nowhere near enough for any proper rest, but there was little Baxian could do otherwise. Although that did not prevent him from securing another advantage for Lu Yi. This string of duels must end in 3 days. If Lu Yi could survive past the 3rd day, then the 1,000 Demon Ridge coalition must withdraw. Another way for Lu Yi to win was to just defeat each and every single challenger who dared to stand before him. Lu Yi read through the pact and committed whatever he could into memory. Wei Yang looked hardly pleased. "You don't have to do this, Lu Yi. As your seniors, both Baxian and I will do anything if you wish to just walk away from this. I'm sure we'll have a chance of getting out of here if we try our utmost." Despite Baxian's best efforts to secure as much advantage as he could, one could barely expect a 5th-order cultivator to survive 3 days' worth of fighting. The onslaught itself could easily swamp Lu Yi and tire him out, while all the enemies needed to do was throw enough men at him. But Lu Yi shook his head. "You've all done enough for me. So many have died on my account, and I cannot just sit in the back and watch you all do all the fighting for me. I know you wish to do more for me, but as the newest fellow student, I'm afraid I cannot accept your good gesture. This war started because of me, so it must end by my hand as well." Wei Yang did not know what to say. She had waited for so long, and they finally got a new and young brother-in-arms in Lu Yi. For once in decades, there was hope that the Crimson Blood sect would endure. But fate once again proved itself to be a paragon of vengefulness and irony. Lu Yi found himself becoming the center of a huge war. What a shame that her hands were now tied and there was little she could do for Lu Yi. What cruelty is this, heaven? Wei Yang grimaced bitterly. If only she had more power. Sister. Baxian warned her with a sharp growl. Wei Yang immediately recollected herself to prevent her churning emotions from getting the better of herself. Her dilated pupils slowly contracted back to their usual size. I will survive. Lu Yi said to them sternly, I still have to see with my own eyes the stronghold of the Crimson Blood sect. I have no home and no family, but teacher took me in nonetheless. So that would be my home and you are all my family. So I will survive. I must survive. He stepped forward and paced towards the center of the ring. Champions standing around the ring watched his every movement. Finally, he paused at the dead center of the circle and called out, Come challenge me. But all he got were derisive stares from the enemy mob, sardonic gazes as if they were staring at a dead man, and victory was assured. Every one of them was under the impression that Lu Yi had been driven mad by the stress of the war into making such an irrational and brash decision. That a fifth-order cultivator has the courage and valor to challenge the whole Thousand Demon Ridge coalition was nothing but foolish recklessness to them. But the sacred pact was what assured them. In their eyes, the Grand Sky Coalition had practically tied their hands by agreeing to the solemn contract. Anyone who tried to interfere with the outcome of these duels was to be executed by everyone. For this reason, even Yan Xing had to delay exacting his vengeance. All he could do at the moment was to stand at the other side of Goldentip and hurl hateful glares at Baxian. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.